Chapter 51, Kidnapping Meng Yuran. How about it, what do you decide to compete with me for? Qiling said with a smile, I'm happy to accompany you. Looking at Qiling's proud expression, Meng Yuran couldn't help feeling angry, but there was nothing he could do about it. Compare your strength with him? His soul power is higher than mine, and his strength is even less likely to be lost to mine. Comparing speed with him? He is a weapon soul master, and his speed is also his weakness. Isn't this looking for abuse? Comparing wits with him? But it seems that my grandpa has said that he is careless and like a stupid boy since he was a child. In the end, Meng Yuran found that he had no project that could compete with Qiling, and it seemed that he was a sure loser in any competition. Even Ning Rongrong couldn't stand it and said to the side, Girl, why don't you compete with Qiling as a female worker? He will definitely not do it. Meng Yuran raised his head aggrievedly and said, how could I do that? Qiling breathed a sigh of relief. If Meng Yuran was really better than the female worker, he would really have no choice but to admit defeat. Seeing that her granddaughter could not compare with Qiling, Chao Tianxiang couldn't help but feel anxious secretly. She rolled her eyes and had another plan in mind. Brother Zhao, this student of yours is indeed one of a kind, with extraordinary talents. Chao Tianxiang said with a smile on her face, it seems that my granddaughter has never been your match, so I have to give this soul ring to you. When Zhao Wuji saw Chao Tianxiang admitting defeat, he couldn't help but become happy and said, Why, I would also like to thank Senior for being generous and not arguing with us juniors. Then since Senior has admitted defeat, we will. But Chao Tianxiang waved his hand and interrupted Zhao Wuji, Hey, brother Zhao, don't worry, this phoenix-tailed crested snake has many tricks up its sleeve. Of course your students should understand it before absorbing it. At that moment, Chao Tianxiang began to introduce the characteristics of the phoenix-tailed crested snake, including what characteristics would appear after a certain number of years, what abilities it had, and what soul skills it could obtain after obtaining a soul ring. It has to be said that Chao Tianxiang is known as the Snake Lady, and her research on snakes is indeed quite thorough. In addition, this is related to Oscar's soul ring, and everyone was fascinated by it for a while. Only Qiling frowned, sensing something was wrong, and quietly whispered to Tang San beside him, Xiao San, this old witch is stalling for time. I'm afraid Duke Long is nearby and is heading towards come here. When Tang San heard Qiling's words, he immediately became smart. Chao Tianxiang had no reason to be so kind. The real purpose could only be what the elder brother said. Brother, what should we do? Do you want to remind teacher Zhao? Tang San asked carefully. No need, her attention is all on teacher Zhao. Once we make a sound, we will definitely alert the enemy. Qiling said with a smile, Xiaosan, don't be surprised by what I do later. We will act according to circumstances. Before Tang San could react, Qiling had quietly stepped forward, targeting Meng Yuran at the side. Chao Tianxiang fully believed that the only person who could threaten the other party was Zhao Wuji. After all, a veteran like Zhao Wuji could do anything. But she never expected that compared to being bad, Qiling was also full of bad intentions and would not worry about so much. So when Qiling used extremely fast movements to kidnap Meng Yuran and then returned to his side, Chao Tianxiang still looked confused and did not realize what happened. Teacher Zhao, she is stalling for time. Duke Long should be not far away from us. Qiling put Meng Yuran's hand behind her back with one hand and put the other on her neck. If you don't leave, it will be too late. After hearing Qiling's words, Zhao Wuji immediately reacted. He should have thought of this kind of thing earlier, but it was about Oscar, so he was careless for a moment. Everyone, retreat immediately. Zhao Wuji immediately ordered, then grabbed the coxcomb snake and led everyone away quickly. Qiling held Meng Yuran hostage and said to Chao Tianxiang, Senior, please stay. For Yuran's sake, you and Senior Long Gong, it's better not to come after us. You have just understood my strength, Please don't take any chances. After all, you have only seen my strength, but you still don't understand my personality. Seeing Qiling and others escape from her sight, Chao Tianxiang stomped her snake staff hard, but she was also shocked by Qiling. With extraordinary strength, careful mind, courage, and strategy, and thunderous means, he is ruthless and decisive in his actions. This young man is bound to have some earth-shattering achievements. Everyone ran away for half an hour before they stopped in a hidden place and rested separately. Zhao Wuji stayed by Oscar's side, preparing him to absorb the soul ring. Meng Yuran was held hostage by Qiling all the way. At this time, he finally got a chance to breathe and immediately protested, "Let go! You despicable villain, where are you putting your hands?" Along the way just now, Qiling kept her arms around Meng Yuran's waist for convenience, and at the same time, to prevent her from escaping, there was inevitably some intimacy in her movements. Now that it was safe for the time being, Qiling immediately put Meng Yuran down and said, "I'm sorry, we can't do anything about it, so we came up with this strategy. Just make do with it." Meng Yuran said angrily, "Humph! Then you are safe now, you should be able to let me go, right?" Ding dong! It is detected that the host is facing a request from Meng Yuran. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, release Meng Yuran and receive a reward, the title of Flower Protector, a 50% chance of being caught by the unparalleled dragon snake, and a 20% chance of group destruction. Option 2, continue to detain Meng Yuran until he is out of danger, and receive the reward, Artifact, Immortal Binding Rope, incomplete state, repair completion 20%. Okay, now Qiling doesn't even have to think about it. If he lets her go, she might be overtaken by the unrivaled dragon and snake. Why should he look for this excitement? Moreover, this immortal binding rope aroused great interest in Qiling. Although it showed an incomplete state, it was the first artifact-level equipment that Qiling had obtained. As far as Qiling knows now, the equipment in this world is divided into 9 levels, and their strengths correspond to the 9 levels of Soul Masters. And above the 9 levels, there is the artifact level. This means that if this immortal binding rope is in perfect condition, it will be an artifact that can produce great power against titled Douluo. Between emotion and reason, Qiling had no reason not to choose it. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 2, continue to detain Meng Yuran and receive the reward, Artifact, Immortal Binding Rope, incomplete state. I'm sorry, little girl, you can't leave now. Qiling said, at least we can't let you go until we leave the forest safely. You are a scoundrel. Meng Yuran said, what should I do with my soul ring? I also need to hunt for a soul ring that is suitable for my age. Well, you don't have to worry about this problem. It's just a 1,000-year soul ring. I'll help you solve it. Qiling said. You. Meng Yuran looked Qiling up and down, even my grandfather found this crested snake with great difficulty. Can you do it? Hey, you little girl, men can't say no, don't you know? Qiling said, don't worry, my eyesight is much better than your grandpa. Chapter 52, Artifact, Immortal Binding Rope. Oscar absorbed the soul ring smoothly. In less than half an hour, he obtained his 3rd soul ring and the soul skill of flying mushrooms. But at this moment, something happened that surprised everyone. Perhaps the long journey for many days stimulated Tang San's soul power, and he actually broke through to level 30 at this time. Ha ha ha, this is really a good thing happening one after another. Tang San, with your breakthrough now, you should be the youngest soul master in the academy, right? Zhao Wuji said with a smile. Tang San smiled and said, no, my eldest brother's breakthrough time was much earlier than mine. He already achieved breakthrough 2 years ago. Already level 30. Zhao Wuji slapped his forehead and said, yes, forget about him. This kid said he was only level 30, who would believe it? Anyway, since that's the case, let's continue looking for suitable soul rings in the star forest. Zhao Wuji said, a total of 2 are yours, Tang San's, plus Qiling's. There is one more, Teacher Zhao. Qiling said at this time, I just promised Meng Yuran that we will look for her soul ring. Zhao Wuji raised his eyebrows and said, what? Do you still need to find a soul ring for her? Qiling, you are too bad of a good person. That's right. Xiao Wu also said from the side, Brother Qi, you just won based on your strength, you don't owe her anything. Who said he doesn't owe me anything? Meng Yuran looked at the Shrek crowd and said with a straight nose, he kidnapped me and did such an outrageous thing to me, so of course he must be responsible for me. Responsible? This time, not only Xiao Wu screamed, but even Ning Rongrong couldn't help but scream. Seeing everyone looking at her, Ning Rongrong blushed, but continued, what responsibility do you have? No big deal, we just put you back. It's not that simple. Meng Yuran said proudly, this guy just hugged me all the way and took advantage of me. You said you wanted to let me go, but I don't plan to leave. Ah, damn it, Brother Qi, your taste is too bad. Xiao Wu said reluctantly, if you want to take advantage, you can come to Xiao Wu. Why are you looking for this snake woman? Yes, Qiling, you. Ning Rongrong blushed, am I not as good as her? You too, stop making trouble, I didn't do anything. Qiling said without tears, Ms. Meng, you are so powerful, I'll let you go. You want to let me go now? It's too late. Qiling. Let me tell you, you are in trouble. Meng Yuran looked at Qiling's deflated look and seemed to be very happy. Baby, you dare to mess with me? Don't you know it's very scary for a woman to get angry? Meng Yuran said proudly. Oscar and Ma Hongjun on the side looked at this scene and almost shed tears of envy. Alas! This is really a drought and a flood. Ma Hongjun sighed, God, when will spring come to me? Oscar patted Ma Hongjun on the shoulder and said, don't be afraid, fat man, I still have a brother with you. Oh, no, there should be me, Boss Dai, and Mistress, all of us accompanying you. In desperation, Qiling had no choice but to agree to find the soul ring for Meng Yuran first, but Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong strongly opposed it, and Qiling would continue to watch over Meng Yuran. Qiling couldn't help but feel worried. Even though Meng Yuran was very cooperative now, if she ran away, it would be too late for him and others to cry. So Qiling took out the artifact he had just obtained, the immortal binding rope. Although this artifact was in an incomplete state, its effect was still very practical. It can restrain people whose strength is below that of the soul sect. Once she leaves the host's side or plots evil, it can immediately render her unable to move or even speak. Seeing Qiling take out a bundle of rope, Meng Yuran was not nervous, but smiled and said, why, it's not enough that you took advantage of me just now, now you want to tie me up with a rope? Qiling, you are so bad. Brother Qi. Qiling. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's voices came again. The helpless Qiling explained again that this bundle of fairy rope was not a simple rope, but a soul guide with special effects. And after tying a person, it will not produce any binding effect, but will disappear directly. It will only appear when it exerts its effect. However, when Qiling tied up Meng Yuran, the girl kept making some noises, which made people involuntarily think about her, and made Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong feel dissatisfied again. After finally cleaning up, everyone started looking for the soul ring again. But this time, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were like two little followers, always following Qiling and Meng Yuran. Meng Yuran seemed to enjoy Qiling's deflated look, so he kept creating opportunities to stick to Qiling's body. Seeing Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong looking angry and jealous, she felt very happy for some reason. After searching for half an hour, everyone found nothing. After all, meeting a suitable soul beast depends on luck. If God doesn't give it to you, there's nothing you can do. At this moment, Ma Hongjun, who was walking in front, suddenly let out a scream. Zhao Wuji immediately stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong, fat man, what did you find?" "No, it's nothing." Ma Hongzhen covered his hand and said, "It's just like I was bitten by a centipede just now. It hurt a little." Hearing that it was just a centipede, everyone felt relieved. Only Qiling and Tang San frowned. This was the Stardo forest, and a centipede should not be underestimated. So the two people immediately came to Ma Hongzhen and began to check his wounds. At this sight, the two people's brows frowned deeper. "What's wrong? Mistress, Boss Chi, what did you find? Don't scare me." Seeing the serious faces of the two of them, Ma Hongzhen couldn't help but swallowed and said with a guilty conscience, "This is not an ordinary centipede, but a centipede soul beast called the Black Scythe." Qiling said seriously, "More importantly, this kind of centipede is poisonous." "What? It's poisonous?" Ma Hongzhen was startled and said, "How powerful is the poison? Will I die?" "Die, he won't die," Qiling said. Before Ma Hongzhen could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard Qiling continue, "It's just that if you don't detoxify within 6 hours, your lifeblood will begin to rot and then fall off." When Ma Hongzhen heard the news, his whole body shut down for 3 seconds, and then he immediately cried and said, "Boss Chi, you must save me. I can't live without that thing." "Don't worry, although this kind of centipede is highly poisonous, it is easy to detoxify it," Qiling said, "as long as you get to the town and grab a few medicines, you can detoxify it immediately." Zhao Wuji scratched his hair and said, "Oh, there is no other way. It seems that I can only go back to the town outside." "You said you are a fat man and you can't be careful when doing things." Roar. Just as everyone was discussing returning to the town, a melodious dragon roar suddenly came from the distance, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Chapter 53, Golden Holy Dragon. This dragon's roar is full of energy and contains a domineering dragon spirit, which makes people feel frightened when they hear it. It is definitely a very difficult guy to deal with. And this guy is exactly what Qiling is looking for. He hurriedly took out the Wheel of Fortune from himself and found that the indicator light on the wheel was already on, indicating that what he needed most was within 10 kilometers of him. When the others heard the sound of the dragon's roar, they all looked happy. After all, this was what Qiling had been looking for 2 years. Now that we finally have a clue, how can we not make people happy? But there was only one person who couldn't be happy. Ma Hongzhen said weakly at this time, "Boss Chi, everyone, don't say that I spoil the atmosphere. Can you please take care of me first?" Only then did everyone remember that Ma Hongzhen was still poisoned at this time. If the delay continued, I am afraid that he, a bird man, would have to say goodbye to his little bird. "Fat man, why don't you sacrifice yourself? Boss Chi will definitely remember your greatness," Oscar said deliberately. "Fuck you. Xiaoao, this is what my brother said." Ma Hongzhen punched Oscar angrily, and then pitifully said to Qiling, "Boss Chi, you won't ignore your brother, right?" Qiling smiled and said, "Don't worry, of course I won't ignore my brothers for the soul ring. Teacher Zhao, you take Ma Hongzhen to the town for treatment first." Qiling said to Zhao Wuji, "I'll follow him first to see what's going on." Zhao Wuji said worriedly, "You kid, don't show off. Dragons are difficult to deal with, so don't risk your life." "Don't worry, I have my own sense of discretion." Qiling agreed. So, except for Qiling, everyone started to retreat out of the forest. And just in case he encountered the unparalleled dragon snake, Meng Yuan also stayed with Qiling. Although Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were dissatisfied, the fact was that if they stayed, they would only become a burden to Qiling. After all, if he only ran with one person, Qiling would still be confident, but with 2 more, it would be too much. After the troops were divided into 2 groups, Qiling and Meng Yuan immediately set off and rushed towards the place where the dragon's roar came from. They encountered many trembling soul beasts along the way, and they did not know how to dodge when they saw people. What's going on? Why do these soul beasts seem to have lost their souls? Meng Yuan said curiously. It's very simple. They were frightened by the roar of the dragon just now. Qi Ling said, dragon is the supreme creature. The higher the level of the dragon, the greater the frightening effect it will have on lower level creatures. It seems that what we found is a real dragon with a very pure bloodline. The two of them searched for the trace and came to a nearby book. They looked down and saw the golden dragon at a glance. This dragon is more than 10 meters long. It is covered with a layer of golden phoenix armor. Its limbs are quite thick and its claws are extremely sharp. It is like a terrifying close combat killing machine. The appearance of this dragon can be said to perfectly interpret the aesthetics of violence. Everything on it seems to be made for fighting, especially the golden armor, which makes a metallic sound when it collides, and looks extremely domineering. I didn't expect this to be a golden holy dragon. What a great gift! Qi Ling thought with joy. But at this moment, Qi Ling suddenly discovered that this golden holy dragon seemed to be fighting someone, and the dragon roars it made were exactly the roars in the battle. Meng Yuan on the side also discovered this, and then suddenly said in surprise, "Hey, wasn't it my grandfather who fought with that dragon?" "Your grandfather? Longgong Mengshu?" Qi Ling was stunned, and then looked down, only to find that the man was using a dragon-headed crutch with 8 bright soul rings floating on it. The only one who uses such a strange weapon and is a contra himself is Meng Yuan's grandfather, Duke Long Mengshu. But at this time, Mengshu's situation was very bad. If it were an ordinary 10,000-year-old soul beast, and a soul Douluo took action, it would be easy to capture it, but what he faced was a golden holy dragon. This is not some kind of sub-dragon, let alone some miscellaneous spirit beast. It is a true golden holy dragon with the noble blood of the dragon clan, which can be ranked high even among the dragon clan. Such a 10,000-year-old golden holy dragon has few opponents except for 100,000-year-old soul beasts. The main reason is that its defense is so abnormal. Its golden holy armor is not only beautiful, but also truly it has a defensive power comparable to that of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Even a contra's soul skills have little effect on it. If you want to cause real damage to it, you need at least an attack power of the 5th soul skill or above. But how many times can such a soul skill be used? What about times? In addition, Dragon Duke Mengshu is old and weak, and a protracted battle is quite disadvantageous. The longer the golden holy dragon delays with him, the more dangerous he will be. At this time, he has been injured in many places, and his defeat is imminent. "Grandpa! Grandpa!" Meng Yuan said anxiously, but with her strength, going out like this would be tantamount to death. It's not that she's afraid of death, it's just that she's not afraid of dying. If her grandfather is distracted, that will be bad luck. In desperation, Meng Yuan had to rely on Qi Ling beside him. "Qi Ling, you must have a way to save my grandpa, right? Please, save my grandpa." Ding dong! It is detected that the host is facing a request from Meng Yuan. Please make a choice among the following options. Option 1. Reject Meng Yuan and sit back and watch Dragon Duke Mengshu fight with the Golden Holy Dragon. Get rewards: Meng Yuan's favorability -10%, Dragon Duke Mengshu's chance of winning is 30%, and the host's chance of getting a soul ring is -70%. Option 2. Accept Meng Yuan's request, fight with Dragon Duke Mengshu, and receive rewards: Meng Yuan's favorability plus 100%, God level skill, 3000 thunderbolts. Seeing this option, Qi Ling felt a twinge of pain. It seemed that no matter what, he had to take action to deal with Mengshu against this dragon that couldn't even defeat Contra. Thinking about it, now that there is a soul Douluo to help, it can be said to be the best time to obtain this soul ring. After all, he is a stronger helper than Zhao Wuji. Qi Ling couldn't imagine that if he had to face this ferocious beast alone, there would be no other possibility to defeat it except cheating. As for this 3000 Thunderbolt, it is also very necessary for Qiling. This is a technique that uses the power of wind and thunder to make people move quickly. It is divided into 3 realms, Thunder Flash, Thunder Instant, and 3000 Thunder. After cultivating to the highest level, you can even travel at the speed of thunder and lightning, and travel thousands of miles in an instant. It is a must-have weapon for murder and arson. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 2, accepting Meng Yuren's request and receiving rewards. Meng Yuren's favorability plus 100%, God level skill, 3000 Thunderbolts. Don't worry, I will take action. Qiling comforted Meng Yuren, this is not only for you, but also for myself. Thank you, thank you. Meng Yuren blushed. This guy doesn't seem to be that bad after all. Chapter 54, Fighting Against the Golden Holy Dragon. Meng Shu, who was fighting the Golden Holy Dragon, was almost at the end of his rope. In order to find a suitable soul ring for his granddaughter, Meng Yuren, he searched around the outskirts of the Star Forest for a long time, but still found nothing. Just when he was about to meet up with Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang and search in another place, this Golden Holy Dragon suddenly appeared from the forest and attacked him. Yes, it was a sneak attack. Meng Shu didn't know why such an overlord among soul beasts, the 10,000 years Golden Holy Dragon, would deliberately ambush him. But judging from its crisp attacks, it was definitely premeditated and deliberately trying to keep itself here. After all, soul beasts will possess wisdom once they have passed 10,000 years, and dragons are born wise. Humans can plot against soul beasts, and soul beasts can naturally plot against humans. Damn it, I, Lord Long Meng Shu, am actually going to die in the mouth of this evil beast today. Meng Shu gasped. Naturally, the Golden Holy Dragon would not show mercy to Meng Shu. At this time, he took advantage of Meng Shu's breathing space and suddenly launched an attack with his tail. Although Meng Shu had already picked up his dragon staff to resist, the powerful dragon tail sweep still knocked him away and hit him hard against an ancient tree. Before Meng Shu could stand up from the ground, the Golden Holy Dragon had already rushed in front of him, opening its bloody mouth and trying to swallow him whole. Damn it, old woman, still, it seems that I am destined to die today. You too should take good care of yourself. Meng Shu thought desperately as he watched the Golden Holy Dragon's huge mouth bite down. Seeing that a generation of soul Douluo was about to die like this, a long dragon roar suddenly came from the air. When Meng Shu heard the roar of the dragon, he was startled. Could it be that there was another evil dragon coming? I'm afraid my old bones are not enough to divide 2 dragons, right? But then he discovered that the Golden Holy Dragon in front of him actually stopped moving amidst the roar of the dragon, and the entire dragon was in a very strange dizzy state. Good opportunity! Meng Shu was overjoyed and immediately seized the opportunity, escaping from the attack range of the Golden Holy Dragon and arriving at a safe place. Then the Golden Holy Dragon also woke up, but he was shaking his head and looking around for something, as if he was looking for something that made him dizzy. Grandpa! At this moment, a familiar voice came to Meng Shu. He raised his head and saw his granddaughter being held in the arms of a young man and jumping down from the tree. Yuren? Why are you here? It's dangerous here. Meng Shu said hurriedly. Grandpa, Qiling, and I are here to save you. Are you okay? Meng Yuren said anxiously. I'm fine, I can still hold on. You 2 kids, don't mess around, you can't participate in this. Meng Shu said, he didn't believe that Qiling, at such a young age, could be of any help to him. Meng Yuren was still about to say something, but Qiling grabbed him, and then he smiled and said, Old senior, if you deal with this dragon alone, is there a way to win? No. Meng Shu said very bachelorly. I know why seniors can't defeat it, but if you cooperate with me, I'm 70% sure that we can solve it. Qiling said. Meng Shu looked at Qiling and said, what confidence do you have that you can say such a thing? Senior can't solve it simply because the Golden Holy Dragon's only life gate is firmly guarded by itself and cannot be attacked at all. Qiling said. I can control it for a second, and I can also provide Senior with the opportunity to attack it. All that is needed is for Senior to use Contra's strongest attack to deal with it. Meng Shu stroked his beard and still didn't believe Qiling. Meng Yuran said anxiously, Grandpa, just believe in Qiling. The 9 Heavens dragon roar that saved you just now was made by Qiling. When Meng Shu heard this, he was shocked. He had been wondering since just now what it was that could stun the Golden Holy Dragon, which was almost immune to magic. He didn't expect it to be this boy's sole skill. Maybe, if you practice with him, you can really survive this disaster. The Golden Holy Dragon over there has also recovered at this time. For it, there is no difference at all with 2 more people, not to mention the soul power of these 2 people, which is not much of a threat at all. But for some reason, the aura that made his heart palpitate kept coming from that boy, as if he had seen a high-ranking dragon, which made the Golden Holy Dragon very strange. Roar! The Golden Holy Dragon roared. No matter what, the feast in front of him couldn't let him run away. The reason why it ambushed Meng Shu was precisely because his dragon staff spirit had a strong attraction for him. If he could eat Meng Shu, he would gain a qualitative leap in strength. The Holy Dragon wants to eat Meng Shu, while Qiling wants its soul ring. This can be said to be an endless battle of life and death, with no retreat at all. The first one to attack was the Golden Holy Dragon. For a being like it whose whole body was covered with weapons, there was no need to consider any battle plan. It was the best plan to just charge towards the enemy. Facing the sudden advance of the Golden Holy Dragon, Meng Shu shouted be careful and was about to take his granddaughter to escape, but found that Qiling had already taken 1 step ahead of him and escaped with his granddaughter. The method of lightening one's body, 3000 thunders. Like a flash of lightning, Qiling took Meng Yuran and appeared in a safe place instantly, saying to her, stay here and don't move. Pay attention to safety. Although Meng Yuran was unwilling to give in fact, when the Golden Holy Dragon rushed over just now, he was too scared to move. The innate power of the Dragon clan is no joke. Having lost its 2 attack targets, the Golden Holy Dragon naturally focused its attention on Meng Shu, and grabbed Meng Shu with its thick dragon claws. When Meng Shu faced the attack of the Golden Holy Dragon, he calmly raised his dragon staff, and an invisible barrier formed in front of him, blocking the attack of the Golden Holy Dragon. He used the force to fly back. Roar! The Golden Holy Dragon roared angrily, exerting force on all 4 limbs at the same time. Its huge body leaped into the air, and using its own weight, it pursued Meng Shu. But when Meng Shu faced the Golden Holy Dragon's attack, he had a look of contempt on his face. He even put the dragon staff behind his back to face the Golden Holy Dragon's attack. Grandpa! Meng Yuran exclaimed. They had all witnessed the incomparable fighting ability of the Golden Holy Dragon. With Meng Shu's frail body, facing its attack would be tantamount to seeking death. Seeing that Meng Yuran was about to rush forward desperately, Qiling reached out and stopped her and said, don't be nervous, Yuran, Senior Meng is fine. If he was killed so easily, then Meng Shu would be so embarrassed. What was killed by the Golden Holy Dragon was just a shadow of Meng Shu. The real Meng Shu appeared behind the Golden Holy Dragon at this time, raising the dragon staff in his hand, and at the same time a black 10,000 years. The soul ring floats. You evil beast, don't underestimate me. Meng Shu's eyes flashed, and the 10,000-year soul ring skill was activated. Soul skill, Dragon Trap. Chapter 55, The Wonderful Use of Infinite Fairy Rope. The Golden Holy Dragon, which failed to kill, turned around and prepared to kill Meng Shu again, but just as it stood up, several golden railings suddenly appeared in the air, blocking it back. It looked around and found a golden magic circle emerging from under its feet. Countless golden railings rose up and closed in the air, forming a cage, trapping the Golden Holy Dragon in the middle. The golden dragon tried to use its minions to break through Meng Shu's dragon prison, but its indestructible weapon lost its effect in front of the dragon prison and had no effect at all. Little devil! My dragon trap can trap it in this closed environment in 1 minute, unable to move. Meng Shu had cold sweat on his forehead, as if using this dragon trap, he was now in trouble. It is already very difficult to say. If you have any moves, use them as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll all have to explain it here. Okay, Senior Meng. The life gate of this golden holy dragon is under its belly. It is usually carefully guarded and will never be exposed easily. Qi Ling came to Meng Shu and said to him, but there is an opportunity. It will definitely show its flaws. Oh? What time? Meng Shu asked. That's when it unleashes its all-powerful attack and kills it from the air. That time is when it is the strongest and also when it is the weakest. Qi Ling said, as long as you seize the right moment, you can hit its life gate. Meng Shu recalled the posture when the golden holy dragon attacked him just now. It was indeed a state where the middle door was wide open and exposed. If it could maintain this posture for 1 second, he could use the strongest soul skills to bombard it. Mingmen. But if you want to expose its flaws, you must use yourself as bait. Qi Ling continued, and the golden holy dragon has strong defense. Even if it hits the life gate directly, it cannot be killed in an instant. Face it directly. There will be great risks. Meng Shu stroked his beard and said, it's a pity that I can only use my shadow puppet once a day. Otherwise, I can use it to lure it into a bait. Senior doesn't need to worry about being a bait, I have my own way. Qi Ling said confidently, Senior just needs to be prepared and deliver the strongest blow to it. After the Senior releases the trapped dragon prison later, I will lure it to attack from the front, and then make it pause for a second. That is our only chance of winning. Meng Shu frowned and said, are you really sure? If you make a mistake, you will have no chance of surviving under the attack of the golden holy dragon. Senior, please rest assured, I am fully confident. Qi Ling said with a smile. Seeing Qi Ling's high-spirited look, Meng Shu also said cruelly, okay. My young friend is young and energetic, but I am too forward-thinking. Forget it, I will take a gamble with you. Immediately, all 8 soul rings on Meng Shu's body lit up, and the deepest black soul ring among them floated and disappeared into his dragon staff. With the activation of his strongest soul ring, Meng Shu's dragon staff also glowed faintly with black light, and the surging soul power fluctuated, showing the astonishing cultivation level of Contra. Little friend, are you ready? I'm going to break out of the dragon prison. Meng Shu said. Qi Ling stepped forward, came to the front of the trapped dragon prison, and said to the golden holy dragon, okay, Senior, please start. After saying that, the golden light of trapped dragon prison began to fade, and eventually disappeared completely. The golden holy dragon was trapped for a long time, and at this time he was furious. He no longer cared about who was in front of him, he just wanted to tear everything in front of him into pieces. So Qi Ling standing in front of it became its best target. It roared, jumped up, and rushed towards Qi Ling. Qi Ling, facing the ferocious beast that he was slaying with all his strength, did not show any panic on his face. After confirming that the golden holy dragon had exposed the life gate, he suddenly waved his hand, and the fairy rope was already heading towards the golden holy dragon gauntlet. As an incomplete artifact, the immortal binding rope naturally has more than just a few abilities. It can be said to have endless uses. And one of its functions is to forcefully imprison the target in front of you for 1 second. To activate this ability, you need to activate all the power of the immortal binding rope. The price is that it will be damaged and cannot be used again until a repair method is found. But for now, 1 second is enough. The immortal binding rope emitting bursts of golden light seemed to have life after being released from Qi Ling's hand, wrapping around the golden holy dragon's body and binding it tightly. Senior Meng, it's now. Seeing that the golden holy dragon had been restrained, Qiling no longer delayed and lay down backwards, giving Meng Shu room to perform. "You evil beast, suffer death!" Meng Shu shouted, and the black light on the dragon staff erupted, forming 2 black dragons and biting and killing the golden holy dragon. The 8th soul skill, Abyssal Demon Double Dragon Strangulation Formation. The 2 black dragons circling each other headed towards the exposed life gate of the golden holy dragon. This represents Contra's strongest attack, and its power is astonishing, making Qiling, who was very close at hand, sigh with emotion. Being strangled by the twin dragons, the golden holy dragon also let out a miserable cry, seeming to be suffering tremendous pain. "It's done, is it done?" Meng Shu held the dragon staff with his hand and said weakly. The 8th soul skill just now had used up all the soul power in Meng Shu's body. If this move didn't work, then they would have no choice but to wait for death. When the 2 black dragons disappeared into the air, the body of the golden holy dragon appeared in front of several people. They saw a terrifying blood hole on its extremely strong golden holy armor. It was obvious that it had suffered an extremely serious injury. "Hurt! It worked, we succeeded!" Meng Yuan cheered immediately after seeing this, but then she found that her grandfather's face, instead of getting better, became increasingly livid. "Damn it, this beast is so hard!" Meng Shu gasped, "I didn't expect that my full blow only broke its golden armor and failed to give it a fatal blow. Am I, Duke Long Meng Shu, destined to die here today?" Just when Meng Shu was in despair, Qiling's figure suddenly stood up from the ground. He stretched out his right fist, a purple soul ring wrapped around it, and huge soul power began to gather on it. "No, Senior Meng, we won this battle," Qiling said, swinging his right fist at the golden holy dragon, aiming at the wound caused by Meng Shu. The 2nd soul skill, Dragon Fist. The characteristics of the tyrannical fist are extremely fierce and infinitely destructive, and it can carry out a completely devastating blow to everything in front of it. Qiling once felt that the power of a long fist was not enough to hit. Although the damage was high enough, the waste of power was very serious. Unexpectedly, the characteristics of the tyrannical fist were brought to its fullest potential at this time. The extremely domineering punching power passes through gold. All the wounds of the holy dragon were poured into its body. Almost in an instant, the golden holy dragon stopped its movements, and its eyes were so violent that for the first time, fear showed. That is the most direct fear of death as a living being. It's the feeling that one's own life has passed away, and one's last attachment to this world. Chapter 56, The 3rd Soul Ring. 10,000 Years Dragon Ring. Without any struggle, the huge body of the golden holy dragon fell directly to the ground, losing all life characteristics. Qiling's tyrant dragon fist caused a complete internal destruction to the golden holy dragon. Even with the dragon's powerful vitality, it could not even survive, let alone heal. With the support of Meng Yuan, Meng Shu came to the golden holy dragon. After checking the cause of its death, he said in shock, "I didn't expect that my little friend could be so destructive. It really amazes me." Meng Yuan looked at the tragic situation of the golden holy dragon, and secretly thought that he was lucky. Not long ago, he thought of competing with him, and he was really overestimating his abilities. "I was just lucky. If it hadn't been for you, Senior Meng, to break through its defense, even if I punched it 10 more times, it wouldn't have done anything," Qiling said. At this moment, a black 10,000-year soul ring emerged from the huge body of the golden holy dragon. It was as black as ink and obviously contained extremely amazing energy. Because the last blow to the golden holy dragon was delivered by Qiling, this soul ring already belongs to Qiling. Even if he doesn't absorb it, others will just stare and cannot absorb it at all. What a pity! This golden holy dragon's soul ring can be said to be a treasure. If there is no 100,000 year soul ring, even if it is used as the 9th soul ring, it is still worthy. Meng Shu regretted said. The quality of a soul ring depends on its age on the one hand, and the quality of the soul beast on the other. The golden holy dragon is undoubtedly the best among soul beasts, enough to make people ignore their age. What's even more pity is that, little friend, you only have 2 soul rings, right? You can't absorb these 10,000-year soul rings, you can only let them dissipate on their own, Meng Shu said. Qiling smiled at this moment, cupped his hands to Meng Shu and said, Senior, to be honest, the reason why I took action was precisely because of the soul ring of this golden holy dragon. Oh? You mean, you can absorb this 10,000-year dragon ring? Meng Shu said in surprise, Impossible, impossible, you are the 3rd spirit ring, how can you absorb the 10,000-year spirit ring? To be honest, Senior, I was born with twin martial souls, and I have already absorbed 3,000-year soul rings. Qiling said, so, this 3rd soul ring is enough for me to absorb soul rings that are more than 10,000 years old. When Meng Shu heard what Qiling said, he immediately nodded. In this way, it seemed reasonable. In that case, little friend, please quickly absorb this 10,000-year soul ring. Meng Shu said, you and I have a life and death relationship. No need to say more. I will help you protect the law until you have absorbed this spirit ring. 10,000-year soul ring. Qiling couldn't help but be overjoyed. This Meng Shu was really a good person. Not only did he not blame himself for his impure intentions, but he enthusiastically protected him and was worth making friends with. Meng Yuan was also saying at the side, yes, Qiling, hurry up and absorb this soul ring. Don't worry, no one will bother you as long as my grandpa is here. Then I'd rather be respectful than obey your orders. Qiling said. Revealing his divine dragon emperor martial spirit and beginning to absorb the golden holy dragon's spirit ring. Everyone else in Shrek returned to the town and detoxified Ma Heng-jun, and then immediately returned to the Star-Do forest. They were worried that Qiling would not be able to help but take action after discovering his target. After all, being aggressive is a common trait of almost all men. But at this time, Qiling had finished hunting the golden holy dragon and began to absorb the soul ring. Without the dragon's roar as a guide, trying to find Qiling in this forest is like looking for a needle in a haystack. As night fell, Zhao Wuji had no choice but to bring everyone to a stop, preparing to find a safe place to camp, recuperate, and then make plans. After all, this is the Star Forest, the territory of the spirit beasts. Traveling at night is too dangerous. If an accident occurs, it is likely to have extremely serious consequences. Several people quickly set up their tents, set up a bonfire, and sat together one after another. Can we not go to Boss Chi? Ma Heng-jun said worriedly at this time. Zhao Wuji snorted coldly and said, that brat is lucky and will be fine. You should take care of yourselves first. The day and night in the Star-Do forest are 2 completely different worlds. Many ferocious soul beasts come out to hunt at night. No matter how experienced the soul master is, he would not dare to explore the Star-Do Great Forest at night. Oscar also said worriedly at this time, but, if that's the case, isn't Boss Chi in danger at this time? Will he be okay? When Oscar said this, everyone suddenly became worried, but Xiao Wu said at this moment, no, Brother Chi is fine now, I can feel it. Feeling? Xiao Wu, how do you feel this? Oscar asked doubtfully, you can't say that you rely on a woman's 6th sense, right? Of course it's not that superficial. Brother Chi and I, 3rd brother, we have a close connection. Xiao Wu said with her hands on her hips dissatisfied. Every time 3rd brother and I were in danger before, Brother Chi could sense it and rush over as quickly as possible. Later I could also to a certain extent, he could sense whether Brother Chi was in danger. This is not because Xiao Wu is bragging, but because Qiling's divine dragon emperor spirit, as the supreme one among the dragon clan, is born with the ability to understand God's will and can predict the good or bad fortune of the people closest to him. Qiling has no father or mother in this life, and has no care or worries. As Qiling's younger siblings, Xiao Wu and Tang San are naturally the people he cares about the most. Over time, perhaps because Xiao Wu's identity is special and Qiling's martial soul is closer to the soul beast, Xiao Wu actually has this ability, but the only person she can sense is Qiling. After listening to Xiao Wu's explanation, everyone immediately felt relieved. After all, Xiao Wu could be said to be the person who knew Qiling best, and they themselves could not imagine the possibility of Qiling being in danger. Just like Zhao Wuji said, if someone among these two groups was killed, it would definitely be their group. Ha ha ha, since Boss Qi is not in danger, do you think he is enjoying himself? Ma Hongjun became unserious at this time. After all, Boss Qi is accompanied by a beautiful woman. Nonsense, Brother Qi doesn't know that. Xiao Wu said firmly. Oh. That's not necessarily the case, Xiao Wu. After all, those two people are alone in the middle of the night. A man and a woman, a raging fire. It's not impossible that something will happen. Ma Hongjun continued to say in a desperate manner. When Xiao Wu saw someone talking about her brother Qi like this, she naturally wouldn't let Ma Hongjun go, so the two started fighting again, and the tense atmosphere among everyone was immediately dispersed. Zhao Wuji looked at the mischief of these guys and also laughed, but in the next moment, the smile on Zhao Wuji's face disappeared without a trace, replaced by a panicked and frightened expression. Chapter 57, Titan Ape. Everyone, be alert immediately and prepare to meet the enemy. Zhao Wuji shouted, and at the same time he directly summoned his martial spirit and possessed it. Everyone was confused by Zhao Wuji's sudden move. Only Xiao Wu seemed to feel something, with an expression of surprise on his face. Teacher Zhao, what's wrong? What happened? Daimyo Bai's white tiger spirit was also summoned. Something that could make Zhao Wuji so nervous was by no means a trivial matter. Zhao Wuji did not answer Daimyo Bai's question, because there was no need at all. In the direction that Zhao Wuji was looking at, the trees were easily separated to both sides, and a huge figure walked out quietly. Seeing this figure, everyone was so surprised that they almost forgot to breathe. It was a huge existence like a mountain. Even though it was on all fours, its height at the shoulders was more than 7 meters. If it stood upright, it would probably be more than 15 meters high. This extremely shocking appearance made Tang San recognize its identity at a glance. It was the uncrowned king of the forest, the Titan giant ape. Facing such a terrifying giant beast, everyone lost the courage to fight it. Even Zhao Wuji only thought about how to escape. Dear king of the forest, we have no intention of offending your territory. We just happen to be passing through here and staying temporarily. Zhao Wuji said extremely cautiously, if you mind, we will leave here immediately. But Zhao Wuji's words obviously had no effect. The forest titan only made one move, and everyone's hearts were in their throats. It has taken a step forward. With just one step, the distance between him and Shrek had been greatly shortened, and they were almost face to face. Seeing that the communication was fruitless, Zhao Wuji became heartbroken and rushed directly towards the Titan ape. At the same time, he told Daimyo Bai to take everyone out of here immediately. But how could everyone in Shrek abandon Zhao Wuji and escape by themselves? Everyone did not choose to leave, and they all used their strongest strength to fight to the death with the forest titan. Daimyo Bai used the white tiger Vajra transformation, and the muscles all over his body swelled, almost bursting the clothes on his body. He and Zhao Wuji stepped forward together, acting as the main attacker while also attracting firepower for others. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing circled to the flanks, ready to respond at any time. Tang San summoned his own blue-silver grass and commanded from the center. Oscar and Ning Rongrong maximized their role as auxiliary soul masters. Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Ray has become their best long-range firepower. This is already the strongest strength Shrek can exert. It can be said that even if they face a contra, they are confident that they have the power to fight. But if this is all it takes to defeat the forest titan, then how can it be called the king of the forest? The exquisite cooperation of everyone has no effect at all in the face of the crushing strength of the forest titan. After it knocked back Zhao Wuji with one palm, it only used a roar to knock everyone present away and disintegrate their formation. Everyone tried their best to minimize the damage they suffered, but then the titan ape collided again, its huge body fell from the sky, and went straight to the direction where everyone was gathering and pressed down. Fortunately, this move of the titan giant ape is a large area killing move. Although it is incredibly powerful, everyone can barely protect themselves with the help of the surrounding environment. However, everyone at this time did not have any surprise of escaping from death, because the forest titan stretched out his hand in the air and caught Xiao Wu in the air. Xiao Wu! Everyone screamed when they saw Xiao Wu falling into the hands of the titan giant ape. Especially Tang San, even more so bursting apart, the body changed directions several times in the air, and countless hidden weapons flew towards the titan ape and shot into its eyes. Big brother is not here. If something happens to Xiao Wu, how will he explain it to Qi Ling? As an elder brother, how could he have the dignity to save himself? Zhao Wuji, who also saw this scene, no longer held any reservations at this time. The 7 soul rings lit up at the same time, and the strongest soul skill, the martial soul avatar, was activated, vowing to snatch Xiao Wu back. But faced with such a disparity in strength, the two people's final struggle didn't have much effect. Tang San's hidden weapon was blocked by the titan ape with its hand, and it didn't even pierce its fur. The hidden weapon that shot towards its eyes was easily blocked by it with its eyelids as soon as it closed its eyes. Although Zhao Wuji, who had used his martial spirit true form, had more than tripled his body size and increased to 5 meters in height, he was still as baby-like in front of giant beasts like the forest titan. Roar! Zhao Wuji let out a roar like a real bear, and slapped the titan giant ape with his extremely powerful Vajra palm. The titan giant ape carefully put away Xiao Wu in his left hand, and then forcefully collided with Zhao Wuji with his right hand. Although this time, Zhao Wuji was not knocked away again, but he still took 7 or 8 steps back before he could stand still. At the same time, his right hand was shaking slightly, and it was obvious that he was unable to fight anymore. But the titan giant ape seemed to be completely fine. He roared at everyone and turned around to leave. No looking at the titan apes leaving back, Tang San let out a heart-rending cry. He never believed in gods, so he prayed to all the gods in his heart. As long as he could save Xiao Wu, he would pay any price. And just after Tang San prayed to the gods in his heart, suddenly, a golden light as bright as the sun lit up, attracting everyone's attention, including the titan ape. In this dazzling golden light, a figure who looked like a god descending from the forest walked out of the forest, his whole body covered in majestic golden armor, showing his unparalleled power in every move. At that moment, Tang San really thought that a god had manifested his spirit, and that an undefeated god of war had come down to earth to help him overcome his difficulties. But then he took a closer look, and was surprised to find that the person in front of him was not a god, he was clearly his eldest brother, Qi Ling. Not long ago, Qi Ling, who had completed the absorption of his 3rd soul ring, was surprised by the surge of soul power in his body when he suddenly heard a roar coming from a distance. The experienced Qi Ling immediately judged that this was the voice of a forest titan. In the entire star forest, there was only one forest titan, the one who was familiar with Xiao Wu and was called Ming. Even though he knew that the purpose of its coming was for Xiao Wu, Qi Ling still couldn't help but feel worried, because Ming didn't have the slightest fondness for human beings. After all, humans only have the identity of one executioner for them, and the two of them can be said to be fighting to the death. Because of this, Ming almost led to the complete destruction of Shrek Academy even with Xiao Wu's intervention. Qi Ling was even worried that if its strength could not be controlled well, it might cause casualties to everyone in Shrek, and then he would regret it. So without any hesitation, Qi Ling immediately used 3,000 thunderbolts and rushed towards the forest titan. Chapter 58, the 3rd soul skill, Golden Holy Dragon Armor. Ding dong. It is detected that the host is facing combat needs. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, instead of confronting the Titan Giant Ape, let Xiaowu leave, join the Azure Bull Python, and get the reward, Soul Power Level +3. Option 2, chase with everyone from Shrek and get a reward, a Level 7 Soul Guide. Option 3, stop the Titan Ape from escaping, go to the depths of the Stardow Forest alone, bring Xiaowu back, and get the reward, a top-level soul bone, a piece of dragon bone. Note that choosing this option will have certain side effects, please choose with caution. Looking at the three options given by the system, Qiling was confused. There is no doubt that the third item has the richest reward. After all, things like top-level soul bones are not easy to obtain. They are comparable to a 100,000-year-old soul ring and are a treasure that countless soul masters dream of. But it would be too harsh to meet the third condition. To resist the Titan Giant Ape, this was someone who could even slap away Zhao Wuqi in his heyday. Why would he risk his own life to stop it? Not to mention that he had to go deep into the forest to rob people from the even more terrifying Azure Bull Python. It was no different than committing suicide. Another thing that puzzled him was that the third option actually had side effects. This was something that had never happened before, and Qiling couldn't help but raise her own questions to the system. The system did not hide it from Qiling, but directly explained the reason to Qiling. After reading the explanation of the system, Qiling nodded and said, "That's it. If that's the case, maybe you can give it a try." Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 3, challenge the Titan Ape head-on, and receive the reward, top soul bone, a piece of dragon bone. If he absorbs this soul bone, Qiling will undoubtedly have greater confidence, but the absorption of any soul bone does not take a while, and it is obviously too late now. The only thing Qiling can rely on is his newly acquired third soul skill. After obtaining his first 10,000-year soul ring, Qiling's biggest gain was not the huge increase in soul power brought by the 10,000-year soul ring, but the third soul skill he obtained. Yes, Qiling obtained the third soul skill. It was the ultimate defense artifact that gave him and Meng Shu such headaches that even Contra could not defeat it, the Golden Holy Dragon Armor. After using the third soul skill, Golden Holy Dragon Armor, the soul ring will turn into a set of pure golden dragon patterned armor and be worn on Qiling's body. This suit of armor fully retains its terrifying defensive power without affecting activities. At the same time, while wearing the Golden Holy Dragon Armor, Qiling's soul power will be increased by 50%, the effect of any soul skills used will be increased by 30%, and his physical fitness will also be greatly improved, which can be said to be all-round. Huge enhancement. Of course, for Qiling, what satisfies him most about this set of Golden Holy Dragon Armor is neither its defensive power nor its strengthening ability, but its shape. This armor looks really cool. Qiling was completely obsessed with it when he saw it for the first time. Which boy can resist the charm of armor? After approaching the Forest Titan, Qiling activated his third soul skill and put on this set of Golden Holy Dragon Armor. Only then did he see the scene Tang San saw before. Facing the majestic Qiling, who was like a god of war descending to earth, even the Forest Titan was calmed down by him for a moment and stopped involuntarily. This is also because after absorbing the soul ring of the Golden Holy Dragon, the dragon power in Qiling becomes more powerful. As a soul beast, the Titan Giant Ape feels this terrifying aura more directly. At this time, Xiaowu also poked her little head out of the Forest Titan's hand and peeked at the situation in front of her. When seeing Qiling's golden battle armor, Xiaowu immediately made a nympho-like voice, "So handsome!" Roar! The Titan Giant Ape roared again, hit Xiaowu, then rose into the air and punched Qiling. Seeing this scene, Zhao Wuji ignored his injuries and immediately shouted to Qiling, "Qiling, get out of the way, you can't stop me." With his 76th level cultivation as a powerful attack soul saint, he even used his strongest martial soul avatar. He couldn't even catch a punch from the Titan Giant Ape. Zhao Wuji didn't believe that Qiling could catch this punch. One punch. But when faced with the Titan Ape's full punch, Qiling did not retreat. Instead, he smiled and punched forward, receiving the punch forcefully with his own fist. Everyone who saw this scene was filled with despair. Ning Rongrong even covered her mouth to prevent herself from screaming. Because in their view, Qiling actually wanted to use power to fight against the Titan Ape. He was undoubtedly trying to beat an egg against a stone, and there was no possibility of success. But what surprised them was that the situation where they imagined Qiling being beaten away did not happen. Qiling's punch exploded with astonishing power, as if a nuclear bomb had exploded. The powerful soul power that seemed to be substantial even overshadowed the terrifying presence of the Titan Ape, filling the entire space. And under this earth-shattering punch, the Titan Ape's indestructible iron fist seemed to have met its opponent for the first time, and Qiling was forced back bit by bit. It's just a Titan Ape. Do you really think you can make me retreat? The power in Qiling's hand continued to increase. If he hadn't already broken through the second layer of the true dragon body, he would have it can no longer be sustained. King of the forest, please go back. Ha! With a loud shout, Qiling's fist once again burst out with surging soul power, continuously, like a thunderous wave. Under Qiling's stormy attack, the Titan giant ape finally let out a mournful cry, and its entire body and its thick fist were pushed back. This is the first time that the Titan giant ape actually loses to someone else in a collision of forces. Everyone seemed to be dreaming, looking at this incredible scene in front of them, wondering if they were dreaming. Only Qiling knew that the power he had to defeat the Titan ape was certainly not without cost. On the contrary, the price was very serious. Qiling's soul power had been stagnant for 2 years, but he had been quietly accumulating it. Originally, after today's breakthrough, the soul power he accumulated could help him directly break through to level 34 soul power. But in order to block the Titan ape, Qiling gave up absorbing this huge soul power and instead exploded them all, thus gaining the power to repel the Titan ape. And this also resulted in Qiling's soul power at this time being stagnant at level 31. This is what the system calls the side effect of option 3. With the soul power accumulated over the past 2 years, even the forest titan could only give in. His right hand swayed back and forth, with a look of fear on his face. Am I not dazzled? Was that gorilla scared just now? Ma Hongjun said in disbelief, so, is it also scared? The overlord of the forest, the Titan ape, is actually sometimes afraid? Everyone felt a sense of disbelief. But the fact is that after hesitating for a while, the Titan ape avoided the direction of Qiling and fled in another direction. Chapter 59, Tang San's Determination. Seeing the Titan ape fleeing, Qiling did not hesitate at all. 3,000 thunderbolts instantly activated and chased in the direction of the Titan ape. Although he knew that the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python had no ill intentions towards Xiaowu and could even be said to be her companions, Qiling didn't like the feeling of leaving his fate in the hands of others. No matter what, he had to personally ensure Xiaowu's safety so that he could rest assured. At the same time, he could also see what kind of existence the azure bull python was. Almost in an instant, Qiling's figure disappeared from everyone's sight, following the Titan ape, without even coming to say a word to everyone. What appeared in the eyes of everyone in Shrek was that Qiling suddenly fell majestically from the sky and knocked the Titan ape 10 meters away with one punch. His domineering aura was clearly revealed, making even the Titan ape terrified. Faced with Qiling's terrifying force, the Titan ape knew he was outmatched and immediately ran away from the other direction. Qiling was in hot pursuit and wanted to fight the Titan ape for another 300 rounds. I'm not dreaming, am I? Boss Qi has just disappeared. Has he become a god? Oscar touched his forehead to confirm that he did not have a fever. Ma Hongjun said with certainty from the side, I have known for a long time that Boss Qi is not an ordinary person, but I didn't expect that he was finally exposed today. It turns out that Boss Chi is indeed a god who came down to earth and came to the human world for training. Ning Rongrong glanced at the two of them with disdain. It didn't take much to think that they were talking nonsense. How could Qiling become a god when he was well? However, recalling Qiling's dragon-patterned armor and his mighty appearance just now, Ning Rongrong did not dare to be so sure. How can a normal person be so handsome? This is too much. It simply doesn't give other men a way to survive. Zhao Wuji curled his lips with toothache. Naturally, his eyesight was not comparable to that of a few people, so he could see that Qiling's strength was not yet high enough to fight against the Titan giant ape. The reason why he was able to fight back and forth with the Titan giant ape and even suppress it must be because he used a certain method or even paid a certain price. But no matter what, this kid defeated the Titan giant ape from the front with one person's power. Looking back on the punch just now, Zhao Wuji didn't think he could block it. Damn it, is it true that the dean was right? But it's too early at this time. Zhao Wuji said to himself helplessly. Everyone seems to be relieved because of Qiling's arrival. It seems that for them, Qiling is omnipotent and can solve all problems as long as he appears. But there was one person among them who didn't think so, and that was Tang San. With injuries all over his body, he struggled to stand up and went to find Qiling. When Zhao Wuji saw Tang San's state, he immediately stopped him and said, "Xiao San. If you look like this, even if you catch up with Qiling, what effect will it have? Since Qiling has already gone after Xiao Wu, let's believe him. Otherwise, even if we all go, we will just drag him down." Tang San shook his head and said, "Teacher Zhao, maybe the eldest brother is too omnipotent, so everyone is accustomed to thinking that the eldest brother can accomplish anything impossible. But as his younger brother, I know that the reason why my eldest brother often does those things is not because he knows he can do it, but because he knows he has to do it. He is not omnipotent, he just always I'm just forcing myself." Everyone then remembered that no matter how strong Qiling was, he was only a soul master. More importantly, he was only a 12-year-old boy. But, even so, if Qiling really can't come back, you will just die if you go now. Zhao Wuji said. Big brother will definitely bring Xiao Wu back. If not, he will definitely not come back. Tang San said firmly, if big brother can't come back, then I won't come back either. Then, Tang San snatched a flying mushroom from Oscar and flew towards the forest. At this moment, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing also picked up a flying mushroom and flew towards the forest. Teacher Zhao, what should we do? Ma Hongjun asked. What should we do? They've all gone, why don't we go back by ourselves? Zhao Wuji shouted angrily, Oscar, come out and make your mushrooms for me. Big deal, none of us at Shrek Academy will go back this time. On Qiling's side, although he possesses god-level movement skills such as lightning and flint, this type of movement is not suitable for traveling after all. In addition, he is far less familiar with the situation in the forest than the Titan ape, and he is gradually left behind by him. Behind him. But Qiling was not worried at all that he would be lost. With the huge body of the Titan ape, it would leave distinctive traces wherever it passed. As long as you are not blind, you cannot miss it. Not to mention Qiling's blazing eyes, which can almost ignore the distance. No matter where the Titan giant ape goes, it seems to be right in front of him. Following all the way, Qiling finally came to a lake and stopped. It's not that Qiling doesn't want to continue chasing, but because there is a huge figure blocking his way. It was a huge existence with the body of a bull-headed python, more than 100 meters long, with two large lantern-like eyes that shone brightly, and its entire body was thicker than a water tank. It hovered there, displaying a terrifying pressure. Qiling knew that if he couldn't pass the azure bull python, he would never be able to bypass it and continue to track it, so he simply stopped and came to it. Human, why did you follow my second brother all the way here? The azure bull python opened its mouth and said in a deep voice. For no reason, just to bring my sister back," Qiling said without changing his expression in the face of the terrifying pressure from the azure bull python. "You went deep into the Star-Do forest territory just to save one person." The azure bull python's body twisted, its eyes flashing with a sinister light. "Then you are not afraid, even yourself did you die here too? Don't be afraid, you can't kill me." Qiling smiled confidently, "And I must take her back." "Oh? It's really arrogant, but it's just a soul master, so he has such a big tone." The azure bull python's voice became colder. "Do you know that countless contras have died under my hands, and even titled Douluo have died under my hands? What can you do under my hands? Indeed, there is nothing I can do against either of you now, but if you dare to touch a hair on Xiaowu's body, I swear, there must be a place for you two in my soul ring." Qiling said tit for tat. "It's really unreasonable. You don't even take me seriously. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" The azure bull python roared angrily. The bull's head kept rising, covering the moon in the sky. It seemed to be ready to align at any time. Ling launched a fatal blow. Chapter 60, The Mighty and Domineering Little Dance Sister. As the overlord of the Star-Do forest, it goes without saying that the azure bull python is terrifying. Even the titan giant ape is no match for it. Qiling had no doubt that one blow from the azure bull python would kill him to death, but he was not afraid at all. Because he knew that as long as Xiaowu was around, she would never see anything happen to him. There is no way, this is the advantage of the prophet, no matter how fierce you pretend to be, you can't stand me holding the script. Sure enough, just when the azure bull python continued to exaggerate the terrifying atmosphere and wanted to test Qiling's strength, a clear and sweet voice came, "Deming. Stop it quickly, you are not allowed to attack Qiling." Then, Xiaowu relied on her amazing jumping ability to jump in front of Qiling and looked at the azure bull python in front of her angrily. The azure bull python, which was putting on a ferocious look, suddenly stopped in front of Xiaowu, its mouth opened wide. Not knowing whether to close it or keep opening it, and it looked a little embarrassed for a moment. At this time, the titan giant ape also came from the side, and it was obvious that Xiaowu ran away from it. The azure bull python looked at it angrily, while the titan ape spread its hands helplessly. "Xiaowu, are you okay?" Seeing Xiaowu appear, Qiling immediately stepped forward to check her body. "That stupid orangutan didn't accidentally hurt you, right?" "I'm fine, brother Qi. Ming was very careful and didn't hurt me." Xiaowu hesitated for a moment and then said cautiously, "Brother Qi, there is something I want to tell you." "You don't need to say anything, Xiaowu, I know that you know them both and have a close relationship." Qiling said, "I also know your identity. Xiaowu, you just need to know one thing, no matter who you are or what your identity is, you are my Xiaowu. You are my most important sister." Hearing Qiling's words, Xiaowu's eyes suddenly turned red, she buried her head in Qiling's arms, and started crying with emotion. When the azure bull python and titan giant ape saw this scene, they both showed complicated emotions. They did not expect that there were actually human beings who could accept Xiaowu's identity so calmly. After crying for a long time, Xiaowu finally recovered, huddled in Qiling's arms and said, "Brother Qi, I saw how you looked in your golden armor just now, you are so handsome. But how were you able to block Ming's attack? It is very powerful, even Teacher Zhao is no match for it." "It's nothing, just overdrawing a little strength," Qiling said with a smile. "Originally, my soul power should be level 34, but now it is only level 31. This is the price of that punch." Xiaowu didn't expect that Qiling's punch actually paid such a high price. Of course, she didn't know that it was all arranged by the system, and thought Qiling was just trying to save herself. At that moment, Xiaowu immediately turned her heartache into her own anger, and began to scold the titan ape severely, because if it hadn't suddenly appeared and insisted on taking her away, there wouldn't have been so many things. The majestic king of the forest, one of the overlords of the great star forest, the titan giant ape who was feared by everyone, did not even dare to raise his head under Xiaowu's scolding, as if he was aggrieved as a little boy who was being scolded by his sister. The azure bull python next to it clearly and quietly kept a distance from it, for fear of being implicated by it, as if it was a dead Taoist friend but not a poor Taoist. However, this scolding from the azure bull python is also indispensable. After Xiaowu had said enough about the titan ape, she immediately turned her gun and said to the azure bull python, "Deming, and you actually threatened Brother Qi just now and said you would kill him, it's really too much. I am afraid that Xiaowu is the only person in this world who can criticize these two ferocious beasts like this and make them dare not talk back." What many titled Douluo would not even dare to think of, was accomplished easily by Xiaowu. Qiling could only sigh with emotion. She was indeed the mighty and domineering sister Xiaowu. Finally, after Xiaowu had calmed down, the azure bull python cautiously said, "Ahem, humans, I'm really sorry." As Sister Xiaowu said, "My second brother's reckless actions have brought you a lot of trouble. So, in order to compensate you, this dragon blood lotus will be given to you as an apology from the two of us." As the azure bull python spoke, it used its huge tail to hold a bloody lotus and placed it in front of Qiling. Although there is nothing surprising about this lotus on the surface, it is just a different color at most, but Qiling can feel that this thing is by no means an ordinary thing. What's more important is that when he got close to the dragon blood lotus, the speed of the 9-turn true dragon art that he practiced suddenly increased a lot, faintly revealing his desire for this lotus. "There is no doubt that this lotus flower is of great benefit to me, and it is likely to play an extremely important role in my practice of the 9 turns true dragon art." After Xiaowu saw this lotus, she said in surprise, "Dragon blood lotus? Daming, why did you take out all these things? Isn't this your most precious thing?" "It's nothing. If you want to give something away, how can you give it away if it's so bad?" Azure bull python looked at Xiaowu and said, "Besides, the most precious things for Ming and I have never been these dead things. It's you, Sister Xiaowu." "Me?" Xiaowu unexpectedly pointed to his nose and said, while the titan giant ape on the side nodded fiercely, seeming to agree with what the azure bull python said. "Yes, we have been worried about you going to the human world, but we have no way to follow you." Azure bull python said, "So this time, I want to test whether this kid can protect you? Now it seems that he is indeed worthy of entrustment and is a person who can protect Sister Xiaowu. Therefore, it is reasonable for us to give this dragon blood lotus flower." Qiling nodded and said, "I see. Don't worry, you two. As long as I, Qiling, am still breathing, I will definitely protect Xiaowu." The azure bull python nodded and said, "Then we can rest assured." Afterwards, Qiling and Xiaowu said goodbye to the azure bull python and the titan giant ape, and rushed towards the outskirts of the forest. Shrek and the others are still waiting for them, so they can't wait too late. "Brother Qi, you said you would protect me, is that true?" On the way, Xiaowu looked at Qiling's profile and couldn't help but ask him, "Do you still remember what I said before? I'm not trying to scare you. What I'm facing is really the most powerful force on this continent." Qiling smiled and said, "Xiaowu, what I said will not change at all. Anyone who wants to hurt you must step on my body. What's more, since protecting you requires facing the most powerful force, then I just need to build a force more powerful than it, isn't it good?" Xiaowu looked at Qiling in surprise, not expecting that he had such great ambitions. But then, Xiaowu said with a straight face, "Well, Brother Qi, I believe you can do it." Chapter 61, Soul Skill Evolution. Qiling and Xiaowu were rushing through the forest, hoping to join Shrek and the others as soon as possible, but at this moment Qiling vaguely heard Ma Hongjun's voice coming from a distance. "Ma Hongjun seems to be over there, I heard his voice." Qiling said, "It seems they have also set out to find us." Really? Hee hee, I knew that if my sister Xiaowu is so cute, they would also worry about me. Xiaowu said happily. After all, being cared about by others is always a wonderful experience. You girl, don't do such worrying things next time. Qiling said dotingly. Although he didn't say it out loud, Qiling was a little worried in his heart, because according to his memory, Tang San should be absorbing the human-faced demon spider's soul ring at this time, and then obtain his own external soul bone 8 spider spear. But the man-faced demon spider was an extremely ferocious king of spiders, and Tang San even forcibly absorbed it when he was seriously injured. It could be said to be full of dangers, and the slightest mistake would cause serious consequences. More importantly, Dragon Lord Meng Shu, who was supposed to severely injure the man-faced demon spider, was consumed by the golden holy dragon, so the man-faced demon spider should still retain its full strength at this time. Under the influence of so many accidental factors, could Tang San still successfully defeat the man-faced demon spider and absorb his third spirit ring? With a bit of worry, Qiling quickened his pace and rushed towards the place where Ma Hongjun's voice came from, and soon saw the Shrek people. Everyone was naturally extremely happy to see Qiling and Xiaowu return safely, but they had no time to question them, because as Qiling expected, Tang San was now absorbing the soul ring of the man-faced demon spider through leaps and bounds. The absorption process should have been extremely smooth, but Tang San seemed to be in extreme pain, with blood even faintly flowing from the corners of his mouth, and the vitality of his body was also rapidly passing away. How could it happen? Third brother, don't scare me. Looking at Tang San's appearance, Xiaowu said worriedly, third brother is strong, absorbing the spirit ring shouldn't be so painful, how could this happen? Qiling looked at the body of the man-faced demon spider on one side and said, Xiao San is too impatient. This man-faced demon spider is more than 2,000 years old and has exceeded its absorption limit. What? Everyone screamed when they heard Qiling's words. Everyone knows very clearly the serious consequences of absorbing a soul ring after a certain period of time. This is clearly a gamble with one's life. Damn it, if only I had stopped him earlier. If something happened to the mistress, how could I explain it to the dean? Zhao Wuji punched the tree in class 1 hard, almost breaking it. Why is this happening? Third brother, Brother Qi, please think of a way to save third brother. Xiaowu said anxiously, but she could only instinctively ask for help from Qiling. Qiling came to the front of Tang San and carefully observed his condition. A black energy spread from Tang San's body and hovered over his face. It was this black energy that caused Tang San to behave like this. Pain. Xiao San has a solid physical foundation and practices Xiantian Kong, so if it is normal in this situation, he can barely absorb even a 3,000-year soul ring. Qiling said. What really makes him suffer so much is the spirit beast like the man-faced demon spider. To be more precise, it is the evil nature of the man-faced demon spider itself. Zhao Wuji frowned and said, evil nature? Isn't this kind of thing too illusory? Not at all. The most common thing about this thing is the inner demons generated during our cultivation. If we are not careful, it will lead to obsession. Qiling explained. It's just that the evil thoughts that Xiaosan is facing now, it was brought to him by the man-faced demon spider. But, how should we solve this problem? It seems that no one among us knows how to do this. Zhao Wuji said worriedly. Ding dong. It is detected that the host is facing a choice, please make a choice among the following options. Option 1, leave Tang San alone, let the man-faced demon spider's evil thoughts develop, and get a reward. Tang San has a 10% chance of surviving, his own soul power will stagnate for a year, and Shrek Academy will be disbanded. Option 2, take Tang San to a nearby town for medical treatment immediately, or find other solutions, and get a reward. Tang San has a 30% chance of surviving, and the soul power of all members of Sli Academy will be stagnant for 1 year. Option 3, use the characteristics of your own soul skills to dispel Tang San's evil thoughts, save Tang San, and get rewards. The life of the Dragon Emperor's first soul ring will be increased by 500 years, and the first soul skill, 9 Heavens Dragon's Roar, will be upgraded to 1,000-year soul skill, and you will get additional bonuses. Effect: Prestige +1, Tang San's favorability +10%. Of the three options, Qiling had no reason to choose the first two. Presumably the reason for those punishments was because once Tang San died, it would naturally have a huge impact on the plot. As for the reward of the third option, it can be said that Qiling is extremely satisfied. After all, for a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder like him, his yellow soul ring has long been displeasing to his eyes, so it would be better to replace them all with purple ones. Tidy. What's more important is that his first soul skill, which seems a bit useless, has also been given new abilities, which can be said to be the icing on the cake and even more powerful. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 3, using his own soul skills to save Tang San, and get rewards. The life of the Dragon Emperor's first soul ring has been increased by 500 years, and the first soul skill, 9 Heavens Dragon's Roar, has been upgraded to 1,000-year soul skill, and he has received additional effects, Prestige +1. Tang San's favorability +10%. Feeling the sudden increase in his soul power, Qiling couldn't help but be overjoyed, and the new ability of the first level soul skill was just enough to save Tang San. Everyone, please step back and leave enough space for Xiao San and me. Qiling suddenly said at this moment, the absorbed soul ring cannot be moved, so let me save Tang San. Qiling, are you sure? If this is not handled well, it will be the end of death. Zhao Wuji said worriedly. Don't worry, Teacher Zhao, I am Xiaosan's eldest brother. If I am not sure, I will never take action. Qiling said. Hearing that Qiling was so confident, everyone immediately stood up, leaving enough space for Qiling to perform. Dragon Emperor, Possession. Qiling summoned his own martial spirit and possessed him. The mighty and domineering dragon phantom rushed into Qiling's body with endless pressure. This was originally a scene that everyone was very familiar with, but this time, they discovered something different. Qiling, did I see it wrong? Why did your soul ring turn into 2 purple and 1 black? Oscar widened his eyes and said, could it be that your third soul ring actually absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring? Ah, that's right. It just so happened that the Golden Holy Dragon's soul ring lasted 10,000 years, so I absorbed it. Qiling said, I must be lucky. Everyone was ashamed. Tang San absorbed a 2,000-year-old soul ring and was tortured to death. He still needed Qiling to save him, but Qiling absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring and seemed so calm. It's really like one person is better than another. So annoying. Chapter 62, Breaking Out of the Cocoon and Rebirth. But that's not right. Isn't your first spirit ring a 100-year spirit ring? Why did it suddenly become a 1,000-year spirit ring? Oscar asked confused. Regarding this point, Qiling had already thought of an excuse, so he said, because the soul power of the Golden Holy Dragon is too powerful, my body cannot absorb it at all. Perhaps the extra soul power was absorbed by my soul ring, so it evolved. After hearing Qiling's explanation, everyone was no longer surprised. After all, there were too many unexplainable things that happened to Qiling, and they were all numb to it. If things go on like this, no one will be surprised if Qiling suddenly turns into a titled Douluo the next day. The reason why Qiling chose to possess the Divine Dragon Emperor was naturally because he wanted to use the Divine Dragon Emperor's soul skills to save Tang San. The first soul skill, 9 Heavens Dragon Roar. The purple first soul ring lit up, and the soul skill after Qiling's evolution was displayed in front of everyone for the first time. The original Dragon Roar of the 9 Heavens only had the function of forcing a stun, but after the upgrade, the Dragon Roar of the 9 Heavens can be used on one's own teammates. After using it on your own people, you can use the sound of Dragon Roar to make your teammates conscious, relieve all hallucinations and mental bad states, and keep a clear mind. Tang San, who was struggling against the evil thoughts of the man-faced demon spider, suddenly heard the familiar dragon roar from his ears. What was different from the past was that instead of making him feel uncomfortable, the dragon's roar actually cleared his mind and made him much more awake. And the evil thoughts that have been entangled with me are reflected in this magnificent dragon's roar. After the sound rang out, he actually began to struggle painfully, as if he was suffering from great pain. Good opportunity. Tang San saw the opportunity, and with the help of the dragon's roar, relying on his strong willpower, he forced this evil thought out of his mind. Everyone could only see that amidst Qiling's dragon roar, Tang San's expression gradually improved, and the black energy surrounding his body slowly faded downwards, finally dissipating invisible in the air. More importantly, the vitality in Tang San's body also began to reappear, which meant that he had regained control, completed the absorption of the soul ring, and began to operate his own skills. What happened after that seemed to come very naturally. 8 spider spears grew out from behind Tang San, holding him high in the air. At the same time, a large amount of blue-silver grass grew, like a cocoon, wrapping him inside. Okay, the most dangerous period for Xiaosan has passed. What we have to do next is to wait for him to complete the absorption of the soul ring and break out of the cocoon. Qiling found a tree and sat down with his back against it. Now, he can finally take a breath. Hearing what Qiling said, everyone immediately felt relieved. Xiaowu happily hugged Qiling's face and kissed her, saying, "Yet, I knew you were the best, brother Qi. Boss Qi is indeed Boss Qi. Nothing can trouble you." Ma Hongjun also said at this time, "By the way, Boss Qi, how did you obtain this 10,000-year soul ring? Tell us about it." "Yes, and you went after Xiao Wu. What happened? We are also very curious. Did you really defeat the Titan Ape?" Oscar boldly guessed. "Xiao Ao, you're kidding me. I can't handle an opponent of the Titan Ape's level." Qiling said, "Since you want to hear it, I'll tell you about it." At that moment, Qiling told everyone the key points of what had happened before, but of course, Xiao Wu's identity was concealed. When they heard that Qiling could actually join forces with a Contra to defeat the dragon, everyone took a breath. This was like a story in a fairy tale, it was too hard to believe. Everyone seemed to be listening to a story. After listening to Qiling tell his story, everyone began to wait for Tang San to break out of his cocoon. This wait lasted a day and a night. On the second day, Tang San, who had regained his life, finally appeared in front of everyone. Carrying 8 spider spears on his back, he looked even more mysterious. "Ha ha ha, Xiao San, why did you grow 8 spider legs? Will you turn into a big spider in the future?" Ma Hongjun said while curiously reaching out to touch Tang San's spider spear. "Be careful. Don't touch." Stopping voices came from Qiling and Tang San's mouths at the same time, but unfortunately it was too late. Ma Hongjun's eyes were blurred again and he fell to the ground from the poison. "Oh, really, you fat man, when will you learn a lesson?" Qiling said helplessly. "Xiaosan, use your spider legs to prick the fat man and suck out the toxins from his body. Otherwise, he will really die this time." When Tang San heard what Qiling said, he moved the spider spear behind him with difficulty to detoxify Ma Hongjun, but he was thinking in his heart why his elder brother seemed to know more about this spider spear than he did. After that, everyone celebrated that Tang San was safe and sound, and then prepared to return to the hotel in the town. Since everyone got what they wanted, there was no need for them to stay here anymore. But when Qiling was leaving, he suddenly said to everyone, "By the way, I have one more thing to do. You go to the hotel in the town and wait for me. I will be back soon." Meng Yuran, who was on the outskirts of the Stardo forest, looking for a soul ring suitable for him, casually kicked away a jade frog, looking uneasy. When Longgong Mengshu saw his granddaughter like this, he couldn't help but chuckled as a person who had been there before. Yuren, don't worry, that kid will be fine for sure. Who said I was worried about him? I wasn't. Meng Yuren said, but then he was worried again. The Titan ape is so powerful, will he be okay? Haha, don't worry. Although Qiling seems to be reckless in doing things, he is actually very shrewd in his heart. He will not take action on things that he is not sure of. Meng Shu said with a smile. Humph. This little thief still owes me a soul ring. I can't just let him go. Meng Yuren said. Am I so untrustworthy in your eyes? It really makes me sad. At this moment, Qiling's voice came from above Meng Yuren, startling her. Meng Yuren looked up and saw Qiling sitting on a branch, smiling as brightly as the sun. He was looking at Meng Yuren below, and he was holding an unknown snake in his hand. Why are you here? Where is the Titan ape? Meng Yuren asked happily when he saw that Qiling was safe and sound. Haha, it ran away and I almost caught it. Qiling said with a smile. Humph. Bragging. Meng still said in disbelief. If you don't believe me, pull me down. This is the soul ring I promised you to find. I'm not a trustworthy person. Qiling said, jumped down from the tree, and placed the snake in his hand in front of Meng Yuren. Chapter 63, Spirit Ascension Pill. Duke Long Meng Shu looked at the snake in Qiling's hand, nodded slightly and said, Yet. The black water black snake, the characteristics of this kind of soul beast, are indeed very suitable for Yi. Little friend Qiling is interested. Meng Yuren also said happily said, Wow! It's really the black water black snake. Qiling, you are really amazing, but I just don't know which one is better, this black water black snake or that phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb is known for its speed. If you still absorb its soul ring, I estimate that the most likely possibility is that you will obtain an auxiliary soul skill related to speed. Qiling said eloquently. And this black water black snake is a kind of soul beast known for its defense, especially its black armor and scales, which are extremely hard. So if you absorb its soul ring, you will most likely get a defensive soul skills. Meng Yuren was stunned when she heard what Qiling said. She had never seen a person who knew so much about soul beasts, and even analyzed clearly what kind of soul rings could be obtained after absorbing the soul rings. Okay, then I will listen to you and absorb the soul ring of this black water snake. Meng Yuren said, about to kill the black water snake to obtain the soul ring. But Qiling stopped her at this moment and said, Wait a moment, Yuren, if you want to absorb the soul ring of this black water snake, there is another problem, and that is its age. This black water black snake should be around 1,900 years old. For you, it has exceeded the absorption limit. If you absorb it rashly, you may be in danger. What? What should I do? Can't I absorb the spirit ring of this snake? Meng Yuren suddenly became disappointed when he thought that his joy might be in vain. Haha, if it really can't be absorbed, how can I give it to you? Qiling took out a herbal medicine with a smile and said to Meng Yuren, This spirit ascension pill can temporarily enhance your soul power. Expand your body's soul power tolerance. As long as you take it before absorbing the soul ring, you can increase the number of years you can bear the soul ring by 200 years. Thus, you can meet the conditions to absorb the soul ring of the black water black snake. The spirit ascension pill in Qiling's hand was originally specially made by him according to the records in Huatuoji Shijing before going to the Star Forest, just to prevent the problem of the soul ring being unable to be absorbed. Originally, Qiling planned to give this medicine to Tang San, so that the risk of him absorbing the man-faced demon spider would be greatly reduced. But unexpectedly, by some mistake, Tang San absorbed the spirit ring of the man-faced spider before Qiling arrived. So he had to leave the medicine to Meng Yuren. Looking at the medicine in Qiling's hand, Meng Shu's eyes widened in shock. With his strength and knowledge, there were not many things that could surprise him, but the Shengling pill in Qiling's hand was undoubtedly one of them. 1. Being able to increase the upper limit of the number of years a soul master can absorb soul rings means that it can greatly increase the strength of the soul master and increase the lifespan of the soul master's soul ring. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the panacea that any soul master dreams of. Meng Shu can be sure that if this medicine is circulated outside, it will definitely be a treasure that will cause competition among various forces, because he has never seen a medicine with the same effect. Little friend Qiling, are you really going to give such a precious medicine to Yuren? Meng Shu said in disbelief. After all, this medicine is too precious. Qiling didn't feel anything. After all, as long as there is a prescription for this medicine, the ingredients are not that rare, so he said, that's natural, it's just a medicine. I just want to give it to Yuren. My little friend's generosity really makes me admire you. Please accept my respect. Meng Shu said, bowing to Qiling, if you ask for anything in the future, I, Meng Shu, will do my best. Qiling hurriedly held Meng Shu's hand and said, Senior Meng, what are you talking about? Since you called me a little friend, why did you say such outlandish words? Meng Shu laughed and said, ha ha ha, I am so pedantic. I am really lucky to be able to make friends with people like you. Meng Yuren saw Meng Shu's reaction and realized how precious the spirit-raising pill Qiling gave him was. He couldn't help but feel sweet in his heart and said, Qiling, thank you for giving me such a precious medicine. It's a trivial matter, but you'd better quickly absorb the soul ring of this black water black snake. With Senior Meng protecting you, there shouldn't be any problems. Qiling said, my companions are still waiting for me, then I'll leave first. As soon as Meng Yuren heard that Qiling was about to leave, he immediately said reluctantly, then can we meet again in the future? I will definitely do it. As long as you practice hard, we will be able to meet sooner or later. Qiling said with a smile, then turned around and left in the distance. Seeing his granddaughter silently making up her mind and planning to practice hard, Meng Shu could only lament that she was not admitted to the university. The teachings he had devoted so much for so many years were not as good as a word from this kid. It was simply infuriating. After Qiling left, he recalled Meng Shu's appearance and suddenly realized that perhaps he had underestimated the importance of these drugs. In this world, people regard soul rings and soul beasts as the most important things, but little do they know that there are many miraculous medicines with equally amazing effects, and they are not even valued as much as a soul bone. If you can make good use of these drugs, you will definitely get huge help. But if it is not used properly, it may lead to disaster and endless troubles. It seems that I will have to pay more attention to this aspect in the future. Qiling thought to himself, maybe we can study some medicines with less outstanding effects first to test the reaction of people in the world. Regarding this matter, Qiling felt that he could discuss it with Tang San. After all, he was a poison user. Master, he also has a certain degree of understanding of pharmacological nature. But at that time, he and Tang San had hidden weapons and elixirs, two means of opening up the market. If they wanted to compete with the power of this world, this would be their surefire move. After returning to the hotel in the small town, everyone had already taken their seats and ordered drinks and food. They were just waiting for Qiling to arrive, and they were about to drink to their heart's content. Seeing Qiling's return, Zhao Wuji immediately said, haha, our great hero is finally back, so we can wait easily. Come on, punish yourself with 3 drinks first. Qiling poured 3 bowls of wine nonchalantly and drank it without frowning. To him, these wines were nothing more than trivial matters. After that, Oscar and Ma Hongjun came to toast Qiling respectively. One was to thank Qiling for saving his life, and the other was to thank Qiling for helping him obtain the soul ring. Qiling drank it without hesitation. Then, Tang San actually raised a glass of wine, brought it in front of him and said, Brother, I toast you this glass. I have heard everyone say that this time I absorbed the soul ring and was saved by my elder brother again. Ever since I was a child, I have owed my life to my elder brother. I would like to express my sincere gratitude. Qiling smiled and raised his wine and said, Xiao-san, you don't need to say more, I am your eldest brother, these are naturally what I should do. The brotherhood between you and me is as strong as gold, and I am very happy to have you. Such a brother. Chapter 64, The Importance of Spiritual Ascension Pill. Watching Tang San and Qiling drink the wine together, everyone smiled, especially Xiaowu, who smiled happily. These are the two closest people to her, and they are also her proudest brothers. How can she not be happy to see the two of them having such a deep brotherly love? After completely relaxing in the hotel for 2 days, everyone set out on their way back, and finally rushed back to Shrek Academy in the evening. Okay, you all go back to your dormitory to rest. I will report the situation of these days to the dean. Zhao Wuji said to everyone, you must have a good rest. What awaits you tomorrow is more rigorous training. Tang San, wait a minute, I have something to tell you. Ning Rongrong stopped Tang San at this moment and said to him. Previously in the Star Do Forest, Tang San had shown the power of his hidden weapon to everyone, and Ning Rongrong was extremely interested after seeing it. If such a weapon that can be used for self-defense and is easy to carry can be equipped to an auxiliary soul master, it will undoubtedly increase the survival rate of the soul master. For an auxiliary sect like the Kaibao Glazed sect, it is of great significance. After Tang San understood Ning Rongrong's plan, he agreed to study this matter with her. After all, this was also an extremely important matter for Tang San. At this moment, Qiling also said, Xiao San, wait a minute, I also have something to ask you. Ning Rongrong blushed and said, what, Qiling, what do you want to do with Tang San? Don't get me wrong, he and I have nothing to do with each other, I'm just looking for him. You girl, what have you been thinking about all day? Qiling tapped Ning Rongrong's forehead helplessly, I really have something to discuss with my mistress. When Ning Rongrong heard this, she immediately blushed with embarrassment, so she decided to listen to what Qiling had to say to Tang San first, and then discuss her own affairs with Tang San alone later. The three of them immediately found a room and sat down. Tang San knew that Qiling was looking for him in such a serious manner, there must be something important, so he didn't dare to neglect it. I came to you because I want you to help me see how much this thing is worth. Qiling said, taking out a pill from himself, this is a medicine I developed myself. It's called Shengling Dan. Spirit Ascension Pill? Brother, what effect does this medicine have? Tang San asked curiously. The effect is quite simple. So Qiling explained the effects of the spirit-raising pill in detail. When he heard that the effect of the Spirit Ascension Pill could actually increase the number of years a soul master could absorb soul rings, Tang San had no reaction, but Ning Rongrong screamed out in surprise. As the daughter of a sect, she immediately realized how important this drug was to a force, and it might even be the key to the rise of a family. The first and most important thing about this medicine is that it can naturally improve the strength of the young people in your sect and greatly improve the overall strength of everyone in the sect. Secondly, if this drug can be monopolized, then it will become a commodity, a means, and even a deterrent. If you want to buy this kind of elixir, you must go through your own sect. Doesn't it mean that I can sell it for as much as I want? You can also use this elixir to open up the market, which makes it an extremely domineering commodity. What if you want your descendants to obtain higher-end soul rings? Then you must use my elixir, and if you want to use my elixir, you must listen to me, which makes it a means. And if I don't give you elixirs, but sell them to your hostile forces, will your opponents gradually become stronger than you? That makes it a threat. The significance of this medicine to a sect was far greater than Tang San's hidden weapon. It was a weapon that could truly influence the sect's life and death. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but be excited. Qiling, how much does your medicine cost? Do you know the prescription for this medicine? Does anyone else know? Ning Rongrong, excited, immediately asked his questions like a barrage of questions. Slow down, wrong, don't be anxious. Qiling smiled. He said, this is a medicine that I developed exclusively. At least I haven't seen any medicine with the same effect as it yet. Qiling, can you give the prescription to me? No, to our Kaibao glazed sect, and we will be responsible for selling this medicine. Ning Rongrong said. Don't worry, we will never treat you badly in terms of conditions. Just ask for it. As long as it is within the capabilities of our Kaibao glazed sect, we will never refuse. When Tang San heard what Ning Rongrong said, he also realized the importance of this medicine. He couldn't help but look at Qiling curiously, wondering how he would choose. After all, cooperating with a force is not a child's play. My elder brother is far-sighted and will definitely consider everything carefully. After listening to what Ning Rongrong said, Qiling laughed and said, Wrong. Why do you think I want to cooperate with the 7 treasure glazed tile sect? In other words, what advantages does the 7 treasure glazed tile sect have compared with other forces? Our Kaibao glazed sect is very powerful, with the highest financial strength among all sects. We also have thousands of disciples. We work at the top of various forces and can provide you with a lot of help. Ning Rongrong said. After hearing this, Qiling only shook his head and said, what you said, any sect can do it. I even have a better choice. Wuhan Palace and the 2 empires are far better than the 7 treasures glazed sect. A powerful presence. But, Ning Rongrong was speechless, because what Qiling said was indeed the truth. Compared with these forces, the 7 treasures glazed sect did not have an advantage. She really wanted to say to Qiling, couldn't you choose the 7 treasures glazed sect because of me? But let's not say whether Qiling would agree. As a daughter of the Kaibao glazed sect, her pride would not allow her to say such a thing. More importantly, what should he do if he looks down on himself because of this and thinks that he can take advantage of the relationship between the 2 of them for his own benefit? Then what conditions do you need to agree to us? I will try my best to communicate with my father and let him agree to you. Ning Rongrong asked unwillingly. After all, such a good opportunity is right in front of him. She won't give up no matter what. It's very simple. I can promise you to cooperate with the Kaibao glazed sect, and even give you the prescription, so that the Kaibao glazed sect can monopolize the market. As long as you agree to one request of mine. Qiling said with a smile. What request? Ning Rongrong swallowed and asked carefully, not knowing what kind of request Qiling would make. But since it is such an important decision, his requirements must be quite demanding. I wonder if he will ask for a share of the Kaibao glazed sect's profits, or if he will sign a benefit agreement. Or maybe he wants to gain the rights of Kaibao glazed sect and become an elder. My request is very simple. You can do it now without having to ask your father for instructions. Qiling said his request with a smile. Kiss me again and I will promise you. Chapter 65, Our Journey is the Stars and the Sea. Hearing Qiling's request, Tang San and Ning Rongrong were stunned again. Tang San slapped himself on the forehead. His eldest brother was really someone who could never be guessed. Call him unserious, but he can solve everything perfectly, and people can never catch his painful feet. But let's call him far-sighted, but he can kiss a beauty and easily agree to conditions that would make any sect jealous. Tang San asked himself, if it were him, he would never be able to do this. Maybe this is the uniqueness of his elder brother. But Ning Rongrong's face turned red at this moment, and she said, haven't I kissed you before? Why do you still? That's different. Last time I kissed the left cheek, so this time. Qiling said with a bad smile, kiss the right cheek. Ning Rongrong took a deep breath and made up her mind, it wouldn't be the first time anyway, I'm familiar with this business. So she quickly pecked Qiling on the face like a bird, and then ran away quickly. After Ning Rongrong ran away, Tang San said helplessly, Brother, I know you love beauty rather than country. But doing this, isn't it still a bit? Haha, mistress, don't get me wrong, wrong is just one of the reasons, but in fact, even without her, I would still cooperate with the Kaibao glazed sect. Qiling said. What? But, brother, didn't you just say? Tang San asked doubtfully. Indeed, the Kaibao glazed sect does not have an advantage in those aspects, but in one aspect, they have an absolute advantage. Qiling said. What advantage? Tang San didn't understand. Is there anything else that is more important than what the elder brother just said? It's very simple, Xiaosan. The reason why I cooperate with the Kaibao glazed sect is because it is a sect that assists soul masters. Qiling said, this is incomparable to all other forces. Auxiliary soul master? But, is there any difference? Tang San still didn't understand what Qiling meant. It's different. As auxiliary soul masters, they are destined to rely on others. They themselves have no ambition to compete for hegemony. They are more like an ally than a force. Qiling said. In this way, on the one hand, it will be safer to cooperate with them, and on the other hand, it will not conflict with my purpose in the future. Purpose? Brother, what is your purpose? Tang San asked. It's nothing, but this continent is so interesting. How can I live my life like this? Qiling said, walking to the window looking at the vast starry sky outside the window. It seemed that his thoughts were drifting there. Xiao San, I am 12 years old this year, and my life is pretty exciting, but not exciting enough. Qiling turned back to look at Tang San, with a burning look in his eyes. So, in 12 years, I will let everyone in the world knows my name, Qiling. Tang San looked at the high-spirited Qiling, so shocked that he didn't know what to say. He had never even thought about such a thing. After all, although they can be regarded as unparalleled geniuses, the world is so big and there are so many talented people. And he is just a student, a mere soul master. How dare he think about such far-off things? How great it would be to let everyone in the world know your name. Brother, I haven't thought about what you said. Tang San said honestly. For him now, hidden weapons are enough for him to study by himself. Xiao San, you are my younger brother. I don't want anyone to mention you and say that you are Qiling's younger brother. I want them to say that it turns out to be Tang San. Qiling looked at Tang San with burning eyes. Said, do you understand the difference? Tang San was such a smart person. He immediately understood Qiling's intention when he said these words, and he immediately felt a sense of enlightenment. Yes, if a man is born in this world and cannot become famous and famous throughout the ages, wouldn't his life in this world be in vain? Brother, I understand what you mean. Tang San said, don't worry, I also have my own persistence and will never let you down. Ha ha ha, that's right, this is the Xiaosan I know. Qiling laughed. Xiaosan, you must remember that our journey is like the stars and the sea, and it will never have limits. Okay, it's getting late. You should go to bed early. Tomorrow will be very busy. Maybe, someone you are quite familiar with will show up. After saying these words, Qiling and Tang San stood up and walked towards their own rooms. Along the way, Tang San kept thinking about what Qiling said. And couldn't calm down for a long time. He could only keep sighing that his elder brother was indeed very human. After returning to the dormitory, Tang San lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, still unable to calm down. It seemed that he was destined to have a sleepless night tonight. Oscar saw Tang San's appearance and said, Xiao San, what does Rong want from you? Could it be that he wants to confess to you? Tang San looked at Oscar playfully and said, what's wrong, Xiao Ao, haven't you already decided to give up? Are you having second thoughts? Oscar smiled awkwardly. He had chosen to give up on Ning Rong before because he couldn't stand her personality, but now after seeing Ning Rong's changes, he had second thoughts. Tang San looked at Oscar's look and sighed helplessly. There were some things that it would be better to tell Oscar as soon as possible, otherwise the longer it dragged on, the greater the harm would be to him. Oscar, if you didn't give up on Ning Rongrong from the beginning, you might still have some chances, but now, I can only advise you to let go as soon as possible. This is for your own good. Tang San said. Ah? Why, mistress? Am I that bad? Oscar asked unwillingly. No, your conditions are not bad at all. You have a good face and an innate talent of soul power. Your future is limitless. It can be said that you are worthy of anyone. Tang San affirmed. Said. But what Tang San said made Oscar puzzled. Then, why do you say that it's for my own good to make me give up? It's very simple, Oscar, let me ask you a question. Tang San sighed helplessly. Do you think, if you compete with my elder brother, you can beat him? Oscar was speechless. Comparing with Xiling? I am afraid that I will never have a chance to defeat him in my life. Could it be that, mistress, you mean? Oscar swallowed and said. That's what it means. Tang San said helplessly, so, Xiao, look at it a bit, let go before you get too deep. Oscar was speechless for a while, and suddenly said with relief, oh, what a pity, Rongrong is the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. It seems that I can only find someone worse after all. Not necessarily, maybe you can find someone more beautiful than Rongrong in the future. Tang San comforted Oscar. Haha, I'll lend you my blessing, mistress. Oscar smiled, oh, I really can't imagine, what kind of person do you think can compare to Boss Chi? God created such a perfect man, he is basically don't let us live. Chapter 66, The Master Arrives. After Zhao Wuji came to Fred's room, he recounted his experience of going out to him. After learning that they had encountered so many dangers, his expression changed several times, and he felt scared instinctively. And after hearing that Qiling's third soul ring actually absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring, he was even more surprised and said, a 10,000-year soul ring? How is this possible, old Zhao, you must have read it wrong. Chapter 1 How can a three-spirit ring be 10,000 years old? It's absolutely true, Dean. I saw with my own eyes that Qiling's soul ring. It's black and shiny. It's definitely the top 10,000-year soul ring. Zhao Wuji said with certainty. But, this is impossible. The third soul ring absorbs the 10,000-year soul ring, which completely breaks the basic theorem of martial souls. It is impossible. Flanders thought deeply. No, this is not impossible. There is a possibility, yes, it can completely explain this situation. At this moment, a strange-sounding voice came from outside the door. Hearing this voice, Flanders was overjoyed and said, haha, the understanding person is finally here. Lao Zhao, now we don't have to guess here, let's ask the experts. With that said, Flanders welcomed a person in from the door. It was Tang San's teacher, Master Yu Xiaogang. Zhao Wuji has naturally heard of Yu Xiaogang's name for a long time. After all, the number one theoretical person in the Soul Master world is a resounding title no matter how you say it. After introducing their names to each other, Yu Xiaogang continued, if it were other people, then this situation would seem very abnormal, but Qiling was born with two martial spirits, and they are the two most peculiar martial spirits. They can absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring is not surprising at all. Zhao Wuji suddenly realized, so that's it. Why is this kid so ridiculously strong? It turns out it's because of his martial spirit. But who would have thought that after Yu Xiaogang heard what Zhao Wuji said, he couldn't help laughing and said, Teacher Zhao Wuji, if you think so, you are absolutely wrong. The Divine Dragon Emperor and the Blood Demon Emperor are indeed the two most powerful spirits. They are so powerful that just one of them will cause its host to collapse and die, let alone the coexistence of the two. If anyone were to let these two things exist in his body at the same time, within a year, he would not be able to withstand the tremendous pressure and would either die of energy exhaustion or become insane and go crazy. Only Qiling, with his unique conditions and more importantly his tenacity, can control both of them at the same time. And even so, he must absorb the soul rings of both at the same time, and the number of soul rings cannot be lost. The difference is more than 2. After hearing what Yu Xiaogang said, Zhao Wuji was surprised and said, "This kid actually has such a terrible talent? Compared with him, those so-called geniuses are nothing like shit to me." Flanders also nodded and said, "These two martial spirits, the Divine Dragon Emperor and the Blood Demon Emperor, are indeed extremely domineering. It's as if Qiling was born specifically for these two martial spirits." "No, Flanders, rather than saying that Qiling was born for these two martial spirits, I would rather say that these two martial spirits were born for Qiling," Yu Xiaogang said lightly. "Qiling's future achievements will surely be limitless. We may now be the greatest witnesses in history." Upon hearing that Yu Xiaogang actually had such expectations for Qiling, Zhao Wuji and Flender were immediately shocked and speechless, and it took a long time for them to recover. "If that's what you said, Xiaogang, then I would like to congratulate you for getting a good apprentice." Flanders congratulated, "With such a student, your wish can surely come true, right?" At this time, Yu Xiaogang gave a helpless smile and said, "Unfortunately, Qiling is not my disciple. My disciple is Tang San." "What?" Flanders asked in surprise. Although Tang San was also very good, it could be said that besides Qiling, he was the most outstanding, but with the best choice, it was inevitable that people would be surprised. "I did think about taking Qiling as my disciple. But Qiling is almost not inferior to me in terms of knowledge and knowledge. He and I spend more time discussing martial arts theories together," Yu Xiaogang said. "Is this a teacher-friend relationship? How can I have the nerve to accept him as my disciple? What's more, I can't teach him anything." This time, Flanders was even more shocked than before. For Yu Xiaogang, the #1 theorist in the Soul Master world, to say this, Qiling's knowledge has undoubtedly reached a terrifying level. He originally thought that these were due to Yu Xiaogang's good teachings, but he did not expect that it turned out to be Qiling's own innate intelligence and self-taught skills. Zhao Wuji was confused at this time. "How can we teach such a powerful student? He can't teach us enough." "No, teacher Zhao Wuji, Flanders, there is one more thing I want to say, that is, please don't treat Qiling specially because of these circumstances," Yu Xiaogang said. "Qiling is a very independent child. He will naturally grow up according to his own plan. Our extra attention to him will make him feel uncomfortable." Flanders said helplessly, "Even if we treat him specially, I don't know how to teach him." "No, rather, it is really difficult for us to teach these talented children, for fear of delaying them. You don't have to worry about this. Starting from tomorrow, I will work with you to educate these children and develop a teaching plan that is most suitable for them," Yu Xiaogang said. When Flanders heard this, he was immediately overjoyed and said, "Oh! Are you willing to stay, Xiaogang? That's great. This way, we don't have to worry. Let's talk first. The premise of my stay is that their education plan must be exactly what I said," Yu Xiaogang said. "Ha ha ha, that's natural. With you as the #1 theoretical figure in the Soul Master world, of course we won't give random instructions without knowing what's interesting. You can teach us whatever you want," Flanders said with a smile. "Okay, in that case, that's all I have to say today. We'll talk about the rest later," Yu Xiaogang said. "I have to go find the mistress. I have to confirm the spider legs you just mentioned with him. Haha, then I'll go back and have a good rest. I'm exhausted after so many days of hard work." Zhao Wuji said, "After all, he has used the martial soul's true body, and it is not that easy to cultivate. Raised here. After Yu Xiaogang and Zhao Wuji left one after another, Flanders sat in his chair, staring at the ceiling in a daze, but suddenly laughed. I never thought that I would have the opportunity to work with Xiaogang. I never thought that we would be able to teach such outstanding students. Okay, let's let our old bones use the last bit of residual heat. Let everyone in the continent know that the students we teach are the best. Chapter 67, Zhu Zuking's Determination. On the second day, after everyone had breakfast and arrived at the playground, they found that there was a special figure on the playground, that is the skinny master Yu Xiaogang. After Flender introduced the teachers in the college to everyone, he walked up to Yu Xiaogang and said, "Come on, classmates, next, I want to introduce someone to you in a grand way." He relied on his own research to figure out the competitiveness of the top 10 martial arts. He is known as the #1 theorist in the Soul Master world, the most intelligent Soul Master. And also Tang San's teacher, Mr. Yu Xiaogang. When everyone heard Yu Xiaogang's name, they were suddenly surprised. Because of the name of the master, they had already heard it mentioned by Qiling and Tang San. They were also full of curiosity about such a legendary figure. I believe you have already heard of the title of master. Now I have to tell you good news. Starting from today, your future training will be fully handed over to the master. Flanders said. Considering how tired you are these days, I will give you another day off today. Starting tomorrow, classes will officially resume. Master, do you have anything else to say? The master nodded, his face was as serious as ever, and he said calmly, "Since there are only 8 of you in the academy now, from now on, I will no longer divide you into 2 parts, the initial and advanced parts, as before, but completely unify you. Teaching. In order for the teaching to be implemented smoothly, I will rank you according to your age. From number 1 to number 7 are Dai Mubai, Oscar, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zuking. Hey? What about Boss Chi? Without his name, is he number 8? Ma Hongjun asked doubtfully. Yu Xiaogang said, as I said just now, the purpose of giving you numbers is to better implement the teaching plan. Qiling's condition is that a special plan must be made for him separately, so now I designate him as number 0. In the future training, I don't want to hear different voices from people. No matter who you are, I will treat them equally. I hope that since you are the Soul Masters of Monster Academy, when everyone mentions you, the only word they can think of is monster. Okay, you can now disperse and have a free rest. Meet here on time at 6:30 tomorrow morning. I don't want any of you to be late, otherwise, you will receive special training." After all the teachers had left, everyone discussed it and went about their own business. Xiao Wu took Ning Rongrong to the city to go shopping, while Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai went to the Hong Kong shopping mall in the city. In the neighborhood, Oscar went back to his dormitory to sleep, while Tang San went to find a blacksmith shop to continue tinkering with his hidden weapons. As for Qiling, he returned to his room and continued to practice. He now mastered more and more things. If he did not digest them in time, he would not be able to use them for his own use. Although everyone only saw Qiling's glory days, no one knew that Qiling was also the hardest working among them, so hard that he was practicing with special methods even when he was sleeping. Because although I have the help of the system and I can get started with the techniques I have obtained, if I don't gain more insights, the effect will be greatly reduced. This is just like the character skills in the game. Even if you have upgraded it to the highest level, what determines your strength is not just the skill damage, but more importantly, your use of the skills. The skills Qiling now masters can be said to be quite comprehensive. They can advance and attack, and retreat, and defend. They are all included in terms of speed, attack, defense, and agility. All that needs to be done is to improve further. It wasn't until the lanterns began to fall and it was already dusk that Qiling stopped concentrating on practicing, stretched and walked out of his room. Outside his door, Qiling met an unexpected person. Zhu Zuoqing walked outside with a stern expression. It looked like he had just finished practicing. If Qiling is the hardest working among the few, then Zhu Zuoqing is definitely the most desperate. This girl seems to be willing to do anything in order to become stronger. Sometimes Qiling is really afraid that she will go astray, so he has to remind her all the time. Zuoqing, where are you going? Qiling subconsciously called her. Hearing Qiling's voice, Zhu Zuoqing stopped and said in her cold voice, the previous appointment with Zhao Lei with the bloody handprint is due today. I will go to the Great Soul Fighting Arena to keep the appointment. Qiling slapped himself on the forehead. He actually forgot about it. Then Zhao Lei was still hit by his bone-transforming cotton palm. If he hadn't detoxified him today, he would really have died. Are you confident that you can defeat him? Do you need my help? Qiling asked Zhu Zuoqing. No, I want to give it a try and see where my limits are. After Zhu Zuoqing said that, he stopped and walked outside the school. Although Qiling admired Zhu Zuoqing's spirit, according to Qiling's estimation, even if Zhao Lei did not dare to kill because of his scruples, Zhu Zuoqing was not his opponent. After all, he had agreed at the beginning that if he lost, even if he was unlucky, if he won, it would be written off. Zhao Lei did not dare not try his best. Well, I hope this experience will not have a big impact on Zhu Zuoqing. Qiling said helplessly. At dinner time, everyone in the college also rushed back one after another. After a day of rest, everyone had something to gain. Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong brought back a lot of things in large and small bags. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun also had rosy and shiny faces. Obviously in a good mood. As for Tang San, he finally found a suitable blacksmith shop and could entrust them to mass-produce hidden weapon parts. Although Tang San could still only make the core parts by himself, it undoubtedly reduced a lot of his burden. After everyone finished their dinner, they walked towards the dormitory together. Suddenly, they found that Zhu Zuoqing also walked in from outside the school, planning to go back to his dormitory. Zhu Qing? Where have you been all day? My Rongrong didn't even find you. Xiaowu stepped forward and said to Zhu Zuoqing. It's nothing, I went to practice. Zhu Zuoqing said. Zuoqing, don't just focus on cultivation. You should relax yourself occasionally. Ning Rongrong also stepped forward and said, you are so beautiful, it would be a pity not to buy some new clothes. Well, I understand. After Zhu Zuoqing finished speaking, he hurriedly left alone. When everyone saw this, they could only give up. After all, Zhu Zuoqing's cold temper had not lasted for a day or two. Everyone had already gotten used to it, so they each went back to their dormitories. Only Qiling looked at Zhu Zuoqing's leaving figure, shook her head helplessly, and then followed her up. When will this girl get rid of her stubbornness? Qiling thought helplessly. Chapter 68, New System Function is opened, Development Function. Zhu Zuoqing walked towards the dormitory alone. After seeing no one else, his face became more and more ugly, and his steps became more and more difficult. Finally, when she walked to the door of her dormitory, she couldn't bear it anymore. She held her hand on the door frame and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Seeing that Zhu Zuoqing was about to lose consciousness and fainted at the door of her dormitory, a pair of powerful thugs supported her at this moment. At the same time, a strong force came from her, which made her blood flow smoothly. Zhu Zuoqing reluctantly looked up and saw Qiling's helpless and distressed expression. Girl, who are you trying to show your strength to? If you want to become stronger, it's not such a desperate way. I want to become stronger, I have to become stronger. Zhu Zuoqing said stubbornly, if I can't become stronger, I would rather die. Qiling, let me become stronger. No matter what method you use, no matter what price you have to pay, as long as I can become stronger, I won't hesitate. Ding dong. It is detected that the host is facing Zhu Zuoqing's request. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, reject Zhu Zuking's request and let Zhu Zuking find a way to practice on his own. Reward: Zhu Zuking's favorability is cleared, martial soul affinity is cleared, Zhu Zuking's probability of death is 30%, and the host gains the title of Heart of Iron. Option 2, accept Zhu Zuking's request, be responsible for making her stronger, and choose a cultivation path that suits you for Zhu Zuking. Get rewards: Zhu Zuking's favorability plus 20%, martial soul affinity plus 10, and a new system function, character development function. Qiling wondered if he had read it wrong. What was the character development function of this character? Did he come through time travel, or did he come here playing games? But no matter what, if you don't make a choice, the new features of the system will not be enabled, and you will not be able to know the content of the new features. What's more, as for the consequences of the first option, I can't choose it. Otherwise, how can I pick up girls with the title of hard-hearted? Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 2, accept Zhu Zuking's choice and make the choice for her. Reward obtained: Zhu Zuking's favorability plus 20%, Wuhan affinity plus 10, new system function enabled, character development function. Oh, okay, I know, I really can't do anything to you. Qiling said helplessly, I'll make you stronger, okay? Can you not die? You promised me. Zhu Zuking said unexpectedly. That's not good. If I don't agree to you, you will be bloody on the spot. Qiling said helplessly, but if you want me to agree to you, I have a condition first. What conditions? Zhu Zuking's heart tightened. She was fully prepared. No matter what Qiling asked for, even if it was for her own body, she would not refuse. The request is very simple. Qiling said, taking out a pair of Chinese medicine from behind his back, go back, drink it up, and then have a good sleep. This is... Zhu Zuking looked at the medicine in his hand in confusion, not understanding what Qiling meant. Here's the medicine for healing and conditioning. Qiling said, in your current state, you can't do anything. Go back and rest quickly. After drinking this medicine, you will be back to your original state tomorrow. Tomorrow the master will start training for us. After the training is over, at 12 o'clock in the evening, if you still insist on coming to me, I promise to make you stronger. Zhu Zuking was confused by Qiling. Is his request over now? Just let yourself go back to have a good rest and recuperate your injuries? Looking at Qiling's back as he turned to leave, Zhu Zuking couldn't help but stop him and said, Qiling, you. Don't think too much, no matter what your reasons are, just be with your companions. If we work together, we will become stronger sooner or later. Qiling turned around and rubbed Zhu Zuking's hair and said, trust me, okay. Okay. Zhu Zuking nodded, but his heart felt like a mess because no one had ever treated him like this. After returning to his room, Qiling couldn't wait to open the system interface and check out the functions of this character development system. After preliminary research, Qiling found that this function was similar to what he imagined. To put it simply, Qiling could use the system to make choices for others and decide their cultivation direction. This is like a character development game. You can decide the skills they practice, the weapons they use, and the direction they focus on during practice. However, as for what they will develop into in the end, it depends on each person. At the same time, this system will also evaluate various attributes of the character, and the host will train the character based on these data. Among these data, the most representative and important data are undoubtedly 2 data, potential level and combat effectiveness evaluation. These 2 attributes can basically represent the overall status of the character. The potential level indicates the character's future development potential, which is related to how much achievements a person can achieve in the future. People with too low potential can basically give up training. Combat strength represents a character's current comprehensive combat level, which is comprehensively scored according to a standard. Of course, This score is only a reference. There are too many accidental factors that need to be considered in actual combat. For example, a controlled Soul Master can defeat an attack-type Soul Master even if his combat power rating is much lower. A defensive Soul Master can even defeat an agility-based attack Soul Master. In addition, auxiliary Soul Masters do not participate in this rating. In addition, the system will also perform some simple analysis on the characters and summarize the characteristics of the characters, so that the host can judge the appropriate options. Taking Shrek's group as an example, Zhu Zuking's rating is S-level potential, 49 points in combat effectiveness, a level 27 agility attack Soul Master, dark affinity attribute, and firm will. Dai Mubai has S-level potential, 75 combat points, a level 37 attack type Soul Master, affinity attribute light, impulsive and irritable. Ma Hongjun has an S-level potential, a combat power of 56 points, a level 26 attack type Soul Master, an affinity for fire, and has many bad hobbies. It can be said that the evaluation of each of them is quite accurate, and the potential of everyone in Shrek Academy is above S, which is enough to illustrate Flanders' vision. But as the system said, these data are only a reference after all, and cannot be used to completely judge a person's status. Tang San, for example, is an example. Tang San's potential is SS level, combat power is 103 points, level 31 control Soul Master, affinity attributes are wood and water, calm and witty, and has the talent of a general. If you look at Tang San according to this standard, he is just a relatively outstanding Soul Master, but Qiling knows that Tang San's various methods are more than even the Soul Master can bear. If this new function can only view personal attributes, then it is just an observation tool at best and does not have much value. Its real function lies in the word nurture, but this function cannot be used until Zhu Zuking comes tomorrow. Chapter 69, The Master's Training Method. Early the next morning, when everyone woke up from their sleep and came to the cafeteria, what was placed on the table was an extremely rich breakfast, including meat and vegetables and soup, which made everyone think that they had entered the restaurant by mistake. What hotel? These are naturally the work of Master Yu Xiaogang. He knows that education cannot only focus on form. For these teenagers who are in the growing period, diet is equally important. Everyone looked at the table full of delicacies, and naturally their appetites were greatly increased. Yu Xiaogang was naturally very happy when he saw them devouring the food. But after everyone finished eating, Ma Hongjun was still nowhere to be seen. Needless to say, he must have overslept. As the laziest among them, this is normal. When Yu Xiaogang saw that Ma Hongjun was missing among the crowd, he didn't say anything. Instead, he motioned to those who had eaten breakfast to gather with him at the big playground to start today's training. After everyone gathered in the playground and performed preparatory exercises for half an hour, Ma Hongjun arrived late and said carelessly, "Master, I'm sorry, I got up late, so I'm late." The master said with an indifferent expression, "Go in and stand in the queue." When everyone stood up, Yu Xiaogang said, "I don't want anyone to be late for breakfast tomorrow. Food needs to be digested after eating and cannot be exercised immediately, so those who have not arrived within half an hour, there's no need to have breakfast." Everyone did a good job today, only Ma Hongjun was late. I said yesterday that those who are late will be given special training. The master looked at Ma Hongjun. "Ma Hongjun, get out of the queue." "Ah? Oh." Ma Hongjun came out disapprovingly and said with a playful smile, "Master, this is my first time, please let me go. Once the rules are established, there are no exceptions that can be exempted. So I will prepare special training for you." Yu Xiaogang said without mercy. "Oh, okay, Master, how are you going to train me?" Ma Hongjun said disapprovingly. Although Flanders said that Yu Xiaogang was the first person in Soul Master theory and Tang San's teacher, Ma Hongjun still didn't think of this useless martial soul in his heart. The teacher takes it seriously, that's why he is so undisciplined. Xiaogang naturally knew this very well, but if he couldn't cure even one Maheng, how could he teach these little monsters well? The content of your training is very simple, Qiling, come out. Xiaogang said, you will be responsible for Maheng's training for 1 hour. After an hour, if Maheng still has the strength to stand, then Qiling, in this week, your breakfast will return to its original level. Hearing the master's training methods, everyone showed a confused expression, especially Maheng, whose eyes almost fell out of his head. Boss Qi, will you show mercy to your brothers? Maheng said to Qiling tremblingly. Maheng, you didn't come this morning, so there's one thing you don't know. Qiling said eagerly, the food cooked by the master is really delicious. Seeing Maheng being dragged away by Qiling by 1 foot, like a piglet waiting to be slaughtered, everyone swallowed involuntarily. The master's trick of using a borrowed sword to kill someone is really good. Okay, everyone else, don't look around. Your training must continue. Xiaogang continued, Dai Mubai, come out. Yes. Dai Mubai took a step forward. Although he acted arrogantly and unruly, he was definitely a good player at following orders. I'll give you a task, knock down the rest of them one by one. Xiaogang said, if you are ready, you can start. Although everyone felt very puzzled, they still followed Xiaogang's instructions and completed the training. It was not until an hour later that Qiling returned to the team again, but he was alone and Maheng was missing. Qiling, where is Maheng? How was your training result? Xiaogang asked. Reporting to the master, the mission has been successfully completed. Maheng is lying on the bed in the medical room now, I promise not to get up. Qiling stepped forward and said with his head held high. Xiaogang. Everyone in Shrek. Qiling. I did say that I want you to train Maheng well so that he has no strength to stand up again, but that's not what I meant. Xiaogang wiped the sweat from his forehead and said. Qiling blinked innocently and said, Master, Maheng had cramps in his calves, so he went to the medical room to rest. Is there anything wrong with that? Ah, this. Xiaogang almost fell, I thought you. Ahem, okay, now that Qiling is back, let's continue our training. Xiaogang said with 2 awkward coughs. Through the training just now, I have a general understanding of your strength. For the rest of today's training, you only have 3 things to do. Xiaogang stretched out 3 fingers and said, the first thing is to defend against Qiling's attack, the second thing is to break Qiling's defense, the third thing is to hold on for 1 second under Qiling's hand. What Xiaogang meant was that these 3 events involved 6 people from Shrek and 1 person from Qiling, but the events were different. Although they were bullying the smaller ones, no one felt slighted at all. Likewise, there was no feeling that they could win. There is no other reason, because that is Qiling. The gap in strength between everyone and him cannot be made up by numbers. This is simply an impossible task. Ding dong. It is detected that the host is facing Xiaogang's selection task. Please make a choice among the following options. Option 1. Release the water in the duel between the Shrek 7 monsters, let the Shrek 7 monsters win, and receive rewards, Xiaogang's sensitivity -20%, soul power level -1, and gold soul coins +100. Option 2. Defeat the Shrek 7 monsters according to the rules set by Xiaogang, and receive rewards. The movement skill 3000 Thunder Movements has been upgraded to the 2nd level, Thunder Instant, the training progress of the skill 9 Turns of True Dragon Art, upgraded to the 2nd level of Dzogchen Realm, Artifact, Immortal Binding Rope repaired, current artifact integrity is 20%. Qiling felt that the corner of his mouth was crooked. There was no need to choose between these 2 options. It would be a shame if you didn't choose the second option. The 3 rewards, whether it is the improvement of the progress of the skill or the repair of the artifact binding fairy rope, are very important to Qiling to improve his strength and are choices that must be accepted. So although I feel sorry for the 7 people, Qiling must win in the subsequent competition. But this is good, in this way, the strength of the 7 people will be fully displayed in front of the master, which will make their future training more convenient. Qiling comforted herself in her heart. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 2, defeating the Shrek 7 monsters and receiving rewards. The movement skill 3000 Thunder Movements has been upgraded to the 2nd level, Thunder Instant. The training progress of the skill 9 Turns of True Dragon Art has been upgraded to the 2nd level. The realm of Dzogchen, artifact, Immortal Binding Rope is repaired, the current integrity of the artifact is 20%. Chapter 70, Tyrannosaurus Fist, Kong Zhen. Ouch! Ouch! Master, I suddenly feel a stomachache. After hearing the master's training content, Oscar immediately covered his stomach and said in great pain. Master naturally didn't even bother to look at Oscar's little trick. Anyone who doesn't want to participate in this training will be trained by Qiling alone in the future. Hey! My stomach suddenly doesn't hurt anymore. Are you surprised? Oscar said excitedly. He didn't want to end up like Ma Heng-jun. If you want to defend against Qiling's punch, you will naturally need to gather all the strength of everyone to be able to do it, because everyone does not think that they can have the defensive power of Zhao Wuji. Therefore, the offensive Soul Master Dai Mubai stood at the front without hesitation, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing stood behind him on either side, sharing the impact of the attack for him. Tang San used his blue-silver grass to create a protective shield. At the same time, he stood between Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing, mediating the control of power. In the end, Ning Rongrong and Oscar, after using their auxiliary soul skills respectively, stood behind Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing. Although they were auxiliary soul masters, facing Qiling, even a little more strength would be good. The 6 people formed a pyramid formation to deal with Qiling's attack. This was the best formation they could think of, but they still felt unsure. Are you ready? I'm going to do it. Qiling asked with a smile and raised his fist. Hearing Qiling say that he was ready, everyone couldn't help but swallowed, and concentrated their energy to prepare for the attack from Qiling. By the way, Qiling, control the intensity enough to defeat them, but not hurt them. Yu Xiaogang said, there will be training next. If they are all injured, it will be difficult. Originally, when everyone heard what Yu Xiaogang said, they were a little moved. They thought he was afraid that a few of them would be injured, so they specifically told Qiling to be gentle. But who knew that Yu Xiaogang asked Qiling to be gentler so as not to affect the subsequent training, which immediately made everyone scream devil in their hearts. Destroy them without hurting them. Qiling thought to himself, then it seems that is the only way. But if you use that move, they will probably feel that it is better to get hurt. If you want to blame, just blame the master. Everyone who was concentrating on defense suddenly felt a chill in their bodies, as if something bad was about to happen. Boss Qi can't really kill us all with one punch, right? Oscar said calmly at this time, no matter how powerful he is, he can't hit 6 people at the same time, right? If it were someone else, Xiao Ao, your idea might still be right. Tang San said helplessly, but if it were someone else, I think we only need to consider how to withstand the attack. Ah, this. Oscar thought, and it seemed like this was the case. It doesn't matter, my big sausage will recover from the injury very quickly. Are you ready, all of you? Qiling said with a smile, grind your teeth and muster your strength. I will only punch you one time, just one punch. Dragon Emperor, Possession, Second Soul Skill, Tyrant Dragon Fist. Qiling's right fist was once again filled with huge soul power. The heavy pressure made everyone in Shrek feel almost suffocated. Only now did they understand that this was how the enemies felt when facing Qiling. It was really hard for them to fight under such pressure. This is also because after Qiling obtained the third soul ring, the dragon power pressure of the divine dragon emperor became more and more powerful. Now, as long as the strength is below the soul sect, people will be more or less affected when facing Qiling suppress. To deal with the 6 Shreks, Qiling did not use the charged super, Tyrant Dragon Fist this time. What he wanted to experiment with was another attack method. As we all know, the more concentrated power is, the greater its power and attack power will be, and the higher the damage it will cause. Power that is extremely compressed to a small point can even exceed power dozens of times greater than it. But Qiling's BA Long Fist does the opposite. Instead of concentrating his power, he pursues a kind of dominance, a sense of overwhelming and oncoming suffocation. After deliberately amplifying the characteristics of tyrannical fist, Qiling added a few other things into it. The combination of the two is enough to produce astonishing power. That kind of thing is vibration. After his 9 turns, true dragon art reached the 2nd level of great perfection, Qiling found that he had become more comfortable in controlling his power, and could even control the vibrations caused by his power. By adding the vibration attribute to the attack of Tyrannosaurus Fist, you can produce an ultimate destructive power. This is the latest move developed by Qiling, Belong Fist, Air Shock. Everyone, if you can't hold it anymore, please tell me immediately. Qiling said, swinging his right fist, because this is my first time to use this punch, I may not be able to control the strength well. After Qiling's punch came out, everyone in Shrek felt that the air around them was suddenly affected by a tyrannical force and began to shake violently. Tang San's blue silver grass was the first to bear the brunt, being shattered into pieces by the violent vibration, and had no protective effect at all. Next is Dai Mubai. He is already at his peak when he uses the White Tiger Vajra transformation and White Tiger protective barrier. With the assistance of Ning Rongrong and Oscar, he feels that even if he fights against a soul sect, he will still be able to defeat him. The power of war. But the moment he came into contact with Qiling's fist, Dai Mubai knew that he was wrong, and it was very wrong. The vibrations coming from all directions were like countless sharp scalpels, cutting every cell in his body, causing his endurance to reach its limit in an instant. In this infinitine shock attack, Dai Mubai felt like a small boat in the huge waves, and there was a possibility of being overturned by the waves at any time. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing, who were following Dai Mubai, had expressions of pain in an instant. Even though the two of them were not good at defense, even though they endured less pressure than Dai Mubai, they were no less hard-working than him. But the person who bears the most pressure is still Tang San, who is in the middle and supporting the situation, because he knows that no matter what, he cannot take a step back. As long as he retreats, the formation will be broken, and the few of him will have lost. The pressure faced by these people, instead of gradually decreasing, is slowly increasing. It is as if Qiling is constantly testing the limits of these people, increasing the pressure on them little by little. Chapter 71, 1 Attack, 1 Defense, 1 Stick of Incense. Finally, Dai Mubai was the first to be unable to hold on any longer. The veins on his body popped out, his eyes began to blur, and the corner of his mouth was even bitten by himself, causing blood to flow out. Finally, when the pressure he endured reached a certain critical value, he completely lost consciousness and his body fell backward uncontrollably. Once the top of the originally solid pyramid began to collapse, it meant that the limits of the formation had been broken, and others were unable to resist any longer and fell backwards one after another. It was at this moment that everyone felt that the pressure on themselves disappeared, and the ubiquitous vibration disappeared into the air, as if it had never appeared. Qiling slowly retracted his right fist, wiped the sweat from his forehead slightly, and said with a smile, "Okay, let's stop here." "Master, what do you think?" Xiaogang looked at the people who were paralyzed, and then looked at Qiling who looked relaxed, and smiled happily. "Qiling, it seems that your strength has made great progress after not seeing each other for a while." "Thank you, Master." Qiling smiled, "Let's see if they can continue training." As Qiling said, he actually controlled the force of this punch. Although everyone was paralyzed, they recovered their strength within a short time after taking the special drink prepared by Xiaogang. I didn't expect that with the combined strength of the 6 of us, we couldn't even block Boss Key move. Doesn't this mean that he is stronger than the 6 of us combined? Oscar said while sitting on the ground. Of course, Brother Qi is the best. Xiao Wu not only did not feel depressed, but said very proudly. Okay, stop being lazy and get up as soon as you have rested. Qi Ling said with a smile, aren't you unhappy that I punched you? Then you can take revenge. The second training content formulated by the master is to let everyone in Shrek launch their strongest attacks to try to break through Qi Ling's defense. But even though everyone was asked to attack, the only ones who could attack were Dai Mubai, Tang San, Zhu Zuqing, and Xiao Wu. Ma Hongjun was still lying on the bed, so he didn't count. Humph, this is great. I don't believe it. Qi Ling, your defense is as perverted as your attack. Dai Mubai said eagerly, as if he wanted to repay Qi Ling for all the sin he suffered just now. When Tang San heard what Dai Mubai said, he said helplessly, Boss Dai, you are wrong. Brother, his defense power is also very amazing. The reason why you think that eldest brother is not good at defense is just because in our memory, eldest brother has been beating people all the time and rarely gets beaten. Dai Mubai listened to what Tang San said and recalled it carefully, and found that Qi Ling was rarely beaten passively, and he didn't understand his defensive ability at all. Is it really like what Tang San said, that Qi Ling is so terrifying both offensively and defensively? This is too much. If you don't understand yet, Boss Dai, you should know a theory, right? Tang San explained to Dai Mubai, the effects of force are mutual. The more powerful you want to use, the reaction force you have to withstand is the bigger. Brother, I punched the forest titan and was not hurt at all. Boss Dai, think about what this means. Okay, if you are ready, then start quickly. Xiaogang said, Qi Ling, you should also start preparing. Do I really have to prepare? But if I prepare seriously, Master, you won't be able to tell anything at all. Qi Ling said helplessly. Don't underestimate the enemy too much, Qi Ling. Tang San and the others are also rare geniuses. Xiaogang said, and, Xiao San, for this attack, I allow you to use all hidden weapons except mechanized weapons. Hearing that Xiaogang allowed Tang San to use hidden weapons, Qi Ling nodded and said, that's enough, then I'll be ready. The Dragon Emperor's third soul skill, Golden Holy Dragon Armor. The mighty and domineering yellow golden armor once again covered Qi Ling's body, protecting every part of his body and adding to his heroic aura. When he was in the Star Do Forest before, although Qi Ling also used his third soul skill and put on this golden holy dragon armor, he immediately went after the Titan giant ape and didn't show it too much at all. Show it to everyone. Because of this, everyone still doesn't know what kind of defensive power Qi Ling's golden holy dragon armor has. Okay, let me come first. Dai Mubai said, let me see, Qi Ling, whether your golden armor is useful or not. Dai Mubai's second soul skill, White Tiger Fierce Light Wave, is a long-range light wave with extremely high attack power. It can be regarded as his strongest attack. After concentrating his energy, Dai Mubai opened his mouth, and the white light wave went straight towards Qi Ling, aiming at his chest, as if he was going to knock Qi Ling down with one blow. Seeing the powerful white tiger's fierce light wave hitting Qi Ling's chest, everyone's hearts tightened, wondering whether Qi Ling could withstand Dai Mubai's attack. But who would have thought that their worries had already disappeared before they lasted for a second, because the white tiger's fierce light wave, after hitting Qi Ling, actually made no noise and dissipated directly into the air. Not to mention Qi Ling was injured, not even a trace could be found on his golden armor, and even the previous attacks seemed like phantoms. Hey? Is it over? Qi Ling suddenly said, then, let's replace it with someone else. Dai Mubai suddenly wanted to vomit blood. He had been struggling with his feelings for a long time. You didn't even feel a bit, right? In fact, this cannot be blamed on Daimyo Bai. The Golden Holy Dragon is a powerful being that can withstand even Soul Douluo's attacks. Even if Qiling's Golden Holy Dragon armor is not that perverted, Daimyo Bai is not something that a mere soul master can impress. Haha, Daihu, you can't do it. Get out of the way quickly. It's my turn, Sister Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu said happily, Brother Qi, watch your moves. As Xiao Wu said that, she suddenly disappeared from the spot, and then appeared in front of Qiling in an instant. Two slender thighs had already clamped Qiling's head. This is the latest soul skill that Xiao Wu has acquired. Teleportation is a very powerful ability. When combined with her throwing skills, it can exert even greater power. Originally, Xiao Wu wanted to teleport in front of Qiling and use her wrestling skills to make him suffer, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't shake Qiling. Damn it, Brother Qi, is it time for you to lose weight? Why can't I throw you down at all? Xiao Wu tried hard to no avail, so she could only say to Qiling angrily. You girl, your brother and I are in great shape, there's no need to lose weight. Qiling said helplessly, you can't understand me because you fall, of course because you're too light. It's better to eat more and see if you lose weight. I don't. If someone gains weight, you won't like me. Xiao Wu said with a pout. Silly girl, how could I not like you? No matter what you become, I will never dislike you. Qiling said dotingly. Chapter 72. The Power of the Golden Holy Dragon Armor. The reason why Xiao Wu couldn't throw Qiling out was of course not because she was too light, but because the 9-turn true dragon art that Qiling practiced had its own power, which firmly fixed Qiling to the ground. If Xiao Wu wants to throw Qiling out, unless Qiling's feet have already left the ground, or her strength is one spirit ring higher than Qiling's, otherwise it will be a useless effort. Humph! Damn it, I don't accept it. Brother Qi, you are so mean. Xiao Wu said reluctantly, since I can't knock you down, then I will bite you with my teeth. See if you are afraid. When Qiling saw Xiao Wu actually leaning down to bite him, he hurriedly stopped her. It wasn't that he was afraid of being bitten by Xiao Wu, but that in his current state, he was just afraid of causing Xiao Wu's teeth to ache. After Xiao Wu, it was Zhu Zuqing who launched the attack. As usual, she didn't say any nonsense at all, and directly possessed the ghost civet. After Ning Rongrong added the status to herself, she immediately launched her own attack on Qiling. The second soul skill, Netherworld 100 Claws. The first soul skill, Netherworld Thrust. The two soul skills were launched separately. After Zhu Zuqing's claw shadow in the sky ended, he launched the strongest blow at Qiling. His whole body was like a dagger, piercing Qiling's chest. The biggest feature of Zhu Zuqing's attacks is that her soul power is extremely penetrating, as if there are countless steel needles hidden in her soul power, stabbing the enemy with her attacks. Once you are hit by Zhu Zuqing's attack, even if you are not injured, her penetrating soul power will make you very uncomfortable, and the damage caused is far heavier than it looks. But it is a pity that no matter how powerful the soul power is, it must be able to break through the opponent's defense. Zhu Zuqing's attack cannot even break through Qiling's defense, no matter how penetrating it is. After frankly accepting all of Zhu Zuqing's attacks, Qiling still had no reaction. Zhu Zuqing, on the other hand, simply said I lost and walked aside. The last one left was the fully armed Tang San. It was for him that Qiling used his golden holy dragon armor. Otherwise, even if he used his martial spirit's own defense power, it would be enough to defend against the attack just now. Come on, Xiaosan, let me see how much you have grown during this period of time. Qiling said with a smile. In order to deal with Qiling this time, Tang San put in a lot of effort and collected almost all the hidden weapons he could use. If he hadn't had the storage Horcrux, 24 bridges on the bright moon night, he would have to carrying a hill on your back. Brother, be careful, I won't show mercy and will definitely go all out. Tang San said solemnly, there are some hidden weapons that even I can't control, they are very dangerous. Ha ha ha, mistress, just let go. Your brother, I am very tough, nothing will happen to you. Qiling smiled confidently, and you think that if you don't use all your strength, you can break through me. Defense. If you don't have the intention to kill me, Xiaosan, you don't have a chance. Tang San said seriously, I understand, brother, please accept the move. After saying that, I saw Tang San's hand lightly touching his belt, and instantly countless hidden weapons appear and it filled the sky, covering Qiling like a big net. Tang San, who had hundreds of techniques for using hidden weapons, could only be described as miraculous. The people on the side were stunned, and they were all thinking about how many seconds they could survive such an attack. But for Qiling, there is only one answer, completely invalid. Countless hidden weapons hit Qiling, but they couldn't even leave a mark on the golden holy dragon armor, allowing everyone to see its abnormal defense power once again. Xiaosan, no, if you don't show your real skills, I will fall asleep. Qiling said with a smile. Okay, brother, you have to be careful. Tang San said, shooting two flying knives straight at Qiling's face, where there was no protection from the golden holy dragon armor. These two flying knives, both in speed and attack power, were much higher than the previous hidden weapons. Even Qiling had to reach out to block them. But just as he stretched out his hand, a sudden change occurred. Two vine-like blue-silver grasses unexpectedly entangled Qiling's hand and tied him to the ground. The moment he saw the blue-silver grass in his hand, Qiling immediately understood Tang San's plan. It turned out that the reason why those hidden weapons were so numerous and dense before was not really to attack him, but to cover up Tang San's plan. Silver grass. Tang San's blue-silver grass seeds just now must have been attached to the hidden weapon, using a large number of other hidden weapons as cover, and then attached to his body. Because there were too many hidden weapons, they were enough to confuse people. Even if Qiling found something wrong, he would not have time to investigate in detail. He would only think that it was the effect of the hidden weapons themselves. And the purpose of Tang San's doing this is to restrain Qiling for this moment. Even if his blue-silver grass was cut off by Qiling in the first place, it was enough. The two flying knives flew toward Qiling's face at an astonishing speed, and because of the blockage at that moment, Qiling's hands had no time to return to defense. Seeing that two flying knives were about to hit Qiling, everyone couldn't help but scream. Being hit by these flying knives would at least disfigure him. But Qiling didn't look panicked at all. Instead, he smiled softly, then gently twisted his neck, and instantly caught Tang San's two flying knives in his mouth. Crack! The two flying knives fell to the ground, and Tang San smiled helplessly, "Brother, you actually caught them like this. It's so shocking." "Ha ha ha, this is also because Xiaosan, you are in the open, and I already know the trajectory of your flying knife. If you are in the dark, that is not necessarily the case." Qiling said with a smile. "Okay, mistress, if you have any other skills, just use them. Remember, there is only one requirement, no mercy." Next, Tang San showed everyone a variety of hidden weapons, some of which could explode in the air and disperse into countless small individuals. It may change direction midway and seem to hit you in front, but in fact the target is your back. There are also hidden in the shadows of other hidden weapons. It seems that there is only one knife, but in fact the number is not clear at all. It can be said that everyone has exhausted their imagination this time, and they cannot imagine that hidden weapons can have so many changes. However, no matter how many changes this hidden weapon has, there is only one thing that remains unchanged, that is, no matter how fancy it is, it has no effect on Qiling. What made Tang San despair the most was that he used hidden weapons as a cover to rush to Qiling's side, and used his 8-spider spear to attack Qiling, hoping to use poison to decide the outcome. But the 8-spider spears, which had been invincible before and extremely sharp, were unable to pierce Qiling's golden holy dragon armor, leaving Tang San without a chance to use poison. After the last hidden weapon on his body was fired, Tang San spread his hands helplessly and said, "I lost, brother." He is a control-type soul master, and his offensive ability is not his strong point. His blue-silver grass cannot control Qiling. At this time, the hidden weapons are exhausted, which means that there are no other means. Of course, he can only admit defeat. Chapter 73, Shrek 7 Monsters vs Qiling. Okay, in that case, let's start with the next step. Xiaogang was about to announce that he had entered the next stage, but was interrupted by Qiling. "Master, wait a minute," Qiling said with a smile. "I want to try to see how powerful those mechanical hidden weapons that Xiaosan has are." "What?" Xiaogang said in surprise. "Qiling, you know the power of Xiaosan's hidden weapons. They can cut through gold and break rocks with ease. They are weapons designed for killing. How can you try this so easily?" Qiling shook his head and said, "The biggest advantage of Xiaosan's hidden weapons is that the enemy is in the light and I am in the dark. Now letting him use the hidden weapons openly is already a big disadvantage, so I want to try Xiaosan's most powerful ones." "Hidden weapon? Please don't worry, Master. My golden holy dragon armor's defensive capabilities are far beyond your imagination, so Xiaosan, you can use it as much as you like." At Qiling's request, Tang San had no choice but to take out the most powerful hidden weapon he carried, the Zhuzhlianu. Everyone had seen the power of this crossbow when they were in the Stardo forest before. It was simply beyond the power of human beings. It was precisely because of the power of this crossbow that Ning Rongrong wanted to fight with Tang San so eagerly. "Cooperate? Brother, do you really want to try my Zhuzhlianu?" Tang San hesitated. "My Zhuzhlianu, not only is the crossbow itself made of fine steel, but the crossbow arrows are also made of special materials. Right now even a defensive Soul King cannot stop the power of this crossbow. Brother, you..." "Xiaosan, don't worry, don't compare me with a mere Soul King," Qiling said with a smile. "Come on, and then I will see how powerful your masterpiece is." In desperation, Tang San raised his Zhuzhlianu and pressed the trigger. In an instant, 10 fine steel crossbow arrows shot towards Qiling like thunder with the sound of whistling wind. Dong dong dong! No longer the sound of the hidden weapons before, Zhuzhlianu made a dull sound after hitting Qiling, and even Qiling's figure took a few steps back. "Brother Qi! Qiling! Boss Qi!" Everyone exclaimed, hurriedly stepped forward to check Qiling's condition, and were ready for treatment at any time. "Ha ha ha, don't worry, I'm fine." Qiling stood up straight and said, "However, I can't say it's completely fine." Tang San's Zhuzhlianu arrow was now stuck on the golden holy dragon armor, making Qiling look like a hedgehog. Although these crossbow arrows did not penetrate the golden holy dragon armor, they also broke through its outermost layer of defense and nailed the arrow body to the golden armor. This was already a quite terrifying result. After all, although it did not penetrate the golden armor, the impact of the crossbow arrow itself made Qiling's energy and blood surge. After all, the golden holy dragon armor is not immune to damage. Even the golden holy dragon itself relies on its own tyrannical physical strength to obtain such abnormal defense. "Oh, Xiaosan, this Zhuzhlianu of yours is indeed extraordinary." Qiling pulled out the crossbow arrow from his chest and said to Tang San, "Don't talk about the Soul King, I think even the Soul Saint's cultivation level can't be on guard. If you don't do it in time, you may die." Qiling was surprised, but little did he know that the surprise in Tang San's heart was like a stormy sea. This Zhuzhlianu was specialized in breaking defenses, and the crossbow arrows were made of special materials. In addition, at such a close distance, Tang San could never imagine that there was armor that could withstand its power. Not to mention, this armor was transformed from Qiling's soul skill. As Qiling's strength increases, this armor will inevitably become stronger. It has such terrifying defensive power now. I can't imagine what it will be like in the future. And this Zhuzlianu is already his most powerful hidden weapon at present. In other words, in terms of hidden weapons, there is nothing that can defeat Qiling, unless he can find other rare materials. Okay, since Qiling is fine, don't make a fuss. Xiaogang said, Qiling, are you okay? If so, we will continue training. No problem at all. Qiling said, but master, I think we should wait until the afternoon before conducting the subsequent training. Otherwise, Ma Hongjun has not participated, and master you will not be able to understand his strength. Xiaogang nodded and said, that's exactly what I meant. Shrek is a whole, so naturally there can't be one less person. Qiling, you are really thoughtful. Oh, actually I just think that with one more person, they can last a little longer. Qiling said straightforwardly, otherwise, one stick of incense would take too long. Arrogant. So arrogant. But it happened that Qiling said this, and everyone couldn't find any reason to refute it, so they could only cry silently. After all, although they were 7 people versus 1 person, no one thought they had a chance of winning. At best, they could just hold on for a longer time, as Qiling said. Therefore, in order to wait for Ma Hongjun, everyone did not gather at the playground again until the afternoon. This time Ma Hongjun came on time and was extremely respectful. He did not dare to be disrespectful to the master at all. When everyone saw Ma Hongjun's appearance, they all became curious. What did Qiling do to him to treat him like this? Okay, now that all of you are here, let's start the last training today. Xiaogang said to everyone, you number 1 to number 7 will fight against number 0 Qiling. Time limit is 1 incense. In addition, Qiling is not allowed to use soul skills in this competition, and is only allowed to use soul power to fight. Xiaogang added, if you are ready, you can start. When Qiling heard Xiaogang's words, he was immediately dumbfounded. He was 1 against 7, and he was not allowed to use soul skills, so he could only fight? It's too bullying. However, the reason why Xiaogang did this is understandable. The effects of Qiling's soul skills are too abnormal. If used, there will be no suspense in this competition. The dragon roar of the 9 heavens immediately stunned everyone, and the tyrant dragon fist would inevitably reduce the number of troops, and the golden holy dragon armor was even more extreme. It was a mobile fortress. How could the Shrek 7 fight? As for his other martial spirit, the Blood Demon Emperor, its effect is too abnormal. More importantly, the Blood Demon Emperor is more suitable for protracted battles and not suitable for such a limited time competition. Hearing that Qiling was not allowed to use his soul skills, Shrek and the others suddenly felt that they had some hope. After all, if they could not win even with such a big concession, it would be too shocking. Hey, Boss Qi, don't worry, I'll be gentler later, I promise I won't embarrass you too much. Ma Hongjun said with a proud smile. You fat man, it seems I have to pay special attention to you and be the first to let you out. Qiling said with a smile. After hearing Qiling's words, the other people immediately stayed away from Ma Hongjun, for fear that he would harm them. Ma Hongjun also wanted to slap himself in the face at this time, but he didn't. Why do you have to be so mean? Even if Boss Qi doesn't use soul skills, he is not someone he can afford to offend. Boss Qi, I was wrong. Don't be so cruel. Ma Hongjun begged for mercy with a bitter look on his face. I just got off the hospital bed, and I don't want to lie down on it again. Then it depends on your luck. Qiling laughed. Chapter 74, Xiaowu's 8th Stage Wrestling. Okay, enough chatter, I've lit the incense, let's start quickly. Xiaogang said, both of you must go all out for this game, otherwise, there will be no breakfast for the next week. Hearing that there might be no breakfast, everyone immediately became serious. Dai Mubai roared, possessed the White Tiger spirit, activated his third soul skill White Tiger Vajra transformation, and then took the initiative to block the front of the team. Now that Qiling doesn't use soul skills, and Dai Mubai has been assisted by Ning Rongrong's soul skills, he is able to compete with Qiling for a while. While the two were fighting, Zhu Zuqing came from behind Qiling like a ghost, and stabbed Qiling's vest with a ghostly thrust, hoping to win the game in one fell swoop. Naturally, Qiling would not be subdued by this simple calculation. He shifted his body slightly to one side, allowing Zhu Zuqing's thrust from under his ribs, and then fell backwards. He successfully resolved it with a move of Arhut falls to the ground. Two people attack. Zhu Zuqing was hit by Qiling and fell to the ground immediately. Although he immediately stood up and maintained his posture, Qiling took the opportunity to escape from the two men and surrounded him. Dai Mubai wanted to pursue, but was blocked by Zhu Zuqing's body and lost the opportunity. Although the danger was saved, before Qiling could breathe a sigh of relief, new attacks were coming one after another. After Ma Hongjun was possessed by Wuhan, he ate Oscar's flying mushroom. He suddenly seemed to become a real birdman, flapping his wings and flying into the sky. "Hey, Boss Qi, take the move," Ma Hongjun said, spitting out a flame from his mouth, which was his soul skill, Phoenix Fire Wire. Ma Hongjun's flames have extremely difficult attachment properties. Once contaminated, they are extremely difficult to extinguish and can spontaneously ignite out of thin air. Therefore, Qiling had to temporarily avoid the sharp edge and move quickly to avoid his flames. With Ma Hongjun's current soul power, if Qiling were wearing the golden holy dragon armor, he could completely ignore the damage he caused to him. However, without using soul skills, Ma Hongjun would become a powerful enemy that could limit him. So Qiling had to deal with Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing while avoiding Ma Hongjun's phoenix line of fire. The three of them had one main attack, one auxiliary attack, and one long-range attack, which made Qiling feel a little headache. "Third brother, has the time come? Can I take action?" From the back of the lineup, Xiao Wu asked Tang San excitedly, "Haha, I can't wait to surprise brother Qi." "Don't worry, Xiao Wu, you are the key to our victory, because among us, the only one who can determine the outcome with one blow is your wrestling skills." Tang San said calmly, "Wait until I create enough opportunities for you, you take action again." As the strategist among them, Tang San never used his blue-silver grass to take action, just to find the right time. Although Xiao Wu's throwing skills can determine the outcome with one strike, as long as Qiling is still standing on the ground, Xiao Wu's attack cannot succeed. So the opportunity Tang San was looking for was when Qiling could lift his feet off the ground and lose the support of the earth. That was the best time for Xiao Wu to take action. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing had naturally gotten Tang San's hints a long time ago, so they fought Qiling while leading him to the place designated by Tang San. When Qiling stood on that piece of land, Tang San secretly said in his heart, "It's done." Then Qiling's blue-silver grass martial spirit was activated instantly. On the land under Qiling's feet, lush blue-silver grass grew out instantly, lifting Qiling into the air. From the beginning of the battle, Tang San made this plan for everyone, planted the seeds of blue-silver grass here in advance, and tried his best to lure Qiling here. This is naturally to create opportunities for Xiao Wu, because once Xiao Wu's wrestling skill is activated, it will be a series of attacks that determine the outcome, which is an ability that others do not have. The moment Qiling took to the air, she also knew Tang San's plan. Sure enough, in the next second, Xiao Wu had appeared behind Qiling, her slender thighs gripping his neck. "Hee, brother Qi, I'm sorry, we will win the victory this time," Xiao Wu said, launching her soul skill waist bow and throwing Qiling to the ground. What Xiao Wu used was her most proud wrestling skill, the 8th level wrestling. This is a wrestling technique that will not stop midway once it is performed, and will last for 8 stages, hence the name. Seeing Xiao Wu going up to the sky and falling to the ground, throwing Qi Ling out with all his strength like a sandbag, Ma Hongzhen couldn't help but have a heartbroken expression on his face. Xiao San, you and Xiao Wu are both very ruthless. I didn't know, but I thought you and Boss Qi had something to do with each other. Hatred. This is the rule that Big Brother has set for us. If we compete against each other, we must go all out and attack with murderous intent. Tang San said. Brother said that this is to familiarize us with real battles in advance. If we show mercy during the battle, we will only lose. Ah, this. Ma Hongzhen looked surprised. I'm afraid you are the only brother and sister who have such a strange way of getting along with each other. Really? I don't think there's anything strange. Tang San looked at Qi Ling in the field and said, because no matter how serious we are, there has never been a formal attack. Defeated Big Brother once. Xiao Wu's wild and violent 8-stage throw finally knocked Qi Ling from the sky and fell to the ground. Then she stopped the attack and retreated lightly, jumping back into the formation. Xiao Wu, have you gone too far? Daimyo Bai hesitated. If he had thrown him like that just now, he would have been paralyzed even if he was not dead. But before Xiao Wu could say anything, Zhu Zuqing said, no, if we can get rid of him this way, he won't be that person. As if to verify Zhu Zuqing's words, after she finished speaking, Qi Ling's body slowly moved, climbed up from the big hole on the ground, and slowly rubbed his neck. Ma Hongzhen looked at Qi Ling, who seemed to be fine, and his eyes almost popped out of his head. Let me go, is Boss Qi okay? Are we fighting a human? In fact, Qi Ling cannot be said to be completely fine now. His whole body is also in pain, and his muscles are sore in order to protect his body. If this happens again, he may not be able to hold on. After all, Xiao Wu's 8-stage throw, like his tyrannical fist, exceeds the upper limit of damage for their level. As long as they are used, their skills determine the outcome. The reason why Qi Ling was fine was because the true dragon body he had cultivated had extremely strong defensive power and was enough to withstand such damage. And another point is that the terrain here, the elastic ground, helped Qi Ling absorb part of the power, so that the damage he suffered was far less terrifying than it seemed. Hey, Xiao Wu, haven't you heard this sentence? Qi Ling patted the dirt on his hair. The head can be cut off, but the hairstyle cannot be messed up. Brother, I'm really angry. Chapter 75, Qi Ling's Victory. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue and said, it's over. Brother Qi is serious. We are going to suffer. Hearing what Xiao Wu said, everyone became attentive. Because Qi Ling would finally get serious and fight with them. But Qi Ling obviously doesn't intend to give them a chance anymore. 3/4 of the time for burning incense has passed, and if it drags on any longer, it may be over. 3,000 thunderbolts, thunderous flash. After using the 3,000 thunderbolts of evolution, Qi Ling's body seemed to turn into a bolt of lightning instantly, breaking through their formation before anyone could react. And his target is Ning Rongrong at the back of the formation. Even for Tang San, who had the best eyesight, Qi Ling's figure was just a blurry afterimage in his eyes. By the time he reacted, Qi Ling had already arrived in front of Ning Rongrong. You girl, you did a good job in dealing with me just now, right? Qi Ling said with a smile and flicked Ning Rongrong's forehead. Without Ning Rongrong's assistance, everyone's combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced. Zhu Zuqing would not be able to keep up with his own speed, Daimyo Bai would not be able to block his attacks, and Xiao Wu's throwing skills would be greatly reduced in power. Ning Rongrong was even more important than Tang San, so after Tang San discovered Qi Ling's goal, he immediately began to recall everyone, and at the same time, he also used his third soul skill, spider web binding. But Tang San was still a little slow. The moment the cobwebs closed, Qi Ling had already escaped from their formation with Ning Rongrong. Ka! You're dead! Qi Ling reached out and touched Ning Rongrong's neck. Okay, now you can't provide assistance to them. Ning Rongrong helplessly stopped her soul skill. Without her assistance, everyone suddenly felt a strange sense of disparity. Without Ning Rongrong's assistance, it was difficult for Dai Mubai to withstand Qiling's offensive. Even with the White Tiger King Kong transformation, he could only remain in a passive position to be beaten. At the same time, in order to avoid being repeated by Qiling, Oscar also flew into the sky with Ma Hongjun, providing him with his own sausages while ensuring his own safety. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing came to the flank together and launched an attack on Qiling. Tang San also took out his hidden weapon and cooperated with Ma Hongjun to launch a long-range attack on Qiling. Although everyone has used their full strength, they can't think of a way to win, because it seems that no matter what kind of attack, they have no effect on Qiling. But Qiling's attacks were fatal to them. He first struck the Iron Mountain Reliance to defeat Dai Muabai's defense, then lifted him up and used him as his shield, and once again charged towards the rear camp of everyone. If his sudden advance just now caught everyone by surprise, then this time, Qiling can be said to be arrogant. Because they had Dai Mubai as a shield, Ma Hongjun and Tang San had to stop their attacks for fear of accidentally injuring Dai Mubai. Tang San's spider web restraint came out again, intending to trap Qiling and Dai Mubai together, but Qiling laughed out loud and said, "Xiao San, take it." Then Qiling raised her hand and threw Dai Mubai towards Tang San. Tang San was startled and subconsciously reached out to catch it. When he wanted to look at Qiling again, he was surprised and disappeared. "Where are you looking at?" At this moment, Qiling's voice suddenly came from the air. He was seen hugging Oscar and Ma Hongjun on one side, and actually stayed in the air with their flying abilities. "Fat man, you just set fire to me, I was so happy." Qiling smiled at Ma Hongjun, but this smile was more terrifying than anything else because of Ma Hongjun's eyesight. No, Boss Qi. I am also forced to have no choice." Ma Hongjun immediately denied it. "When I think of fighting you, Boss Qi, I feel like my heart is twisting in a knife. But there is no way, this is all the master's task." Yes, me too," Oscar said hurriedly. "Stop saying it's useless, you two just stay down," Qiling said, using both hands hard, he hit their heads together. Bang! The crisp sound meant that Ma Hongjun and Oscar had also lost their fighting power. At this point, only Tang San, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing were left on the field. Seeing this scene, Tang San sighed helplessly. Sure enough, the gap between himself and his eldest brother was too great, and now it was an inevitable defeat. Helpless, Tang San had already lowered his hands, planning to formally admit defeat, but at this moment, Zhu Zuqing rushed out resolutely, as if he had no intention of admitting defeat. "Zhu Qing, stop fighting, we can't win." Tang San stopped Zhu Zuqing and said, "If we continue to fight, it will just be a waste of time." "That's just what you think," Zhu Zuqing said without looking back, "since we haven't lost yet, we must fight to the end." "That's right, third brother." Xiao Wu followed Zhu Zuqing and rushed towards Qiling. "Although I didn't think we would win from the beginning, it would be too bad if I gave up first." Var. Seeing the two women's determined expressions, Tang San realized that his fighting will was actually inferior to theirs. "Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing. I'll go with you." Tang San regained his energy and rushed towards Qiling with the two of them. Seeing that the three of them had chosen to continue fighting, Qiling couldn't help but show a pleased expression. For a qualified warrior, having the faith to never admit defeat is the most important thing. At this moment, 3 soul powers were injected into the 3 people's bodies, causing their whole bodies to tremble and their speed and strength to increase significantly. Qiling turned her head and glanced at Ning Rongrong, just in time to see her turn her head to the side, pretending that it had nothing to do with her. Even with Ning Rongrong's assistance, the combat effectiveness of the 3 of them could not compare with Qiling. As the main force, Tang San took over Dai Muabai's position, waving the 8 spider spears in unison, facing Qiling without retreating at all. But it is a pity that as an auxiliary type soul master, Tang San is destined to be unable to compare with the offensive type soul masters head-on. Maybe things will change when he can use the clear sky hammer, but obviously not now. After reaching out to knock off Tang San's 8 spider spear, Qiling reached out and wiped it on his neck. First one. Xiao San is eliminated. Zhu Zuqing took the opportunity to make a sneak attack from the side, but before his hands even touched Qiling's body, they were held in his hands and could no longer be pulled out. Second one. Zhu Zuqing is eliminated. Qiling reached out and flicked Zhu Zuqing's forehead and said to her, "Damn it, brother Qi, watch your move." Xiao Wu once again entangled Qiling from behind, but this time, Qiling was on guard, and there was nothing Xiao Wu could do. "Okay. You girl, don't ride on others every time, pay attention to your image." Qiling grabbed Xiao Wu's thigh helplessly and said, "Are you going to come down by yourself, or should I let you come down? If you don't come down, you won't come down." Xiao Wu said sarcastically, "Anyway, if I'm like this, there's nothing you can do about me, brother Qi." "Really? What about this?" Qiling said with a bad smile, then reached out to tickle Xiao Wu. In the end, the ticklish Xiao Wu finally got off Qiling's body, and at this time, the stick of incense had just finished burning, which at the same time represented Qiling's complete victory against the Shrek 7. Chapter 76, Starry Sky Barrier. "Okay, Xiao Wu, stop messing around. In a real battle, it's not your turn to negotiate terms with the enemy." Yu Xiaogang came over at this time and said to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue playfully, and when the others saw the master coming, they also gathered around. "How did you each feel about the battle just now?" Yu Xiaogang asked. "Oh, what else can you think of? Boss Qi is too strong, there is no way we can win." Ma Hongjun said with a bitter face. "Wrong. Big mistake." Yu Xiaogang shouted loudly, "Not only do you have a chance to win, you actually have a great chance. It's just that you didn't cherish it. Tang San, why didn't you consider the location when you made your plan?" Yu Xiaogang said to Tang San, "Since you can calculate where blue-silver grass is suitable for growing, you should know that the soil will buffer the impact and allow Xiao Wu's the attack power is greatly reduced. Dai Mu Bai, why do you keep fighting Qiling head-on when you know you are outmatched? As an offensive soul master, you are not allowed to fight fiercely. Those who don't know how to advance or retreat are destined to have difficulty achieving success. Ning Rong Rong, do you know why you were the first to be eliminated? As an auxiliary soul master, your first priority is to protect yourself, but you are completely unprepared. You are too casual. And Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zuqing, Xiao Wu, you all have problems." Yu Xiaogang said after telling everyone one by one, "And your biggest problem is that you don't regard this competition as a real fight. If you take this battle seriously, you will not give Qiling a chance to breathe, and the timing of the battle will be more accurate. But not only are your cooperation full of loopholes, but you have not taken it seriously from the beginning. Is this the little monster that Shrek Academy is proud of? It really disappoints me. You are not worthy of the word monster at all." After hearing Yu Xiaogang's merciless criticism, everyone felt ashamed. Indeed, although they said they were serious, when it came to actual combat, they inevitably relaxed. The main reason is naturally that the real battle is too far away from them. It is obviously unrealistic to want them to grow up quickly without being baptized by fists and blood. Of course, the one with the biggest problem among you is still you. Yu Xiaogang changed his subject and faced Qiling Dao. "Me?" Qiling pointed to his nose. "He was the final winner. Why would he be said like this?" "That's right, it's you, Qiling." Yu Xiaogang continued, "You fall into such a simple trap. What does it mean? It means that you don't take this battle seriously at all. When a lion fights a rabbit, you should do your best. Not to mention that your opponent is not that weak. It was your arrogance that almost led to your own failure, otherwise Xiaowu would not have had the chance to use her 8th level throw. Master, I admit that this was my mistake, but if I was too serious, Xiaosan and the others wouldn't be able to last this long. Then how do you know their true strength? Qiling said helplessly. This. Yu Xiaogang thought about it, and it seemed like this was the case. This will not be an example. When Tang San and others heard Qiling's reasons, they immediately felt like crying without tears. They had been working hard together with us for a long time, so why are you just making fun of us? But it was not enough for them to refuse for this reason, because as Qiling said, when he became serious, the battle ended quickly without any surprises. In short, I am quite dissatisfied with today's duel. Each of you did not perform to your best. So tomorrow, everyone will have to undergo punishment training. Yu Xiaogang said. Tomorrow morning, everyone will gather here. Okay, dismissal. After returning to their respective rooms, everyone began to reflect on what the master said today. Through today's competition with Qiling, they further realized their own shortcomings and felt the gap between them and Qiling. When the time came to midnight, Qiling was resting in his room when a gentle knock on the door suddenly came from outside. Here we come. Qiling said secretly in his heart, then stood up and opened the door. Sure enough, the person outside the house was none other than Zhu Zuqing. I'm here as promised, teach me to become stronger. Zhu Zuqing said straightforwardly to Qiling. Are you really so eager to become stronger, so eager to give everything? Qiling looked at Zhu Zuqing in front of him and asked, Zuqing, what have you experienced that made you have such an awareness? In Qiling's impression, although Zhu Zuqing wanted to become stronger, she should not be so desperate. Could it be that some changes have occurred in her history? You don't have to worry about this. In short, I am here just to become stronger. There is no other reason. Zhu Zuqing said coldly, as if he didn't appreciate Qiling's concern. Okay, I'm nosy. Qiling opened the door and said, in that case, let's come in and talk. Ding dong. It is detected that the host is facing Zhu Zuqing's request. This mission is the opening mission of the character development system. The host is asked to make a choice on behalf of Zhu Zuqing and complete the mission The Road of Choice. When the host completes the mission The Road of Choice, the Zhu Zuqing training system will be officially opened, and the host will receive a reward, a Starry Sky enchantment ticket. For this new reward Starry Sky barrier, the system also gave Qiling an explanation. This is a special barrier that can absorb the power of stars. If you practice in this barrier, you can practice 10 times faster. At the same time, the time here will pass by 1/10 of the normal time. This means that not only can you get 10 times the cultivation speed, but you can also get 10 times the cultivation time. The combination of the two equals 100 times the cultivation effect. But because of the heavy burden on the body caused by such practice, each practice can only last 12 hours and cannot be reused within a month. The furnishings in Qiling's room are very simple. Apart from the necessary furniture, there is nothing superfluous. Zhu Zuqing and Qiling sat face to face on both sides of the table. Neither of them spoke first, they were both waiting for the other to speak first. Although the atmosphere seemed a bit awkward, Qiling was not in a hurry, because this time it was Zhu Zuqing who came to ask for something from him, and he was not afraid that she would not speak. Let me become stronger. In the end, Zhu Zuqing couldn't bear it anymore and said to Qiling, no matter what the price, I can pay it, as long as I can become stronger. Qiling was helpless, it seemed that Zhu Zuqing could only say these 2 sentences, so he reached out and took out a bottle of turquoise liquid, placed it on the table and said, okay, since you want to become stronger, drink it first. Chapter 77, Zhu Zuqing's Development Plan. Zhu Zuqing looked at the strangely shining liquid in the bottle and asked, what kind of medicine is this? A poison that will kill you immediately if you drink it, or a hallucinogen that will make you involuntarily lose control after drinking it? Qiling said with a smile, which one do you prefer to believe? It seemed that Zhu Zuqing was completely indifferent to Qiling's joke, so she directly raised the cup, opened the bottle cap and drank it in one gulp. Okay, I've already drank, what next? Zhu Zuqing said calmly. You just believe me and don't doubt me. Qiling said helplessly. Zhu Zuqing's doing this undoubtedly made him feel more stressed. Since I choose to believe you, I won't ask why. I just need to obey. Zhu Zuqing said, besides, Qiling, you are a person worth trusting. Qiling smiled and said, well, okay, do you feel hot all over your body now, and then your blood flow speeds up, your soul power is out of control, and your body has a strange feeling. I seem to really feel it. Zhu Zuqing said with a strange expression. Did Qiling really drink that medicine for himself? He had said before that he could impose conditions on himself at will, but why didn't he do anything to him at that time? Is it because you are looking for an opportunity for the two of you to be alone so that he can make a move? So now is the right time, right place, and right people. Zhu Zuqing himself came to the door. She knew very well how attractive her body was to men, so she closed her eyes and resigned herself to her fate. And after Zhu Zuqing closed her eyes, she could feel Qiling reaching out to her. I wonder where his hand will reach? How would he treat himself who was helpless? Bang! A crisp brain snap awakened Zhu Zuqing from his delusions of being murdered. She covered her forehead and looked at Qiling aggrievedly, wondering what he meant. What are you thinking about, girl? Qiling said helplessly, the thing I gave you to drink is called Foundation Establishment Spiritual Liquid. It is a liquid that can only be effective for soul masters below level 30 and can improve soul power cultivation. The medicine of speed. 1 bottle of medicine is effective for 1 month. Please take these 2 bottles of medicine. Qiling took out 2 more bottles of medicine and said, every month, take them on time, which can significantly increase your cultivation speed. After Qiling said this, Zhu Zuqing felt that the abnormality in his body was indeed what he said. And the speed of his soul power had accelerated a lot. And he thought that the abnormality in his body was because he wanted to do that kind of thing, so he couldn't help but said with a blushing face, thank you, thank you. But, Qiling, this alone is not enough. I also want to become stronger. Of course I know you won't be satisfied with just this. Qiling sighed helplessly. In fact, he would rather get rid of Zhu Zuqing like this. But next, you need to make your own choice. Zhu Zuqing, you have to think clearly. Qiling said solemnly, because your choice today will directly change your future life. What Qiling said was not alarmist, because it was actually a new function of the system, a prerequisite for the use of the character development function. If you want to develop a character, you must first obtain the other party's consent and let the other party make a choice. The content she chooses will directly determine the rewards she can receive. There are 3 choices before you now. Qiling said, the first is the ordinary path. As time goes by, you will naturally become stronger and stronger. If you choose this one, you can enjoy the process of becoming stronger without any burden. After hearing this, Zhu Zuqing shook his head, if I could accept this choice, I wouldn't come to you. Haha, I guess so. Qiling smiled helplessly, then the second one is the way to be strong, work 100 times harder than others, and bear 100 times more pressure than others. The way to become stronger with all your strength, how? Zhu Zuqing still shook his head and said, this is the path I have been taking. I don't think this will help me. Okay, then the third type. Qiling said, the extreme path, always on the edge of collapse, cutting off your own escape, and living just to become stronger. If you choose this path, you will naturally become 100 times stronger. Zhu Zuqing lowered his head and seemed to be thinking carefully. Although it sounded scary, Qiling knew that such a trivial matter would not scare her at all. Sure enough, Zhu Zuqing raised his head and said something to Qiling, but the content was far beyond Qiling's expectation. Qiling, I can accept this, but I want to know, is there a fourth option? Yes. Qiling nodded helplessly. The reason why he didn't tell Zhu Zuqing the fourth option was because Qiling didn't know what the consequences of this choice would be. After all, he does not have complete control over the system. Please tell me, Qiling, I should have said that no matter what the price, I can accept it. Zhu Zuqing said firmly. Oh, okay. Qiling said helplessly, the fourth option, the road to hell, make a deal with the devil, sell your soul to hell, overdraw your destiny, and gamble your entire life. Choose this method, Zuqing, and you will gain the power to fear no one. This fourth option sounds terrifying enough, and Qiling doesn't know what the consequences will be after making such a choice. But one thing is undoubted, that is, Zhu Zuqing will gain extremely powerful power, even so powerful that even he cannot be underestimated. It goes without saying, Qiling. Zhu Zuqing said, I choose the fourth option. You really don't think about it anymore. Unnecessary. Qiling sighed helplessly. Since this was Zhu Zuqing's own choice, he had no right to interfere. After all, everyone had their own reasons for having to fight. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host, you have made a choice for Zhu Zuqing on the road of choice. Choose the option is the fourth choice, road to hell. The Zhu Zuqing training function has been enabled, please confirm the rewards and enabled functions. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, signing a contract with Zhu Zuqing, and receiving the reward, a Starry Sky enchantment ticket. Zhu Qing, your martial spirit is the Nether Civet Cat, which is characterized by extremely fast speed, so to eliminate your characteristics, I helped you choose something that is most suitable for you. Qiling said, putting something in front of Zhu Zuqing, take it, this is what you deserve for risking everything. What Qiling placed in front of Zhu Zuqing was a burgundy red gem with a heart-shaped appearance that was extremely gorgeous, making people fall into its intoxicating charm at a glance. This is it? Zhu Zuqing asked curiously. Heart of the Beast God, this is your power. Qiling said. Chapter 78, Heart of the Beast God. Heart of the Beast God? How to use this thing? Zhu Zuqing asked doubtfully. It is true that this is the most beautiful gem Zhu Zuqing has ever seen. No girl can resist its charm, but what she needs is not such a decoration, but something that can make her stronger. Ha ha ha, of course this is not an ordinary gem. It contains power beyond your imagination. Qiling smiled, as long as you can absorb all its power, you can achieve your goal. Power? But I didn't feel anything. Zhu Zuqing picked up the gem and felt it was cold in his hands, but he didn't feel anything else. Of course you won't feel anything if you just hold it like this. How can it be so easy to use the heart of the beast god? Qiling said. You put a drop of blood on it, then put it on your heart, and at the same time inject soul power into it, and feel it with your whole body. If you gain its approval, you will naturally be able to feel it. According to what Qiling said, Zhu Zuqing dropped a drop of blood on the heart of the beast god, then placed it on his heart, closed his eyes, and felt it with all his heart. After a long time, Zhu Zuqing suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for air, his eyes full of fear, as if he had seen something terrifying. How is it? Do you feel it? What do you feel? Qiling asked. I felt endless power and a huge existence. Zhu Zuqing said in shock, just standing in front of him, I already felt like I was about to collapse. How could there be such a terrifying existence in the world? Qiling, can I really absorb such terrible power? Qiling said calmly, of course you can't absorb it completely now, but you can gradually absorb a small amount and improve your affinity with it. When you have the strength of a titled Douluo or above, you will have the foundation to fully accept its power, and then you can fully unleash the power of the heart of the beast god. Zhu Zuqing listened to what Qiling said. Even as calm as she was, she was shocked by what Qi Ling said. Titled Douluo is a realm that ordinary people can't even imagine. But according to Qi Ling's intention, becoming a titled Douluo is only a preliminary qualification? What kind of existence is this beast god's heart? And what kind of power will he face? Then can I start absorbing this power now? Zhu Zuqing asked. Not yet, your current foundation is too weak and you simply can't withstand the power of the beast god's heart. Qi Ling said. When you obtain your third soul ring, you will almost have the most basic strength. You can start by then. Recalling the terrifying power he felt just now, Zhu Zuqing was not surprised by this. After all, the power was too terrifying and could not be easily endured. Then now, I can only wait until I become a soul master before I can further practice. Zhu Zuqing asked, I want to know, is there anything else I can learn? Of course there is, and this is what I want to tell you. Qi Ling said, you should know that Xiao San has a magical skill called Xiaogang, which is combined with soul power. The two can promote each other. This set of 9 nether sacred heart techniques is a technique that is very suitable for you, Zuqing. When you practice it, you can get twice the result with half the effort. What you have to do now, Zuqing, is to practice it hard. Zhu Zuqing took the 9 nether sacred heart Ju from Qi Ling's hand, and then Qi Ling continued, with Zuqing's qualifications, you should be able to achieve some success in 3 months. As long as you can cultivate to the top level, even if the goal is achieved. In addition, there is a martial skill that matches the 9 nether sacred heart technique, and I will also pass it on to you. Qi Ling said, this martial skill is called Xianming Divine Palm, and it is a kind of an extremely powerful palm technique. When you achieve some success in your cultivation, the power of this Xianming Divine Palm will no longer be inferior to that of Zhao Lei's bloody handprint. By then, you will have the capital to fight him. After Zhu Zuqing came back from the Great Soul Fighting Arena, Qi Lingbian immediately went to the Great Soul Fighting Arena and detoxified Zhao Lei. After all, he is a man of his word. If Zhao Lei wins, of course he will help him detoxify as agreed. But then, Qi Ling slapped Zhao Lei again. This time he asked Zhao Lei to compete with Zhu Zuqing again in 3 months. Regardless of victory or defeat, he would let him go. Zhao Lei wanted to scold Qi Ling for not keeping his word, but his life was still in Qi Ling's hands. He could only agree to Qi Ling's conditions with tears in his eyes. If Zhu Zuqing wants to defeat Zhao Lei, he must meet 3 conditions. His soul power level reaches level 29, he has cultivated the 9 nether sacred heart art to the 1st level, and he has achieved some success in Xianming Divine Palm. These 3 conditions are indispensable. After all, Zhao Lei is not an easy person to deal with. If he wants to defeat him, Zhu Zuqing must meet such harsh conditions. Qi Ling has no control over how the master plans to train Shrek, but since Zhu Zuqing has signed a contract with him, he must take responsibility for her and make her stronger, and in his own way. Okay, practice hard after you go back, and you will naturally become stronger. Qi Ling said, if you don't understand anything, you can ask me at any time. Zhu Zuqing looked at the technique in front of him and suddenly asked Qi Ling, why are you willing to help me? I like you, can't I? Qi Ling said with a bad smile. Watching Zhu Zuqing's face gradually change from expressionless to tomato-like red, Qi Ling found that teasing an innocent girl like Zhu Zuqing was really interesting. Okay, I'm just teasing you. I have my reasons for teaching you this, and you will know it later. Qi Ling said seriously, you just need to know that my ambition is not here, but in heaven. Zhu Zuqing looked at the high-spirited Qi Ling, but did not understand what he meant. He just felt that there was something extra about him that was not usually seen. And Qi Ling is not afraid that Zhu Zuqing will be alienated from him in the future, because everyone's fate has been tied together since they joined Shrek Academy. Qi Ling will not stand by and ignore anyone's crisis. Likewise, others also sincerely care about Zhu Zuqing. Qi Ling regards him as his boss Qi. Then, can I still come over tomorrow? Zhu Zuoqing summoned up the courage to say, I don't have any other ideas, I just want to discuss the details of these techniques with you. Qiling smiled nonchalantly and said, welcome anytime. Looking at Zhu Zuoqing's leaving figure, Qiling couldn't help but warn him again, don't go back too late to practice, the master's training tomorrow will be very tiring. Zhu Zuoqing listened to Qiling's instructions, and somehow felt a hint of joy. He couldn't help but softly said yes, and then quickly ran back to his dormitory. Chapter 79, The First Stage of Special Training. Early the next morning, everyone gathered early in the college cafeteria. This time no one dared to be late again, and the master finally showed a look of relief. However, Qiling saw the way Zhu Zuoqing had two panda eyes and kept her spirits up, and knew that she must not have listened to him after she went back yesterday, but chose to study hard all night. In fact, Qiling can also understand Zhu Zuoqing's thoughts. After all, this has been her wish for many years. Now that she finally has the opportunity to achieve it, she naturally does not want to waste a single minute. However, if a spring is tightened for too long, it will break one day. The same is true for people. No one can live normally under continuous high pressure. In order to keep Zhu Zuoqing from falling out of the category of a normal person, Qiling had to think of a way to stop her from pushing herself too hard. After eating, everyone will warm up for half an hour, and then come to the entrance of the academy to accept the punishment agreed with you yesterday. The master said to everyone. If Qiling guessed correctly, the punishment mentioned by the master should be the extreme load-bearing cross-country. This was not only a showdown he gave to the Shrek 7 monsters, but also the first lesson he taught the Shrek 7 monsters. Let them realize the importance of helping each other. After this training, a few people who had shared the experience of adversity established initial trust, and Shrek's group took shape. I wonder how much weight I can bear. Qiling thought to himself. According to his own estimation, having practiced the 9-turn true dragon art, his physical fitness should be more than 10 times that of Shrek's people. Daimyo Bai, the strongest among them all, can bear about 30 kilograms of stones, so he should be able to bear more than 300 kilograms of weight. Of course, this is just an ideal number. After all, weight-bearing cross-country and weightlifting and other sports are completely different. More importantly, it is a test of one's willpower. However, Qiling has confidence in his willpower. After all, he can even withstand the extreme physical training of the 9-turn true dragon art. What else is more terrifying? After a little warm-up, everyone arrived at the entrance of the college as Yu Xiaogang said. Waiting for them there was not only Master Yu Xiaogang, but also Zhao Wuji and Flanders. Here are the rocks prepared for you. Each one carries his own share. You are not allowed to use soul power. Run from the academy to Soto City and back again. Yu Xiaogang said, pointing to a pile of rocks on the ground. Everyone must run 10 laps before lunch. If one person can't finish it, then everyone will have no food. Okay, now everyone has to carry their own stones. After everyone heard this, they had no objections and stepped forward to carry their own stones on their backs. According to the different qualities of each person, the weight of the stones is naturally different, and they are all placed in bamboo baskets with their own names written on them. When Qiling carried his own bamboo basket on his back, what surprised him was that the stones in the bamboo basket were unexpectedly light, weighing only about 40 kilograms. Even so, he is still the heaviest among everyone, 10 kilograms more than Daimyo Bai. But this is obviously far from what I expected. Is this the only level I have in the eyes of the master? Seemingly sensing Qiling's thoughts, Yu Xiaogang said, Qiling, are you wondering why there are only 40 kilograms of stones in your frame? That's because there will be special punishment for you, so I asked teacher Zhao Wuji to come here. After Yu Xiaogang finished speaking, Zhao Wuji stepped forward, the 7 soul rings on his body lit up, and he had already activated his soul skills. Immediately, Qiling's expression changed, and the bamboo basket he was carrying suddenly seemed as heavy as a mountain, causing the soles of his feet to immediately sink into the soil. Others also discovered Qiling's abnormality, all with surprised expressions on their faces, and the master explained at this time, "Teacher Zhao Wuji has applied a gravity increase to the stones you are carrying, and the weight of each stone has increased 10 times. Qiling, you must carry these amplified stones and run the entire distance. And any extra stones given to you will increase 10 times in weight. The stone Qiling is carrying weighs 40 kilograms. After increasing the weight tenfold, it will weigh 400 kilograms. Carrying a weight of 400 kilograms of stone, running back and forth between Soto City and the Academy 10 times without using soul power, this is a task that is simply unimaginable. I'm afraid only Qiling can complete it. 400 pounds, my god, Boss Qi, is your body made of iron?" Ma Hongjun said in shock. "Okay, don't say any more. If we continue to linger, we won't be able to come back even after dark," Qiling said, and then he was the first to run outside. Several people looked at each other. Since Qiling, who was carrying 500 kilograms of weight, had already set off, they had no reason to shirk any more, so they all ran out with the bamboo baskets on their backs. Looking at the figures running away, Xiaogang couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Flanders, who had a toothache on the side, said, 400 pounds. "Xiaogang, you are really cruel. Even for me, I'm afraid. I can't hold on. Can Qiling really do it?" "Don't worry, Qiling's potential is far greater than you and I imagined," Xiaogang said with a smile. "Moreover, this test is not just that simple. It depends on how they resolve it." When they first put the bamboo basket on their backs, everyone didn't think it was anything. But not long after running, everyone realized how difficult this punishment was. The smart Tang San immediately understood the master's intention. Everyone must help each other to get through this difficulty. Otherwise, as long as one person falls behind, then their mission has failed. Oscar also suddenly realized at this time, so that's it. I'm afraid the master designed it like this just to prevent Boss Qi from helping us cheat. Everyone then understood what Oscar meant. After all, the weight of dozens of kilograms did not make much difference to Qiling. But now everyone's 1 pound is equivalent to 10 pounds on Qiling's body. The difference cannot be ignored. That's natural. The master must have calculated our limits before setting these tasks. Qiling said, "So, don't think about opportunistic things and just accept the punishment obediently." According to the original plot, even without Qiling, everyone can barely complete the task, but this time there is a variable, and that is Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing, who had stayed up all night, was already in an extreme physical condition. Now that he was forced to carry out punishment, he would naturally be unable to hold on any longer. So, on the 5th lap, Zhu Zuqing reached his limit. He stumbled and almost fell. Fortunately, he was supported by Xiaowu on the side and did not fall. "Zuqing, how are you?" Qiling turned around and asked. I can do it." Although Zhu Zuqing said this, everyone could see that her eyes had begun to lose focus, her body had become exhausted and she began to tremble uncontrollably. On the verge of coma. "Really, you girl, you just love to show off." Qiling came to her side helplessly, took Xiaowu's hand, and then put her stone in the frame behind him. The stone behind Zhu Zuqing weighed 20 kilograms, but when it landed on Qiling's body, it weighed 200 kilograms. At this point, Qiling's weight has become 600 kilograms. Chapter 80, Beyond the Limit. "Brother! You should give me Zhu Zuqing's stone." Tang San held on and said, "Our stone is too heavy to add to your body." "Don't worry, mistress, I can handle your big brother." Qiling said, "Besides, your burden is no lighter than mine." Before that, Ning Rongrong and Oscar's stones had already reached the backs of Tang San and Dai Mubai, so they, the two auxiliary spirit masters, could hold on. There was also an episode. When Ning Rongrong could no longer hold on, Dai Mubai took the initiative and took the stone from her domineeringly. Ning Rongrong also gave Dai Mubai a rare smile and said, Dai Lahu, you are not so annoying today. Zhu Zuqing, who had unloaded his burden, was supported by Xiaowu and continued to run with everyone. However, from here on, everyone's pace slowed down obviously. On the 8th lap, Zhu Zuqing finally couldn't hold on any longer and fainted completely. Ning Rongrong and Oscar took the stone from Zhu Zuqing, while Qiling carried Zhu Zuqing on his back. By the 9th lap, Dai Mubai had reached his limit and had to share the stones on his body with everyone. Oscar and Ning Rongrong also reached their limit at this time. Ning Rongrong was in a coma, and Oscar the card is also shaky. Xiao San. Qiling said at this time, give me their stones too. The stones owned by Oscar and Ning Rongrong weighed 20 kilograms in total. If Qiling were given the stones, the weight of the stones on his body would have exceeded 800 kilograms. Not to mention that Qiling later carried Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing on his back, and the weight on their bodies was almost 1000 kilograms. This weight is the limit even for Qiling. Now every time he takes a step, the ground will sink a little, which looks terrible. At this time, Ma Hongjun had reached his limit and could only hand over his stone to Dai Mubai, and he and Oscar helped each other move forward. Everyone tried their best, approaching their limits, and walked towards Shrek Academy. Brother Qi, Rongrong, and Zuqing are so cunning. I also want you to carry me on your back. Xiao Wu leaned close to Qiling at this time, her eyes had turned red like a real rabbit, and she had obviously reached her limit. Ha ha ha, no problem, Xiao Wu, it won't be too much if I add you. Qiling said to Xiao Wu, it seems that for him, there is never a so-called limit. But Xiao Wu shook her head and said, Brother Qi, I will not be a burden to you. I will definitely try my best to keep up with you. Qiling looked at Xiao Wu unexpectedly, but saw the indelible determination in her eyes, and couldn't help but be moved by it. You girl, don't push yourself too hard. Qiling said with a smile. The last few people supported each other and finally arrived at the gate of the college. Looking at the appearance of these people, Flanders couldn't help but said in shock, these children are so great. I am really honored to be their teacher. Zhao Wuji also said sincerely, at their age, I was far inferior to them. No, even now, I am far inferior to them in many places. Yu Xiaogang said proudly, look, Zhao Wuji, Flanders, these are the little monsters in our college. I wonder what kind of difficulties are there in this world that can't stop them. As the last step arrived, several people fell to the ground one after another and fainted, leaving only Qiling standing there. Thank you, how do you feel? Yu Xiaogang asked Qiling, the only one who was still awake. 2 words, Qiling said with a smile, happy. Yu Xiaogang looked at Qiling unexpectedly. He could see that Qiling was at the edge of his limit at this moment. As long as he applied a little more pressure, he would become one of them and fall to the ground. But even so, he was still able to say the word happy with a smile. He really had a heroic temperament, and people couldn't help but give a thumbs up. You kid, are you really a god descending to earth? Zhao Wuji said with emotion, I've been giving you increased gravity all the way. I can't hold it anymore, but you can still hold it. Boy, I, Zhao Wuji, have never served anyone in my life, but you are one of them. Qiling smiled and said, thank you very much, Teacher Zhao, for the compliment. Okay, Qiling, I have prepared a medicated bath for you, which will be of great benefit to your physical recovery. Yu Xiaogang said, not only can it speed up your physical recovery, but it can also promote the flow of your soul power and speed up your recovery. Thank you, Master, but Master, I have other things to do. Qiling refused, just ask Master to prepare a medicinal bath for Xiaosan and the others. The reason why Qiling rejected Yu Xiaogang was because although Yu Xiaogang's medicated bath was good, the potency was too bland. For Tang San and others, the effect was just right, but for Qiling's physique, the effect was almost equal to no. So in order not to waste this opportunity, Qiling prepared a medicinal bath suitable for him, and the medicinal effect was even more domineering. And the most important thing is that Qiling has already reached the Dzogchen realm at the second level of the 9-turn True Dragon art, and can reach the third level. The first thing to do is to undergo the third physical training. This time he pushed his body to the limit. Qiling also wanted to use this as an opportunity to create a breakthrough opportunity, so he was eager to make a breakthrough at his limit state. Although Xiaogang didn't know Qiling's plan, he knew that Qiling was a very independent person. Many times, he was even more professional than him, so he did not stop him. He just worked with Flanders and Zhao Wuji. 2 others were sent to take medicinal baths. Wow! It feels so good! After returning to his room and soaking in the medicine he prepared, Qiling couldn't help but say it. If someone saw this scene, they would definitely think that there was something wrong with Qiling's brain, because his medicinal bath looked very scary, like a strange chemical. And the effect of this medicine is indeed worthy of its appearance, because the medicine is too powerful, not many people can bear it, it is more like a kind of torture than a kind of conditioning. But this overbearing medicinal bath is just right for Qiling at this time. It can not only provide the huge energy needed by his body, but also provide him with an opportunity to exercise his body. The extreme pain of exercising the body, combined with the extreme fatigue that the body can endure to the limit, turned into a strange feeling under the catalysis of the overbearing medicinal bath. And Qiling, in this strange feeling, also fell into a state of half-awake, but his body continued to exercise spontaneously. This exercise lasted for a whole day and night. He, the only person who was not in a coma, became the last person to be awake. It was not until dawn the next day that Qiling completed his third level of True Dragon body. He opened his eyes, and there seemed to be a flash of light in his eyes. He could clearly feel that he had become stronger. Chapter 81, Devil Training. Hey! What a good sleep! Qiling stretched out in the medicinal bath and woke up. Practicing hard day and night not only did not make Qiling feel mentally exhausted, but instead restored her to her best condition. However, after not eating for a whole day and night, Qiling only felt empty in his stomach. If he didn't eat again, he was afraid that he would faint from hunger. After packing up, Qiling opened the door and planned to go to the college cafeteria to have breakfast. But when he opened the door, he saw Zhu Zuqing sitting in front of the door, seemingly practicing. "Zuqing? Why are you here?" Qiling asked in surprise. "I said that I would come to you again at night, so I woke up from a coma yesterday and came to see you." Zhu Zuqing said, "It's just that your door is locked. I know that if everything is okay. I don't know how to lock the door, so I'll wait for you here." "Then you waited all night?" Qiling said in surprise. Seeing Zhu Zuqing gently nodding his head, Qiling didn't know what to say. This girl was so stubborn and frightening. It seemed that no one could change what she believed. "It's not just for cultivation. I came here for another reason. I want to thank you in person." Zhu Zuqing said, "I know everything about yesterday. After I fainted, you were the one who carried me all the way back. I just want to thank you for this." It's a trivial matter, we are companions," Qiling said. "Then, there is one more thing." Zhu Zuqing continued, "Can I come and continue practicing tonight?" "Well, I'm afraid of you. If you come back tonight, I will definitely practice with you," Qiling said helplessly. A rare smile appeared on Zhu Zuqing's cold face. "Okay." Then the two of them went to the canteen together and met everyone gathered in the canteen. After yesterday's baptism, not only did everyone's spirits change, but their relationship with each other also improved. When everyone finished breakfast and rushed to the playground, Xiaogang was already waiting for them there. Except for Qiling, everyone was a little nervous, wondering how the master would evaluate them. "What you did yesterday was very good. The most important thing is that no one of you was left behind. Even if there were companions who couldn't keep up, you still tried your best to help each other and come back. Xiaogang said, "This is more important than anything else." Hearing that the master praised themselves, everyone felt happy, but they all knew that if it weren't for Qiling, they would not have been able to complete this arduous task. Thinking of Qiling carrying 1,000 kilograms of weight, carrying Ningrongrong and Zhu Zuqing on his back step by step, everyone felt hot in their hearts. Qiling was indeed their boss. "After this, I will conduct special training for you for 3 months. You must be mentally prepared," Xiaogang said. "If there are people who don't want to participate, then come forward now. I don't want anyone to disobey orders and affect everyone's training." Naturally, no one came forward. The master said with satisfaction, "Very good, now the first thing, go to Soto City again and run back and forth. This time, I allow you to use soul power." Looking at the backs of everyone running out together, Xiaogang clearly felt that they were different from before. Now they are a whole. And Qiling, who is running at the front, is their leader. At this time, all Xiaogang could think of were the words "Heaven's proud one." He really wanted to see what the future of these geniuses would be like. Master Xiaogang's training officially began on this day, and everyone in Shrek began to understand the meaning of the devil. However, besides the master, there is another person who scares them even more, and that is Qiling. If the master is the devil, then Qiling is undoubtedly the devil of the abyss. Every time the master asked Qiling to train them alone, they would end up lying in the medical room, and no one would be spared. In addition, the master would let them practice with Qiling every day, saying that it would enhance their fighting will, but what everyone felt from Qiling was only deep despair. No matter what method is used or what conditions are set, Qiling seems to be the invincible god of war, and his weaknesses cannot be found at all. But everyone had to admit that in the process of fighting Qiling, they also made rapid progress. After all, I was forced into a desperate situation every day, and it was difficult not to make progress. After every day of training, Zhu Zuqing would go to Qiling for special training at night, rain or shine. It is precisely because of her perseverance that she has made rapid progress. She has quickly mastered 9 Nether Sacred Heart Art and Xianming Divine Palm, which made Qiling praise and marvel. However, after training, Qiling made a request to Zhu Zuqing, asking her to ensure at least 5 hours of sleep every day to achieve the purpose of rest. "Why? I don't have that much time to sleep," Zhu Zuqing said in confusion. It seemed that for her, she wished she could spend 24 hours a day practicing. "If it is too strong, it will break easily." "Zuqing, I should have told you this before. Resting is for better progress," Qiling said. "What's more, who said you can't practice while sleeping?" At that moment, Qiling taught Zhu Zuqing how to practice soul power while sleeping. In this way, firstly, the body can be fully rested, and secondly, time will not be wasted. But why does it sound so awkward to teach girls how to sleep? 3 months of hard training passed in the blink of an eye. In these 3 months, everyone has made great progress and changed tremendously. During this period, the soul power of Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong increased by 1 level, and everyone else also improved, especially in terms of physical fitness, which had undergone earth-shaking changes. Now everyone can carry cross-country loads as easily as before. Tang San and Dai Mubai can even increase the weight to 100 kilograms. Even Ning Rongrong and Oscar can bear 30 kilograms of weight. But the person who has made the most progress among everyone is Zhu Zuqing. As a spirit master of the agility and attack system, not only can she bear a weight of 80 kilograms, but her spirit power has increased by 2 extremes, reaching level 29. What's more important is that Zhu Zuqing has completed the first level of the 9 Nether Sacred Heart technique and has even shown signs of breaking through to the 2nd level. Xianming Divine Palm has also been practiced with great enthusiasm. Although she has not yet broken through to the realm of Soul Master, Qiling believes that no soul master can underestimate her. And everyone's 3-month devil training finally ended yesterday. Master Yu Xiaogang gave them an unprecedented 7 days of leave to adjust their condition. Chapter 82, Zhu Zuqing fights Zhao Lei 3 times. Finally got a chance to rest, and everyone started busy with their own things. Ma Hongjun hurried straight to the Red Mansion district, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong went shopping in the city. Oscar and Dai Mubai didn't know what they were doing in the city. Tang San was obsessed with his hidden weapons, assembling them in his warehouse. Zhu Zuqing came to Qiling. Qiling smiled and said to him, "Are you ready? Today is a great day for your revenge." Zhu Zuqing nodded silently, looking high-spirited. Today was the day she had a fight with Zhao Lei. She wanted to see if she had made any progress in the past 3 months. Although in these 3 months, Zhu Zuqing was undoubtedly the most able to endure hardships and his progress was astonishing. If these could not be tested in actual combat, then they would be just words on paper after all. So Qiling took Zhu Zuqing to the Great Soul Fighting Arena in Soto City and registered for a duel. His opponent was Zhao Lei of Silver Soul Fighting. When he saw Qiling reappearing, Zhao Lei was so moved that he wanted to cry. He said to Qiling with a bitter look on his face, "Boss, after this fight, can you let me go? I promise not to hurt you again." "People, don't worry, this is the last time. As long as you compete seriously, no matter you win or lose, I will never deal with you again," Qiling said. "In addition, if you can defeat Zhu Zuqing, in order to make up for your losses during this period, I will give you an additional Spirit Ascension Pill and a Soul Guidance Device. Are you satisfied enough? These 2 things are undoubtedly priceless treasures." Zhao Lei nodded happily and said, "Satisfied, thank you for the generous gift, boss." "Hey, you haven't fought Zhu Zuqing yet, are you so confident that you can win?" Qiling said, "Zhu Qing has made great progress in the past 3 months, and he came here specifically to take revenge on you this time." Zhao Lei said disdainfully, "How strong can she become in just 3 months? It is simply impossible to win against me." "Zuqing," he said that, "what do you think?" Qiling said to Zhu Zuqing beside him. Zhu Zuqing didn't say anything and walked directly to the preparation area. This silent action was undoubtedly her best attitude. Zhao Lei also walked to the war preparation area and said to Qiling, "Boss Qi, don't worry, I won't be cruel. Take care of yourself." Qiling said helplessly, "Let me remind you, Zhu Qing and he are completely different from 3 months ago. If you are so careless, you will suffer a loss." Although Zhao Lei was reminded by Qiling, he still looked disapproving. If he could surpass him in 3 months, wouldn't all Zhao Lei's efforts have been in vain? "I know you don't believe it, but you just need to know one thing," Qiling said with a smile. "In addition to studying in the academy during this period, she has been studying more with me." When Zhao Lei heard this, his eyes became serious. He knew very well how capable Qiling was. Since he was so confident, could it be that Zhu Zuqing was really any different? It didn't take long for the match between the two to be broadcast. After each took the stage and the referee announced the start of the game, the two immediately entered a fighting stance. The fighting method that Zhao Lei is good at is very simple and effective, that is, relying on his body skills and speed to get close to his opponent, and then using his bloody handprint to achieve the final blow with one blow. Although this can solve the battle quickly, it also has a fatal flaw, that is, if the opponent breaks his blood handprint, Zhao Lei has no chance of winning. As for the methods of breaking the blood handprint, there are many ways. Direct absorption like Qiling's method is undoubtedly the most domineering, but not everyone has a martial spirit as unreasonable as his. So, what kind of method to use to deal with Zhao Lei is what Zhu Zuqing wants to consider. In the end, her conclusion is, speed. Zhu Zuqing's nether civet spirit is one of the top agility martial spirits. There is no reason why it should lose to Zhao Lei in terms of speed. Coupled with the 9 nether sacred heart technique she practiced during this period, She even trained her speed to the extreme, that is, even though he doesn't have an advantage in soul skills, he can still leave Zhao Lei far behind. Are you ready, kitty? Zhao Lei faced Zhu Zuqing and moved his body. I'm going to. Ahem. Qiling's voice came. I don't like your title, give me another one. Zhao Lei, no problem, Boss Qi, whatever you say is what it is. Zhao Lei, are you ready, Boss Qi little kitty? If you are, I'm about to start. Zhu Zuqing looked at Zhao Lei opposite him speechlessly and said, let's go. Hey, I'm sorry, then I will end the battle in an instant. Zhao Lei said, his body instantly activated and rushed towards Zhu Zuqing. In the past 3 months, Zhao Lei's soul power had not made any progress, but this gave him the opportunity to accumulate his own skills. At this time, his pace was more steady and his speed was faster. Zhao Lei originally thought that since he had made progress in the past 3 months, wouldn't he be able to deal with Zhu Zuqing, who was already inferior to him. I'm afraid that one face-to-face meeting will end this duel. But what he never expected was that when he rushed in front of Zhu Zuqing, she suddenly disappeared. What? How is it possible? Zhao Lei was shocked and looked around hurriedly. Could it be that this Zhu Zuqing actually learned how to teleport? Where are you looking? Zhu Zuqing's voice came from behind Zhao Lei. She didn't know when she had already arrived behind Zhao Lei. What? Zhao Lei was shocked and turned around to face Zhu Zuqing and said, how did you get behind me? Can you teleport? How do I get around you? Zhu Zuqing seemed unable to understand his question. That's it, come over here. With that said, Zhu Zuqing's figure moved again, and Zhao Lei was surprised to find that it was not that she could teleport, but that her speed was too fast and his eyes could not keep up. In just 3 months, Zhu Zuqing's speed was already so fast that he couldn't keep up. What kind of terrible progress was this? It is not an exaggeration to say that it has been completely transformed. At this time, Zhu Zuqing was also as excited as a stormy sea. He finally proved to Zhao Lei that he had indeed become stronger, and not just a little stronger, but a complete qualitative change. These 3 months of hard training have not been in vain. My current speed has rarely been matched by soul masters at the same level. Even at the soul master level, there are very few who can keep up with me. Zhu Zuqing's eyes couldn't help but drift to Qiling in the audience. When he saw his confident eyes looking at him scorchingly, he couldn't help but feel hot in his heart. In these 3 months of training, Xiaogang's contribution was certainly attributable, but Zhu Zuqing knew that it was Qiling's training that really changed his quality. He truly fulfilled his promise and made himself stronger. Damn it, I don't believe it. How could you become so strong in just 3 months? Zhao Lei said in disbelief. You know, in order to achieve such speed, he has been practicing hard day and night for 13 years. Now someone has surpassed him in 3 months. How can he not collapse? Chapter 83, The Long-Awaited Victory. But whether Zhao Lijiang believed it or not, it was an indisputable fact that Zhu Zuqing was much faster than him. And this also meant that Zhao Lei's proud bloody handprints had no room to use at all, because he couldn't even grasp the corners of Zhu Zuqing's clothes. Damn it, I don't believe it. Blood handprint. Zhao Lei reluctantly used the blood handprint towards Zhu Zuqing, but she dodged it unsurprisingly. After easily dodging Zhao Lei's attack, Zhu Zuqing casually hit Zhao Lei in the chest with a claw, knocking him back a few steps. Zhao Lei covered his chest and stretched out his hand to see that there was blood seeping out of the wound. This was the first time he was injured in the fight with Zhu Zuqing. Damn it! Bloody handprint. Incited by the pain, Zhao Lei attacked Zhu Zuqing even more crazily. But this time, Zhu Zuqing did not dodge like before, but stretched out his palm. There was faint soul power gathering in the palm, and a green light emerged. Zhao Lei couldn't help but feel secretly happy when he saw that Zhu Zuqing actually gave up his speed advantage and chose to confront him head-on. He was at a disadvantage because he couldn't hit Zhu Zuqing. Now that she actually came to her door, of course he had to seize the opportunity and teach her a lesson. After all, no one except Qiling can bear the impact of his bloody handprint so far. And Zhu Zuqing will definitely be seriously injured under his own palm like before, allowing himself to win. Zhao Lei's idea was wonderful, but unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. The moment he came into contact with Zhu Zuqing's palm, Zhao Lei felt something was wrong. There was actually a very overbearing cold air hovering on Zhu Zuqing's palm, which could hurt people if touched. This strange chill is naturally the power of the Xianming divine palm mastered by Zhu Zuqing. It is not simply cold, but a force created by soul power. While causing harm to people, it can also make people feel cold. Just like Zhao Lei's blood handprint, after hitting it, it will make people feel as hot as if it is on fire, but in fact, his blood handprint itself has no temperature at all. The same is true for Zhu Zuqing's Xianming divine palm. It does not let the temperature rise down 1 degree. The palms of the two hit each other, and Zhao Lei was surprised to find that their soul powers seemed to be offset by each other. Neither party caused any harm to the other, and his bloody handprint was ineffective again. After Zhu Zuqing returned, he looked at his palms and fell into deep thought. The fact that he was able to neutralize Zhao Lei's attack undoubtedly showed that the Xianming divine palm was indeed extremely powerful. He had only mastered 1 or 2 levels, and he could already compare with Zhao Lei's blood handprint. But this is undoubtedly a huge blow to Zhao Lei. If Zhu Zuqing's speed catching up with her is just an accident, then her ability to resist the power of the blood handprint is a crushing blow to her self-confidence. This is impossible. How can you block my bloody handprint? This is not just the first time Zhao Lei has said it is impossible. It seems that since the battle with Zhu Zuqing, what he has done the most is to keep shock. But Zhu Zuqing obviously didn't want to talk too much with Zhao Lei. This man almost killed him. Most of his motivation for practicing hard in the past 3 months was to defeat him. Humph! Don't think that I will be afraid of you. If you have the ability, come and see who of us is stronger. Zhao Lei said, and the bloody handprints flew out and smacked towards Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing kept moving quickly and slapped Zhao Lei. But just when Zhao Lei thought that Zhu Zuqing would compete with her like before, her body suddenly drew a line. The strange arc evaded his attack by a hair's breadth. Immediately afterwards, Zhu Zuqing's palm accurately hit Zhao Lei's ribs, which was the same spot where he attacked him before. Zhao Lei cried out in pain, clutching his ribs and feeling Zhu Zuqing's soul power invade his body, as if it was about to freeze. Zhu Zuqing naturally knew that if he competed for soul power, he would definitely not be Zhao Lei's opponent. After all, his soul power was still 1 level behind his opponent's. If you keep fighting with him head-on, you will undoubtedly play into Zhao Lei's hands, and you will definitely lose in the end, and Zhu Zuqing will be giving up his biggest advantage, speed. So after Zhu Zuqing confirmed the power of Xianming Divine Palm, he had already decided on the direction of the battle, which was to avoid Zhao Lei's attack and give him a fatal blow. Feeling the injuries spreading in his body, Zhao Lei could only slowly fall down even if he didn't want to admit defeat. Contestant Zhao Lei has lost the ability to fight. The referee said at this time, contestant Zhu Zuqing wins this match. When the audience on the field saw this scene, they burst into enthusiastic cheers, applauding Zhu Zuqing's strong strength. Among them, many male viewers boldly expressed their love for Zhu Zuqing. After all, who wouldn't love such a beautiful and powerful beauty? But Zhu Zuqing didn't show any joy about this. She walked straight down from the ring and came to Qiling. Qiling, thank you. Qiling naturally knew what Zhu Zuqing meant. Zhu Zuqing had been waiting for this victory for 3 months. Without Qiling, he would never have been able to defeat Zhao Lei. So Qiling accepted Zhu Zuqing's gratitude calmly and joked, "Is it just lip service?" Alas, there was no kiss or anything. It's really disappointing. Zhu Zuqing's face turned red for a rare moment, and he actually stood up on tiptoes, kissed Qiling on the face, and then quickly turned away, as if nothing happened. But for the audience in the auditorium, this could not be treated as if they had not seen anything. Immediately, some audience members shouted angrily, as if they wanted to give Qiling a good look. Qiling smiled slightly. If he was afraid at this time, he would not even be worthy of being a man. He took a step forward, and the Divine Dragon Emperor instantly possessed him. He opened his mouth and let out a melodious and majestic dragon roar. The sound soared into the sky and spread throughout the great soul fighting arena. All the clamoring voices immediately disappeared without a trace under Qiling's domineering roar. People are like sheep after seeing a lion, they can only tremble from the bottom of their hearts and dare not look at it. Qiling looked around at everyone present and said with a smile, "If you are dissatisfied, I'm always here for you." The result was natural. No one dared to stand up and say a word. The audience was not stupid. They just followed the trend and said a few words when they were cheering. If you really want to stand out, don't you think you have a long life? Besides, this Qiling is not easy to mess with at first glance. He might be a powerful soul master. He is just a common man, so he has no chance to show off his power. And looking at it this way, he and Zhu Zuqing are really talented and beautiful, a perfect match. It is true that a hero comes from a young man, and a talented man matches a beautiful woman. Chapter 84, The First Younger Brother. Now that Zhu Zuqing has won the victory, the two of them will naturally leave the great soul fighting arena to enjoy their own vacation. But just as the two were about to set off, Qiling suddenly slapped his head and said, "I almost forgot one thing, Zuqing, please go outside and wait for me. I'll find someone and I'll be back soon." The person Qiling wanted to find was naturally Zhao Lei. This kid had now received the punishment he deserved, but he couldn't keep his word. Of course, he still had to detoxify him. When Qiling found Zhao Lei in the great soul fighting arena, Zhao Lei seemed to have seen his savior. He hugged Qiling's thigh and said, "Boss Qi, you came to me, help me." Previously, Zhu Zuqing's soul power invaded Zhao Lei was seriously injured inside Lei's body, and it was not expelled from the body over time. Instead, it continued to be destroyed in his body. That weird soul power gave full play to Zhu Zuqing's own characteristics. Relying on its own penetrating power, it seemed to penetrate into Zhao Lei's bone marrow. If Zhao Lei hadn't relied on his own soul power to suppress him, he might have died long ago. Of course he knew that Zhu Zuqing's weird kung fu was taught by Qiling, so Qiling must have a way to save him, so when he saw Qiling at this moment, he immediately begged. Qiling said helplessly, I hope you can learn from this lesson and be a good person in the future." Then Qiling used his true dragon energy to remove Zhu Zuqing's soul power for Zhao Lei, and also detoxified him from the previous poison. Although Zhu Zuqing's soul power characteristics are indeed difficult to deal with, he is still insignificant in the face of Qiling's true dragon energy. Just when Qiling finished detoxifying and was about to leave, Zhao Lei suddenly made a plop and knelt down in front of Qiling, licked his head on the floor, and bowed. "Boss Qi, please accept me as your younger brother. From now on, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Please give me a chance." Qiling was shocked when Zhao Lei knelt down. Accept him as his younger brother? Didn't you allow yourself to be mentally prepared for such a sudden thing? "Zhao Lei, why do you want to be my little brother?" Qiling asked curiously. "Speaking of it, you were indirectly defeated by me, not to mention that you suffered a lot in the past 3 months because of me. Why are you still following me?" Zhao Lei raised his head and said with extremely sincere eyes, "Boss Qi, I know that you are an expert and you have true knowledge and insights, so I won't talk to you about those empty gains. I want to follow you because you will definitely be a dragon or a phoenix among people in the future. Follow you, great things can happen. And, more importantly, it only took you 3 months to turn Zhu Zuqing into such a powerful master, which shows how smart you are. If I follow you, I will definitely find a clear path." Zhao Lei was honest. He only had 2 things to follow. One was to have a future, and the other was to make progress. It was a great opportunity. If he missed the village of Kailing, he might not have the next store. For Qiling, although Zhao Lei's strength is not particularly outstanding, he has been trained by himself and is enough to become a first-class master, and he will definitely be his helper in the future. What to do? To accept or not to accept? Just when Qiling was hesitating, the system suddenly gave him a task. Ding dong! It is detected that the host is facing Zhao Lei's request. Please choose from the following options. Option 1. Reject Zhao Lei and accept him as his younger brother, and get rewards, a 10-year soul ring, 100 gold soul coins, and a hemostatic grass. Option 2. Agree to Zhao Lei's request, accept him as his younger brother, and provide guidance to him, and receive rewards. Zhao Lei's training system is activated, and the host's power value +1, when the power value reaches 10, the host can establish his own primary power. Power value? Seeing this new value, Qiling felt confused. Could it be that after developing the game, he would start a strategy game? From this point of view, this power value is still a very important thing. After all, the power that has passed the system certification will definitely be different from the power that you casually establish, and you can get quite a lot of benefits. And more importantly, since Zhao Lei can activate the training system and sign a contract, he is not afraid that he will betray him, because if he does, all the power given to him by the system will be taken back. In other words, accepting Zhao Lei as his younger brother not only has no disadvantages at all, but also has no risks at all, so why not do it? Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 2, accepting Zhao Lei as his younger brother, and receiving rewards. Zhao Lei's training system is activated, and the host's power value +1. Zhao Lei, before I decide whether to agree to you, I want to ask you a question. Qiling said to Zhao Lei, what do you think is the most important thing about being a person's little brother? Zhao Lei almost didn't think twice and said, it's loyalty. Only those who are loyal to themselves are valuable people. Yes. Qiling nodded, you are right, but do you know how to keep your subordinates loyal? Zhao Lei shook his head. He really had no idea about this. It's very simple. To be a qualified boss, there are many things to do, but the most important thing is to ensure that you are better than others. Qiling said. I will always maintain that I am stronger than any of you, so, Zhao Lei, you don't need to worry about your loyalty. Although Zhao Lei understood only a little bit about what he heard, he understood one thing, that is, Qiling was willing to accept him as his younger brother. He couldn't help but be overjoyed and said quickly, yes, Boss Qi. If you ask me to go east in the future, I will never go east. Everything is up to you. Qiling nodded and said, since you have become my little brother, I will give you some guidance. Show me your blood handprint cultivation method and process, so that I can prescribe the right medicine and tell you how to improve. Zhao Lei did not hesitate and directly demonstrated the process of practicing the blood handprint. However, Qiling frowned after reading it. Boss, what's wrong? Is there anything wrong with my cultivation process? Zhao Lei said in fear. This is a big problem. Qiling said, Zhao Lei, do you know that if you continue to practice like this, you will only have 3 years to live at most? Zhao Lei was stunned and said in disbelief, What? Boss Qi, are you kidding me? Do you think I'm joking? Qiling said helplessly. The blood hand seal you practice is an extremely sinister kung fu. I originally thought it relied on foreign objects to practice, but I didn't expect that it relied on yes, it's you. Me. Zhao Lei pointed at himself and asked in confusion. That's right, when you practice this blood hand seal, you are overdrawing your own life, so you can gain such power. Qiling said. If you don't believe it, do you often feel dry in the mouth but can't drink water? Do you often feel a dull pain in your abdomen, as if something is burning? Is there something that keeps you awake all night, and sometimes you can't wake up? Qiling talked about several situations in a row. Every time he mentioned one more, Zhao Lei's face turned pale, because these were basically his own true situations. Boss Qi, you must save me. I don't want to die yet. Zhao Lei said in a broken voice. Chapter 85, 7 Injury Fist and Hu Nguyen Kong. Get up, since I will tell you, I will naturally find a way to deal with you. Qiling said to Zhao Lei, although this bloody handprint is extremely sinister, fortunately you are still one step away from getting yourself involved. If you wait until you break through level 30 and reach the Soul Master realm, the blood handprint realm will definitely break through at the same time. At that time, you will be exhausted and there will be no hope for you. After Zhao Lei heard this, he suddenly felt a cold sweat. He had been arrogant and happy for so many years with the help of the power of blood handprints, but he didn't expect that it would be at the cost of his own life. And then he thought that Zhu Zuking's Xianming Divine Palm was as powerful as his own bloody handprint, and she was obviously younger than him. Qiling will definitely not harm Zhu Zuking to make her stronger. From this point of view, since Zhu Zuking can become stronger, she might also be safe. Boss Qi, is there any way you can save me? Zhao Lei said hopefully. Qiling casually took out a secret book from behind him. Zhao Lei looked at the 3 big characters 7 Injury Fist on it and wondered what his intention was. When you practice this blood hand seal, you hurt yourself first, and then hurt others. Now, if you are asked to change your skills, it is tantamount to destroying your cultivation skills and making you immortal. Are you willing? Qiling asked. From a master to a mere mortal, even if it is to save his life, this is unacceptable, and Zhao Lei is naturally unwilling. So I teach you this book 7 Injury Fist. It is similar to the cultivation method of blood hand seal, but it is a famous method and will not damage your foundation. Qiling said and took out another secret book. At the same time, if you practice this Hu Nguyen Gong assiduously, you can resolve the negative effects caused by the 7 Injury Fist, and at the same time strengthen your body and improve your physique. When you have reached the second level of Hu Nguyen Gong and the 7 Injury Fist has gained 2 or 3 points of strength, you will be able to regain your current strength, but how long it will take depends on your understanding. Zhao Lei looked at the 2 secret books in his hands, and the gratitude in his heart was beyond words. This was the first time he felt the care of others, and it gave him a feeling of belonging. Boss Qi, thank you for saving my life. I, Zhao Lei, swear to God here that I will be loyal to you in this life. If I betray you, I will not die. Zhao Lei said solemnly. Okay, as long as you have the heart. Qiling waved his hand and said, at your age, you can be considered a genius if you have such cultivation. You'd better find an academy and study hard. Then Qiling turned around and left here without staying any longer. He believed that his ability to see people would definitely help Zhao Lei in the future. Arriving outside the Great Soul Fighting Arena, Zhu Zuking was still waiting for her, but besides her, there was a tall man surrounding her. How about it, beauty, come and have a meal with me to show your face. A beauty like you, with such strength, should be worthy of a hero like me. The man said eagerly, his eyes kept scanning Zhu Zuking's body, as if he wanted to eat her up. Zhu Zuking had always been too lazy to pay attention to such people, so he just kept a cold face and said nothing. But who knew that Zhu Zuking's appearance made the man think that he had a chance, so he became even more attentive. Ha ha ha, beauty, don't be shy. In this big spirit fighting arena, who doesn't know my name, Jin He? I promise I won't treat you badly. The man named Jin He said, getting closer to Zhu Zuking, not wanting to. The kind eyes became more and more intense. Besides, my skills in that area are even stronger. I guarantee that you will be so excited that you will never forget me. This was tantamount to a direct insult. What Zhu Zuking hated the most was when someone insulted him like this. He couldn't help but coldly said, go away. Hey? The little girl is quite temperamental, but it doesn't matter. This is the kind of woman I like best. That's how delicious she is. Jinhee said with a laugh. If you don't get out, you will definitely die an ugly death. Zhu Zuoqing said. Ah! Ha ha ha, who dares to go against me, Jinhee, in this big soul fighting arena? I am one of the only 2 golden fighting souls in the Soul Master realm. Jinhee said arrogantly. Hearing that Jinhee was actually a gold fighting spirit, Zhu Zuoqing couldn't help but be stunned. Unlike the silver fighting spirits, which could be accumulated over time, the golden fighting spirits actually had to rely on strength to win consecutively in order to be promoted so quickly. This undoubtedly shows that, at least at the level of Soul Master, this golden river already represents the great battle. The highest strength in the soul field, and being in such a place that makes a living by fighting, it also shows that Jinhee has extraordinary strength. But with this calculation, Zhu Zuoqing would never bow to a scumbag, even if standing in front of him was a titled Douluo. Dare to insult himself like this, Zhu Zuoqing would move towards the other party. So Zhu Zuoqing did not hesitate any longer. Xianming Divine Palm took action, the palm glowing with cyan light, covered Jinhee's chest, intending to give him a fatal blow. But what Zhu Zuoqing didn't expect was that there was a flash of golden light on Jinhee's body, and his palm hit him without any reaction. Hehe, is this what you can do? Giving me a massage is enough. Jinhee said, reaching out to grab Zhu Zuoqing's hand. Zhu Zuoqing hurriedly jumped back and withdrew from Jinhee's attack range. Ha ha ha, little beauty, don't run, play with me. Jinhee said, his body muscles tightening, and was about to rush up and grab Zhu Zuoqing in his hand. But at this moment, Jinhee's movements suddenly stopped, his muscles tightened, he didn't dare to relax, and his face changed into a frightened expression. Because in Jinhee's instinctive sensing, he seemed to be stared at by a very huge and terrifying existence, as if a huge shadow appeared behind him, and as long as he moved slightly, he would immediately be dead a foreign land. At this time it belongs to a battle-hardened warrior, the most instinctive intuition, just like the instinct of a wild animal. Although Jinhee is rude, he is definitely not an incompetent person to become a golden fighting spirit. In his own perception, that terrifying existence is getting closer and closer to him, and every time he gets closer to him, the pressure he feels will be greater. Cold sweat seeped from Jinhee's forehead. He didn't know what kind of existence he had provoked. Could it be that this little beauty was actually the forbidden area of a certain master? Thinking of this, Jinhee couldn't help but regret it immensely. His mouth had already caused him a lot of trouble. Why didn't he learn his lesson? When the being came to his side, Jinhee's muscles instantly tightened to the fullest extent, ready to meet the deadly attack. But nothing happened next. There was just a handsome young man who was not like a human man and walked past him easily. And strangely enough, after this boy walked over, the pressure Jinhee felt suddenly all disappeared without a trace. Jinhee looked at Qiling in surprise. Could it be him? But this is impossible. How old is he? How could he release such a terrifying momentum? Chapter 86, Weird Squid is unhappy. I've been waiting for a long time, it's okay now. Qiling said to Zhu Zuoqing, okay, let's go now. Hey, stop. Jinhee said loudly at this time, this little girl, Grandpa, I'm attracted to you. You're so cool, why don't you stay stunned? The other person is just a half-grown child, how could he possibly pose a threat to himself? So Jinhee immediately comforted himself that he must be nervous and produced an illusion. And in that case, then he has no reason to let them leave. On the contrary, he had to embarrass this boy well and let the little beauty know that only he was the most suitable for her. Qiling turned to look at Jinhee helplessly. He had already given him a chance, but if he didn't cherish it and insisted on dying, even if the King of Heaven and I came, he wouldn't be able to save him. Your name is Jinhee? Is it the golden fighting soul from the great soul fighting field? Qiling asked casually. Humph, be afraid, boy. It's good to know that you're afraid. Why don't you hurry up and let me go, Grandpa? Be careful, Grandpa, I'm in a bad mood, I'll just let you lie in bed for a few months. Jinhee said arrogantly. Qiling couldn't help but smile. Let me lie down for a few months? If you can really do it, then I'm looking forward to it. You kid, how dare you underestimate me? See if I don't. Jinhee was about to move when he was interrupted by Qiling once again. You are a player in the Great Soul Fighting Arena, right? Then you should know the rules. Private fights between players are not allowed, Qiling said. If you really want to fight, wait for me in the Great Soul Fighting Arena in a week. Jinhee was stunned. Since Qiling had brought this matter out, he really couldn't ignore it. After all, he was eating at the Great Soul Fighting Arena. If he was really reported and lost his rice bowl, it would be really bad. Okay, then I'll wait for you at the Great Soul Fighting Arena and wait for you to come in a week. Jinhee said viciously, I hope you're like a man and don't break your appointment when the time comes. Don't worry, I'll be there on time, Qiling said, and left here with Zhu Zuqing. Although Jinhee gritted his teeth at the sight, he could only comfort himself. After solving Qiling, Zhu Zuqing must not be able to escape from the palm of his hand. Walking on the road, Qiling said to Zhu Zuqing, Zuqing, I know what you are thinking, but this Jinhee is different from Zhao Lei. Their levels are too different. As far as you are concerned, you are not his opponent yet, but I can't let him be arrogant for too long, so I have to take action. Zhu Zuqing listened but remained silent. After a while, he opened his mouth and asked Qiling, how long will it take me to beat him? It's difficult. This Jinhee is not a weak hand. Even in the Soul Lord realm, he is a rare master. Otherwise, there won't be only 2 souls in the Great Soul Fighting field. Qiling said. But, Qiling, I want to defeat him. Zhu Zuqing said, so, you should understand what I mean, right? Qiling looked at Zhu Zuqing and found that the latter was watching with an expectant look. He has experienced this look from Zhu Zuqing many times. Oh, really? Okay, I really can't do anything to you. Qiling said helplessly, the old rule is, beat him, but you can't cripple him, right? Zhu Zuqing nodded, and then said, in 1 month, can I defeat him? A month? Qiling thought, but suddenly remembered something. In 1 month, if you can break through to level 30 and become a soul master, maybe I can really help you defeat this Jinhee. Really? Zhu Zuqing said in disbelief. Of course she also knew that Jinhee was difficult to deal with, so she tentatively asked Qiling. She didn't expect that Qiling actually had a solution. You must know that Jinhee can dominate the Soul Master realm, which means that his soul power is at least level 38 or 9. Even if he breaks through to the Soul Master realm, he will only be a Soul Master at the 31st level. The same Soul Master, the 7-level soul power gap is enough to make many people despair, not to mention that the other party is still a good player. I wonder what magical means Qiling can use to win this time? Regarding Zhu Zuqing's question, Qiling just dismissed it and said, Shanren has his own clever plan. What you have to do, Zuqing, is to break through to level 30. You will naturally know the rest when the time comes. The 2 of them walked towards the academy as they talked, but they didn't walk very long when they saw Tang San and the others approaching in a menacing manner, as if they were looking for trouble with someone. What's wrong, Xiaosan, where are you going? Who are you fighting with? Qiling stopped them and asked. Brother? Why are you here? And Zhu Zuqing? Tang San was startled when he saw Qiling. Nothing. Just helping Zuqing a little. What are you going to do then? Ma Hongjun on the side suddenly rushed over and said miserably to Qiling, Boss Qi, you must make the decision for me. Qiling turned around and looked at Ma Hongjun, and was immediately startled. She saw that he was already fat, but now his head was swollen like a pig's head. What's going on? Who dares to bully our people? Qiling asked. Boss Chi, you don't know, I was bullied. At that moment, Ma Hongjun said that he failed to recruit a prostitute and was beaten up by a man named Bulletin Le. Is there still such a thing? Let's go, I'll avenge you. Qi Ling said immediately, no matter what, you can't let others bully your own people. I'm not going. If you want to go, just go by yourself. Zhu Zuoqing said and went back to the academy alone. After all, what Ma Hongjun did was what she hated the most. And having Qi Ling here is enough to avenge Ma Hongjun, so there is no point in Zhu Zuoqing staying. Xiao Wu on the side suddenly jumped out and said, Brother Qi, you don't need to take action, I have promised Fatty that I will avenge him. Just look at my ability. Xiao Wu, are you sure? That Bulletin Le is a four-ringed soul sect, and he is also a control-type soul master. His attributes are just right to restrain you. Tang San said worriedly. Don't worry, third brother, if you dare to hit my brother, he will not be able to take care of himself if I don't hit him. Xiao Wu said with confidence. Xiao Wu, you are so kind. How about I repay you with my love for you? Ma Hongjun couldn't help being deeply moved when he saw Xiao Wu being so loyal. The depression in his heart dissipated a bit, and his tone became more full of him always vulgar. Pa! A big hand covered Ma Hongjun's head, and Qi Ling's voice came from behind Ma Hongjun, Fat man, who are you going to commit yourself to? Ah! It hurts, Boss Qi, I was wrong, I was wrong. Qi Ling exerted a little force, Ma Hongjun screamed for help in pain, and everyone else laughed that he deserved it. Only Xiao Wu's face turned red, and she felt extremely sweet in her heart. Several people took advantage of the darkness and rushed to where Ma Hongjun was talking about. He soon found an unhappy figure. He was in his 40s and could only be described as sluggish and slovenly. He wore a pair of ripped pants, a pair of flip-flops, and a smile on his face. That disgusting smile doesn't look like a soul sect. That's him. After receiving confirmation from Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu walked out confidently. Okay, just watch and see how my mighty and domineering sister Xiao Wu avenges the fat man. Chapter 87, To cut the grass, we need to remove the roots. Bulletin Le had just come out of the chicken coop, feeling full of satisfaction. As he was walking triumphantly on the street, he was suddenly hit by someone, his feet weakened, and he fell to the ground. Who is it? Who doesn't have eyesight, dares to hit you, Uncle Bulletin Le? Do you want to die? Bulletin Le covered his butt and looked at the perpetrator angrily. With this look, he could no longer move away from his eyes. Today, Xiao Wu is wearing a pair of brown trousers and a simple white top, which perfectly highlights her figure, especially her big, watery eyes, which make people unable to extricate themselves. Oh, uncle, I'm sorry, you didn't get hurt from the fall, did you? Xiao Wu said with a pitiful look. Being called out by Xiao Wu, Bulletin Le felt like he was about to ascend to heaven. It was even more exciting than the intense exercise just now. After coughing, Bulletin Le quickly put away his vulgar look, straightened his chest, put on a serious posture, and said, It's nothing, little sister, just be careful next time and don't hurt yourself. Well, uncle, you are so kind. Not only did you not blame me, but you also worried about my safety. You are such a good person. Xiao Wu blinked her big beautiful eyes and said to Bulletin Le. Unhappy in heart secretly happy, he continued to say calmly on the surface, Haha, little sister, you are coming out alone so late, aren't you afraid of meeting bad people? Let uncle protect you. Okay, uncle, you have to protect me well. Xiao Wu said with a sweet smile. Seeing that he was being deceived by Xiao Wu, Oscar in the distance rubbed his eyes and said, Oh my god, is this really Xiao Wu? I have never seen Xiao Wu look like this. Ah! Ma Hongjun also said, Xiao Wu's acting skills are definitely the best I've ever seen. It's so perfect. If I'm not happy, I'll be fooled too. Xiao Wu just left with that bulletin Le, will there be any danger? Dai Mubai said worriedly. Okay, the one who will be in danger should be bulletin Le. Have you forgotten that Xiao Wu can throw at the 8th level? Qi Ling said. Hearing what Qi Ling said, several people suddenly remembered the domineering 8th-level throw that Xiao Wu used when fighting Qi Ling before. It was a trick that even Qi Ling could hardly stand, and its power was extraordinary. The subsequent plot unfolded exactly as Qi Ling imagined. Bulletin Le, who was carried away by the sexual words, easily fell under Xiao Wu's charm. Then his neck tightened, and before he could summon his martial spirit, he was already flying up to heaven. If Bulletin Le was a power soul master, he could still resist a little bit, but he happened to be a control soul master, and his body had been hollowed out just now. At this time, his steps were weak and he was unable to stop it at all. I saw Bulletin Le flying high into the air under Xiao Wu's control. When he reached the highest point, it was when Xiao Wu caught up with him. He grabbed Bulletin Le's waist with both hands, like a cannonball. Shoot him to the ground. With just one blow, all Bulletin Luo's defenses had been disintegrated, most of the bones in his body were broken, and he was on the verge of coma. Such a terrifying throwing technique lasted 6 times, 3 times in the front and 3 times in the back. Bulletin Le was hit so hard that his whole body bones kept making strange noises, and his whole body seemed to have turned into dough, losing its fixed shape. Holy shit, oh shit! The eyes of Dai Mubai and others moved with every takeoff and landing of Bulletin Le, while they kept exclaiming, such a terrifying throwing skill, it's simply not something humans can bear. And everyone thought again, isn't there someone who has endured such handsome skills? So they all looked at Qi Ling in unison. How abnormal was this guy's defense? After Xiao Wu completed the 8th-stage throw, Bulletin Le's body was smashed to the ground in an extremely weird posture. Apart from twitching, he could no longer react in any other way. Hey, I haven't had such a good fall in a long time. It's so enjoyable. Xiao Wu wiped the sweat from his forehead. When he looked back, he found that everyone was looking at him with strange eyes. He couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong with you guys, why are you looking at me like that? No, we are just sighing. Sister Xiaowu is really powerful and domineering, with extraordinary momentum. Ma Hongjun said hurriedly. I hate it, I'm a girl, I don't need such praise. Xiao Wu said dissatisfied. After solving the problem, the goal of several people was achieved, so they walked back together. Halfway through, Tang San suddenly said thoughtfully, isn't it wrong for us to do this? What's wrong, mistress, are you soft-hearted? For such scum, our focus is to eliminate harm for the people. Dai Mubai said. Tang San shook his head and said, I mean, if you cut the weeds without eradicating the roots, they will grow again with the spring breeze. If we don't completely deal with them, they will take revenge sooner or later in the future. Only then did everyone understand that what Tang San meant was that Bulletin Hu should be completely eliminated and future troubles should be eliminated forever. But after all, they were still teenagers. Let alone killing people, they had never even thought of this. Let's forget it, Xiaosan, you don't even know Boss Qi. Well, where is Boss Qi? Ma Hongjun said strangely, and then everyone realized that Qi Ling was missing. In an alley in Soto City, unable to move, he finally waited until his 2 best friends said in a half-dead voice, Old Goose, Tianya, I am here. Unhappy? Are you unhappy? How did you become like this? The 2 people said in surprise, not daring to elaborate on how they could become like this when they were so unhappy not long ago. But Bulletin Le did not answer them. He just kept saying viciously, I want revenge. I want to make their lives worse than death. I regret coming to this world. Don't be excited or unhappy. You need to recover from your injuries first. After you recover from your injuries, we will go to settle accounts with your enemies, said the 2 men. I'm afraid you won't have this chance. Just as the three of them were planning how to take revenge, a figure suddenly came from the entrance of the alley, startling the three of them. Who? Tell me your name. Tianya asked cautiously, summoning his martial soul at the same time. A green knife appeared in his hand, with 5 soul rings hovering on it. It was a weapon. The Soul King of Souls. You don't need to know my name, because you don't need it at all. Qiling said, you just need to know that the reason why you have such an end is entirely your own fault. Humph, you want my life? Then let's see if you have the ability. Tianya waved the knife in his hand and said to Qiling menacingly. I'll let you know, right away. Qiling said with a casual smile. After a while, Qiling walked out of the alley alone and gently wiped the blood on his face. You must go back quickly, otherwise you will miss dinner. Chapter 88, The Undefeated Demon God. The 7-day holiday is a rare break for everyone. After all, 3 months of high-intensity training is not an easy task for anyone. During these 7 days, Qiling assigned Zhu Zuqing a task: spend at least half a day every day shopping with Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. Zhu Zuqing was very confused about Qiling's task and didn't understand the meaning of doing so. Qiling just smiled and said back to her, too much is not enough, too much is not enough. In this way, 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Master Yu Xiaogang once again called everyone together and said to them, more than 3 months have passed since I came to teach you. In these 3 months, you have all done a good job. I have laid a good physical foundation for becoming an excellent soul master. But these alone are not enough. Without the baptism of battle, you will never be able to truly grow. The master paused and continued, so starting today, our training enters the 2nd stage. Hearing that the training was over and entering the 2nd stage, everyone couldn't help but become nervous. They had seen enough of the master's methods. They didn't know what was waiting for them in the 2nd stage. The mission of the 2nd phase is very simple. I heard that you have already been to the Great Soul Fighting Arena, where our 2nd phase of training will be carried out. There is no time limit for this training. When will you get the Silver Soul Fighting Badge? When will the training end? Then the master looked at Qiling and said, of course, in order to gain points as quickly as possible, in addition to participating in single matches and second team matches every day, you must also participate in team battles to gain points for team battles. However, Qiling not allowed to fight. When Ma Hongjun and Oscar heard that there was a team battle, they were originally very happy. After all, as long as Qiling was there, didn't this mean giving themselves points? But when he heard that Qiling was not allowed to fight, he immediately lost his temper and said, what? Master, why don't you let Boss Qi fight? If Qiling is allowed to fight, will any of you still fight seriously? The master glanced at Ma Hongjun and Oscar angrily. How can a game that you cannot lose bring any progress to you? Only a game with truly no retreat can promote progress. As you grow up, your Boss Qi cannot stay with you forever. When everyone heard this, they immediately felt that it made sense. After all, if Qiling was really on the court, they would definitely rely on Qiling habitually, which would not be conducive to everyone's growth. Of course, in addition to this, I allow you to combine the fighting spirits of the 2nd team and the 2nd team at will, and everything is based on victory. In addition, during the battle, you are not allowed to reveal your identity and age, and everything will be fought under a code name. After confirming that everyone understood, the master took everyone to Soto City. After first finding a hotel to stay, he called everyone together. How you participate in the soul fighting is up to you. You must bring these masks. When participating in the soul fighting, you must wear masks to fight. The master said, handing the 8 masks to several people. In addition, in order to better hide your identities, I have come up with a nickname for each of you. You will use this nickname during the competition. You only need to explain it to the Grand Arena, and your real names will not appear on the broadcast. Inside. Oscar asked curiously, Then what is our title? These are the nicknames I gave you. They basically summarize the characteristics of each of you. If you think there are more suitable ones, you can propose modifications. The master said and put a piece of paper on the table. After several people made their own decisions, everyone's nicknames were announced, namely, the evil white tiger Daimyo Bai, the thousand-handed Shura Tang San, the soft-bone charming rabbit Xiao Wu, the seven-treasure glazed Ning Rong Rong, the ghost civet Zhu Zuking, the evil fire phoenix Ma Hung Jun, the sausage specializes in Oscar. At this time, Ma Hung Jun said strangely, "Hey, master, why is there no nickname of Boss Chi in it? You guys probably know your Boss Chi very well, so I want to hear your opinions." The master said with a wicked smile, "In the end, the nickname everyone agreed with the most was Chi Ling's." Chi Ling, you can't be opposed to. Chi Ling was stunned after hearing the master's words. Doesn't this mean that if a few people give him a weird nickname, he must also play with this name every day? But before she could protest, Ning Rong Rong cheered, "Oh! I'll come first, I'll come first. Chi Ling bullies us every day, how about we call him a supervillain?" Chi Ling felt her eyebrows raised uncontrollably. "If I were a supervillain, how could I let you little girls go?" Ma Hung Jun said, "Boss Chi is so powerful that no one can beat him. I think he will be called a super genius." Oscar agreed, "That's right, or call him a super master, that would be great too." It's over. The taste of these two people is hopeless. Chi Ling thought to himself that if he really called this name, he would have to deal with them both. In the end, Daimyo Bai and Tang San's tastes were closer to those of normal people. Daimyo Bai said, "Since we are giving Chi Ling a nickname, it naturally has to be more domineering. After all, he represents the strongest of us Shrek. Fighting power. How about calling him the undefeated god of war?" Tang San thought, "Invincible? This is indeed very suitable for the elder brother, but if you consider the twin martial arts of the elder brother's soul, I think it would be more appropriate to change it to the invincible demon god." Upon hearing this, several other people nodded in agreement. In the end, the invincible demon god passed with a support rate of 6 votes. Only Ning Rong Rong still insisted on his title of supervillain. "Okay, in that case, Chi Ling, your nickname is the undefeated demon god. You have to make full use of the characteristics of this nickname." The master smiled. Chi Ling said helplessly, "With such a nickname, I think you just want me to help you attract firepower, right? Who would see such an arrogant person and not want to go up and beat him up? Hey, Boss Chi, what's the point? If we want to do it, we should be the most arrogant. No one is your opponent anyway, so what's the point of being a little arrogant?" Ma Hung Jun said. The master also smiled and said, "Yes, Chi Ling, this title is what everyone expects of you. You are not allowed to refute. In addition, you must also think of a team title to participate in the team competition. What are your opinions? As for the name of the team, I think it should be called Shrek 7 Monsters." Chi Ling said at this time, "Since we are all monsters, let's carry out the monsters to the end." "Hey? But Boss Chi, there are obviously 8 of us, why are we called the Shrek 7 Monsters?" Ma Hung Jun asked in confusion. "There are 8 people in the Shrek 7 Monsters. Isn't this common sense?" Chi Ling said with a smile. "Well, yes, in this way, it can also play a role in confusing the enemy." The master nodded and said, "Okay, then your team name will be called Shrek 7 Monsters." Chapter 89, Mutated Martial Spirit, Thunder Yellow Spotted Tiger. When night fell, everyone from Shrek arrived at the Soto Spirit Fighting Arena. A group of 11 people immediately attracted everyone's attention. After all, there were so many mysterious people wearing masks that no one could ignore. After everyone changed their registration names in the Great Soul Fighting Arena, and then registered in different time periods, they couldn't help but become nervous. After all, After so many days of training, everyone wanted to know whether they had become stronger. Qiling looked at the anxious looks of several people and couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Why do you look so worried? This is not like Shrek's style. Ma Hongjun sighed and said, the main reason is that I haven't played for 3 months and I don't know if I can do it. Fat man, a man can't say no. You have to do it even if you don't. Qiling said with a smile, since you are all so nervous, let me give you a try. Look how I gave Shrek our first victory. Just when Qiling finished speaking, the big spirit fighting arena suddenly broadcast his fighting spirit information, the 13th fighting spirit arena, the next spirit fighting, the iron fighting spirit Qiling will fight against the golden fighting spirit Golden He, please players on both sides get ready. After hearing the information from both sides of the battle, everyone couldn't help but feel surprised. Even Yu Xiaogang showed an unexpected look. After all, Jin Dahun could be said to be a strong man in the big fighting spirit field, not an ordinary character. And a newcomer like Qiling actually has to fight against Jin Dahun as soon as he comes. No matter how you think about it, it is abnormal. It can only make people feel that this is a rigged game. Qiling was not surprised by this arrangement. After all, as a golden fighting spirit, Jin He at least had certain privileges. Even if he could not control the outcome of the game, he still had the right to choose his opponent. I'm afraid that Jin He has already informed the organizer of the Great Soul Fighting Arena. Once he appears, he will immediately arrange a duel between 2 people. Such a combative match will undoubtedly be more enjoyable to watch, so there is no reason for the Great Soul Fighting Arena to do so. Promise. This is really a pillow for sleepy people. I'll get on first. You have to watch carefully. Qiling said and walked towards the preparation area. Qiling, you must be careful. The martial spirit of Jin He is not a trivial matter, so don't be careless. The master warned, every golden fighting spirit cannot be promoted by luck. There must be something of his own. Extraordinary. Qiling waved his hand to indicate that he understood, but everyone could see that he didn't take the master's words to heart at all, because he really didn't feel any threat to Jin He. As a star figure in the Great Soul Fighting Arena, Jin He's popularity is naturally extremely high, and there are many female fans among them, cheering and screaming for him in the audience. Jin He was enjoying the treatment of this star while waiting for Qiling to come on stage. When he saw Qiling appear on the court wearing a mask, he couldn't help but sarcastically said, "Boy, why are you wearing a mask? Are you afraid that losing will be too ugly and embarrassing? Ha ha ha. I'm afraid I'll take off my mask and steal your limelight. After all, you're so ugly. It's not easy to have a few female fans, and it's not easy for me to win people's love." Qiling laughed. Jin He couldn't help but get furious after hearing this, but he couldn't refute it. To be fair, his appearance was not bad, but compared with Qiling, it was far behind. "You sharp-tongued boy, let me see if you can still smile later," Jin He said viciously. After confirming the identities of both parties, the referee stepped aside and announced the start of the game. Amid even more enthusiastic cheers from the audience, Jin He summoned his martial spirit and possessed him. Yellow-spotted tiger, possessed. Yellow-brown fluff grew from Jin He's body, covering his whole body. At the same time, Jin He's muscles also expanded greatly, and his whole body seemed to have been beaten several times. As an attack-type martial spirit, the yellow-spotted tiger can indeed be regarded as a first-class martial spirit, but it is not astonishing. Even Dai Muebai's evil-eyed white tiger is much stronger than him. But Dai Muebai could only suffer in this big soul fighting arena. Struggling hard can't win every battle, so if Jin He can get the golden fighting soul badge, there must be other weird things. "Boy, you have to watch carefully and don't blink." Jin He jumped up and down slightly, seeming very excited, because as long as you blink, the game may be over. Then, Jin He rushed towards Qiling at an extremely unexpected speed, causing Qiling's face to change color slightly. This kind of speed is not the speed that a strong attack-type soul master should have at all. Even among agility attack-type soul masters, Jinhee's speed can be considered outstanding. But the yellow-spotted tiger martial spirit is undoubtedly of the power attack type. Seeing Qiling's surprised look, Jinhee laughed with satisfaction and said, "Qiling, it's too early to be surprised. Take my move." Jinhee said, grabbing Qiling's face with one claw. Qiling hurriedly reached out to block it, but the moment Jinhee made contact, a strong electric current flowed through Qiling's body, causing his expression to change. This sudden electric current caused a flaw in Qiling's defense. As a result, he was knocked away by Jinhee and almost flew out of the ring. He finally managed to stand firm. "Thunder and lightning? Is it your soul skill?" "No, you probably haven't used soul skills yet." Qiling looked at Jinhee, who was surrounded by lightning, and said, "That means your martial soul is weird, you are a mutant martial spirit." Jinhee said proudly, "That's right, you have a good eye, you actually saw it right away. My martial spirit is not a simple yellow-spotted tiger martial spirit, but a mutated martial spirit, and the direction of mutation is thunder. If the mutation direction of the mutated martial spirit is in the front direction, it will produce extremely powerful power just like Ma Hongjun's martial spirit. But if it is a negative mutation, like Master Yu Xiaogang, you will get a useless martial soul. This Jinhee's martial spirit has obviously undergone a positive mutation. It was originally just an ordinary attack-type yellow-spotted tiger, but it actually possesses the power of thunder and lightning, and it suddenly becomes more powerful. Not only does it solve the problem of the speed of attack-type martial arts, it also allows Jinhee to add the power of thunder and lightning to his attacks, greatly enhancing his lethality. Just imagine how difficult it would be to deal with a strong attack spirit with agility and speed. No wonder this Jinhee can become a golden fighting spirit. And if there are defensive soul skills among his soul skills, then it would be a perfect combination of offense and defense, strength and speed. Humph! You know how powerful my thunder yellow-spotted tiger is. And that's not all. Let me show you what true despair is," Jinhee said. And the purple soul ring on his body lit up. He activated his young soul ring skill. Third soul skill, Lightning Protection Barrier. A circle of lightning-like protective barrier appeared around Jinhee's body. Judging from its lightning and thunderous appearance, this protective barrier not only has a defensive function, but may also be capable of defensive counterattack. Chapter 90, You can do whatever you want, I'm invincible. Like Daimyobai's White Tiger Protective Barrier, Jinhee's Thunder Light Protective Barrier is also a defensive soul skill, and because in order to use his own lightning attributes to his advantage, the one Jinhee hunted should be a defensive type. A Thunder Attribute Soul Beast. In this way, not only because it is a 1,000-year soul ring, its defensive power is stronger than that of Daimyobai, but it also has thunder and lightning attributes, so when it is attacked, it can naturally use thunder and lightning to fight back. Attack, defense, speed, Jinhee has all these conditions, and the development of various attributes is very comprehensive. If it were not for the lack of control methods, I am afraid it could maintain a quite terrifying winning streak. After all, if only one attribute is outstanding, you can learn from each other's strengths in a team competition, but if you want to shine in a single-player competition, you must excel in all aspects. Humph, have you seen the decisive gap between us? With a low-level guy like you, I don't know how many people I've killed. Jinhee said with his arms crossed proudly. There are many people like you who thought they were invincible when they first became Soul Lord and did not recognize their own strength. They rashly challenged me, and they all ended up in a disastrous defeat. This is not a children's playhouse. For the weak it's better to go back as soon as possible. Seeing that Jinhee seemed to have won the victory, Qiling couldn't help but smile helplessly and said, "Mutated martial spirits are indeed rare. I happen to know a mutated martial spirit who is also talented and intelligent, but a little unwilling to make progress, still a little slovenly, and a little perverted." Ma Hongjun in the audience touched his head, frowned and said, "Who is this person that Boss Chi is talking about? How could there be such a lack of progress?" Oscar on the side said, "You must be talking about Boss Dai, look how consistent these descriptions are." Dai Mubai couldn't bear it and said, "You too, watch the game carefully. Don't be embarrassed if you don't have enough IQ. My martial spirit is an authentic traditional martial spirit. If you hadn't met me, your winning streak should have continued." Qiling continued, "Of course, it can only be because you haven't met me. If Jinhe's martial spirit can be said to have so many advantages, and it can be said to be a perfect match without any shortcomings, then Qiling's martial spirit can be summarized in only 2 words. Invincible. Dragon Emperor, possessed." Amidst the domineering dragon roar, the Dragon Emperor appeared again. Qiling put his hands on his hips casually and said to Jinhe, "Don't say I bully you. You can attack me as much as you want until you are tired." The third soul skill, Golden Holy Dragon Armor. The same is the third soul skill, and the same is defensive soul skills. But the visual effect of Qiling's Golden Holy Dragon Armor is much stronger than Jinhe's Lightning Protection Barrier. And more importantly, when Qiling used his third soul skill, the soul ring that emerged was actually black. The third soul ring was the 10,000-year soul ring, which immediately aroused heated discussion among the audience. At this time, Jinhe was even more shocked. His eyes seemed to jump out of his sockets, and he said in disbelief, "How is this possible? Why do you also have a 10,000-year soul ring? This is not scientific at all. Don't worry about whether it is scientific or not. It is reasonable if it exists. You should just think about how to defeat me." Qiling said with his arms crossed. "Damn it, I don't believe it. I am a level 38 fighting soul master, but I can't even kill a mere level 31 soul master." Jinhe said, putting down his hands, stretching out his sharp tiger claws, and the purple lightning flashed. "Stop and hover above." Second soul skill, Thunder and Lightning Amplification. The first soul skill, Tiger's 100 Split Claws. It was originally just an ordinary attack type soul skill, but with the blessing of Jinhe's own Thunder and Lightning attributes and the enhancement of his second soul skill, Thunder and Lightning Amplification, it became an indestructible and powerful attack. In addition to its own destructive power and penetrability, the lightning attribute also gives Jinhe the attribute of paralysis. Anyone hit by his attack will be attacked by lightning, causing paralysis of the body, thereby reducing reaction times. The speed becomes slower. If the battle continues for a long time, Jinhe doesn't even have to defeat the opponent directly. The accumulated damage from the lightning attribute will be too much for the opponent's muscles to bear, and he will eventually lose his ability to fight. Precisely because of this move has brought him countless victories, and this time he performed it is no exception. This stinky brat will soon fall under his own claws. Taste my tiger claws and thunder. Jinhe's swift attack directly hit Qiling, but the surprised expression on his face did not last even for a second before it turned into shock. "I saw that my tiger claws, which were originally entangled with thunder and lightning, after hitting Qiling, no matter how I released the thunder and lightning, it seemed to be like a stone sinking into the sea, without any response. No opponent could withstand such an intensity of discharge in the past, but Qiling seemed not to feel anything, and even had a contemptuous smile on his lips. That's it. The extremely powerful attack you mentioned is just giving me an electrotherapy." Qiling said with a smile, "But your electrotherapy is not strong enough. I can't feel it at all. This is impossible, you must be holding on for dear life." Jinhe roared, attacking various parts of Qiling's body with both claws, trying to find Qiling's weaknesses. As an attribute, lightning is actually quite difficult to deal with, because it has no absolute means of defense. As long as it has a conductor, it can spread. But unfortunately, Qiling's Golden Holy Dragon Armor is not an ordinary armor, but his own soul skill. It has certain defensive capabilities against any attack, even thunder and lightning. Although it was impossible to completely defend, with Jinhee's soul power. After being weakened by the golden holy dragon armor, the current transmitted to Qiling could really only be described as the level of electrotherapy. Seeing Jinhee desperately trying to find out the flaws in the golden holy dragon armor, Qiling wanted to tell him that this armor had no flaws, because although it looked like it was made up of pieces of golden armor, in fact it is a complete whole, with no so-called defensive blind spots at all. After Jinhee was panting and stopped attacking, Qiling asked with concern, "How are you? Are you tired? Do you want to take a rest and then fight again?" In fact, Jinhee really needs to rest now. After all, although his lightning power is powerful, it also consumes a huge amount of soul power. He cannot sustain such a non-stop attack for too long. But if Qiling said this, that's not the case. Even if you were beaten, you would be okay, and you still ask me if the person who beat me is tired or if he needs a rest. Isn't this a huge insult? Damn it, kid, don't be arrogant, I will definitely kill you. Jinhee said angrily. Qiling spread his hands helplessly and said, "Okay, you can do whatever you want, I'm invincible." Chapter 91, Strange Request. Humph. Don't be proud. Even if your soul skills are weird, so what if you can defend against lightning? Seeing Qiling's confident look, Jinhee thought that his golden holy dragon armor could just make lightning ineffective, so said. "As a powerful attack-type soul master, can you keep up with my speed? My speed is even inferior to that of agility attack-type soul masters." The lightning gave Jinhee powerful attack power and lightning-like speed. But coincidentally, Qiling happened to have such an ability. 3,000 thunderbolts, thunderous flash. Just when Jinhee was showing off his speed to the crowd, Qiling's figure suddenly disappeared from the place and then appeared in front of Jinhee instantly. Jinhee was startled by the sudden appearance of Qiling. He tripped and fell to the ground. He said in disbelief, "You, how could you, how could you? What's impossible? You don't think that your speed is really fast, do you?" Qiling smiled, "In my eyes, you are as slow as a snail." Qiling didn't mean to be angry at Jinhee, but because he had blazing eyes, looking at Jinhee's speed seemed to be slowing down. If he wanted to, Jinhee couldn't even stop himself. And now, no matter how Jinhee urged Shi's own power of thunder and lightning increased his speed. Qiling was like his own shadow, keeping a step away from him and looking relaxed. This was obviously a humiliation and ridicule to himself, but Jinhee had no choice. He had already reached the maximum speed and could no longer speed up. Everyone in the audience only felt that they saw two phantoms, chasing each other on the ring. They couldn't help but sigh that the two were so powerful that they seemed to be equally matched. But only Jinhee, who was in the battle, knew how evenly matched the two were. He was basically being beaten. Who is this guy, and how can he have such terrifying strength? After Jinhee stopped panting, Qiling stood in front of him and said without even taking a breath, "What's wrong? Are you tired again? Young man, you can't do it. With such a small body, how can you become a gold medal? Fighting spirit." Jinhee was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He was here to fight as Jin Dohun, not to run a marathon. How could he not be tired after running for so long? Damn it, don't be too proud. If you can, just come and beat me. Jinhee stood up and shouted loudly, "I don't believe you can beat me to death." Qiling and the Shrek crowd in the audience all had expressions of disbelief at this moment. They almost wondered if they had heard wrongly. This Jinhee actually asked Qiling to beat him? Do you really not want to live? Oh my god, there are still real warriors in this world. Such courage is unprecedented, and it is unlikely to be seen again in the future. Oscar said in admiration. Perhaps this Jinhee is an M, and it's not necessarily that he has a crush on Boss Qi. Ma Hongjun said slyly, after all, Boss Qi appearance makes men and women kill each other. What are you talking about, you damn fat man? Xiao Wu said unhappily, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I won't teach you a lesson. Do you also want to try my 8th level wrestling? Ah! Don't dare, Sister Xiaohu, I was wrong. Ma Hongjun hurriedly begged for mercy. Yu Xiaogang, who was on the side, analyzed seriously at this time, this Jin he probably wants to rely on his own lightning protection barrier to hurt Qiling. What? How could there be such a stupid person? Daimyo Bai asked in surprise, his own full-strength attack can't do anything to Qiling, what effect can he rely on to counterattack? You can't say that. After all, Qiling was in a full defense posture when he attacked. Yu Xiaogang continued, and if a person attacks, he will definitely relax his defense. This is what Jinhe is betting on. Then, will Qiling be in danger? Ning Rongrong couldn't help but ask. If Jinhe gets another soul ring, he might really have a chance. After all, his martial soul can be considered a top-quality martial soul. Yu Xiaogang said. But now, you will be able to celebrate Qiling's first victory today. Qiling also had a dark look on his face after hearing Jinhe's request. Could it be that Jinhe really has some special hobby? I have never seen such a request, and actually let someone beat him. You really want me to hit you? You can't bear my punch. Qiling said kindly to Jinhe. Humph. Stop talking nonsense, you can withstand my attack, why can't I withstand your attack? Jinhe said in disbelief, if you don't dare, then give in as soon as possible. Oh, no, I mean, with this punch from me, it's very likely that you will. Qiling looked at Jinhe's miraculous look and had no choice but to say, oh, okay, I'll just use normal strength is good. Jinhe doesn't care what Qiling says, he is now bent on using his lightning protection barrier to fight back against Qiling, thereby creating opportunities for himself. Don't worry, mother-in-law, come quickly. Jinhe said, taking a horse stance, and at the same time, lightning appeared all over his body, catalyzing his lightning protection barrier to the maximum. Okay then, get ready, I'm coming. Qiling said, slowly raising his right fist, the long fist, Kongzhen. When he saw Qiling's soul power gathering into his right fist bit by bit, Jinhe couldn't help but break into a cold sweat and subconsciously asked, can I regret it? It's too late. Qiling said, punching out, and suddenly the surrounding air sounded like it was being shattered, and huge pressure hit Jinhe. Of course Qiling knew that Jinhe's lightning protection barrier would cause the body to be paralyzed as long as it came into contact with it during an attack. So in that case, as long as you don't come into contact with him, isn't it okay? So Qiling used a long fist, air shock on Jinhe, directly using the vibration to attack him from the air without even touching him. This move had previously defeated the Shrek 7 in one blow. Even if Qiling withdrew his strength now, Jinhe could not resist it. When the tyrant dragon punches out, the person hit will be either injured or dead. When Jinhe fell straight back and looked at the roof with confused eyes, the last thought that appeared in his mind was, what kind of perverted monster is this? Can anyone really defeat him? Afterwards, Jinhe lost his consciousness and fell into a coma. The referee also announced Qiling's victory at this time. In the 13th Fighting Soul Arena, the Iron Fighting Spirit Qiling fights against the Golden Fighting Spirit Jinhe, and Qiling wins. As soon as the result was announced, the audience seemed to explode, because a newcomer like Qiling actually killed the popular player in the Big Soul Fighting Arena, Jindo Soul Jinhe. How could this not be surprising? Surprise! Chapter 92, I never break my promise. After coming down from the ring, Qiling naturally received a warm welcome from everyone. Everyone who was a little nervous at first became excited after watching Qiling's game, wishing that he would be the next one to compete. Brother Qi, you are so awesome. Xiao Wu hugged Qiling and said, that Thunder Tiger was so fierce, but you killed him so easily. It's so awesome. Ma Hongjun also laughed and said, haha, it seems that this golden fighting spirit is not very good. I thought it was so powerful. It's not like we have to be beaten by the boss. You pighead, you still have the nerve to say it after being beaten. Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes at Ma Hongjun and said. Why am I embarrassed to say it? I was hung up and beaten by Boss Chi, and Jin Duhun was also hung up and beaten by Boss Chi. Rounding it all off, it means that Jin Duhun and I are about the same. Ma Hongjun said shamelessly. After everyone heard Ma Hongjun's fallacy, they were immediately shocked by him. Dai Mubai said angrily, then if you are beaten with a titled Douluo, do you dare to say that you are equal to a titled Douluo? Well, that's still a bit different. Ma Hongjun thought for a while, but still didn't dare to brag so much. Okay, stop messing around. Master Yu Xiaogang said to everyone at this time, Qiling has given you a good start. You just need to know that although your actual combat experience is not as good as these veterans, in terms of talent, every one of you is better than them. Now you can form your own free groups and participate in the spirit battle. Before today's team competition begins, try to end everyone's competition. Tang San and Xiao Wu had already formed the 3-5 combination before, and Qi Lingyi and Ning Rongrong formed the Qi Le Rongrong combination and were ready to participate in the competition at any time. As for the remaining people, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai can be said to have the same affinity. The two of them were old friends in the red light district, so together they formed their own white horse combination. When Oscar saw it, he and Zhu Zuqing were the only ones left. So he had no choice but to shamelessly step forward and say, Zuqing, look at us. Okay. Zhu Zuqing said calmly, without a trace of hesitation. After all, this was the only choice she had left. Really? Great, then what should our group be called? Let me think about it, Zhu Zuqing and Oscar, let's call it. Oscar excitedly wanted to give their group a name. I'm not interested in this, it's up to you to decide. Zhu Zuqing said coldly. Winning the Oscar was boring, but they didn't care too much. After all, they had already experienced Zhu Zuqing's character. After registering, Tang San and Xiao Wu soon met their opponents, a pair of soul masters named Cat and Mouse combination. They had won many victories before and had certain strength. Everyone originally planned to cheer for Tang San and Xiao Wu, but what they didn't expect was that the game information released later included people from Shrek, and they were two teams. In the 13th day of the Soul Fighting Arena, in the third 2-team 2-match, the White Horse combination will face off against the Qi Le Rongrong combination. Players from both sides are asked to go to the preparation area to prepare. Everyone was stunned when they saw this battle information. Although they had long thought that they might be arranged as opponents, they didn't expect that this moment would come so quickly. It's over. Ma Hongjun suddenly screamed, Oh heaven and earth, why are you so unfair to me? Why do you have to let me lose in my first battle? Dai Mubai said calmly, Fat man, don't scream so miserable, just compete with all your strength. Boss Dai, if we compete with all our strength, can we beat Boss Chi? Ma Hongjun said miserably. No. Dai Mubai said firmly, but you can lose with more dignity. In any case, this is the first civil war between the Shrek duo. No matter how unwilling Ma Hongjun is, he must accept the arrangements of the Great Soul Fighting Arena. When the two sides walked towards the preparation area, Qi Ling suddenly smiled and said to Ning Rongrong, Rongrong, now you can finally achieve your goal, we can legitimately beat Dai Mubai. Ning Rongrong was stunned for a moment, then remembered after a while that she had indeed asked Qi Ling before, and as long as he could help her teach Dai Mubai a lesson, she would agree to it no matter the cost. At that time, Qi Ling's condition for Ning Rongrong was to let her earn 100 gold soul coins on her own. After such a long time, Ning Rongrong no longer had the grudge she had at the beginning, and she no longer disliked Dai Mubai so much. She now also knew how annoying her original behavior was. Forget it, Qi Ling, I no longer hate Dai Mubai. Ning Rongrong said, I did something wrong at the beginning, but now I don't care about it. How can that be done? I always keep my word and never break my promise. Qi Ling said with a smile, besides, we have to compete anyway. How can we respect our opponents if we don't show our true strength? Ning Rongrong couldn't help laughing and said, you are a person with many bad ideas. So, when the two sides walked onto the ring respectively, Ma Hongzhen almost fell to his knees when he saw Qi Ling summoning the Dragon Emperor with full momentum, and then Ning Rongrong added status to him. Boss Qi, don't play like this. Someone will be killed. Ma Hongzhen said on the verge of tears. How could it be possible? Fatty. You and Mu Bai are working together, one close, one far, one offensive, one defensive. What a perfect combination! How can I not use all my energy? What about full strength? Qi Ling said with a smile. After listening to Qi Ling's words, Ma Hongzhen became even more desperate. He didn't know who was going to win against the seven of them. How could Qi Ling be able to say this with all his strength? So the result of this game was very simple and easy to understand. Ma Hongzhen and Dai Mubai felt like they were back in the special training period, thinking about how to survive under Qi Ling's hands every day. Of course, Qi Ling would not be really cruel, he would just let the two of them suffer a little and make Ning Rongrong happy. After all, they still had a team battle to fight today, and Qi Ling couldn't cripple the main force of the team. In the 13th day of the Soul Fighting Arena, in the third match between two teams, the White Horse combination faced off against the Qi Le Rongrong combination, and Qi Le Rongrong's combination won. After the host announced the results of the competition, Ma Hongzhen and Dai Mubai felt not a pity, but a kind of relief. They finally escaped from Qi Ling's hands. The competition between Xiaowu and Tang San had ended at this time. For the cat and mouse pairing, the two had successfully won, which was a good start. But just when everyone was happy with each other, an accident happened. The combination of Zhu Zuqing and Oscar had also competed before, but now they fell into a hard fight. Chapter 93, Shrek's Team Battle. Zhu Zuqing's strength is not bad. After all, what she learned from Qi Ling is enough to give her the power to fight in front of the Soul Master. She is already the top master in the realm of great Soul Masters. But when forming a team, they made a fatal mistake, that is, Oscar's level had reached level 31, so their team had to face Soul Lord level opponents. If the opponent is alone, Zhu Zuqing is still sure to win, but when the opponent is two Soul Masters, and they are a duo that cooperates tacitly, the strength gap between the two sides is too obvious. Everyone in Shrek hurried to the spirit fighting arena where Zhu Zuqing and Oscar were, and saw the Master and Flender standing anxiously under the ring, with expressions of regret on their faces. It's all thanks to me. I actually forgot to consider the combination of Zhu Zuqing and the others, so Zhu Zuqing had to face the attack of two Soul Masters. The Master blamed himself. But it is useless to talk about it now. Once a 2-on-2 spirit fight begins, it will not stop unless one party admits defeat. Logically speaking, facing such a disparity in strength, anyone would choose to admit defeat, but now it is Zhu Zuqing who is in the ring. For her, as long as there is still hope of winning, she will not admit defeat even if she dies. So from the beginning, Zhu Zuqing fought very hard, all in order to prevent the opponent from taking care of Oscar and thus keep the auxiliary Soul Master on his side. Relying on Oscar's support, Zhu Zuqing, a great Soul Master of the agility attack system, withstood the attacks of two Soul Masters. One can imagine the pressure involved. At the end of the game, it is no longer a competition of who is stronger, but a competition of whose willpower is more tenacious. The concerned people were moved by Zhu Zuqing's firm will and began to call her name. This battle ended in victory for Zhu Zuqing and Oscar, but the winner's injuries were far more serious than those of the loser. Zhu Zuqing, who was seriously injured, might collapse at any time. At this time, she had no extra energy to think about anything else. She could only rely on her own instinct and walked towards the audience amid the roaring shouts of the audience. Suddenly, Zhu Zoking's foot was tripped by a gap in the ring, and he fell uncontrollably to the ground. Just as she was about to fall, Qi Ling suddenly appeared beside her and picked her up. "Well done, Zhu Qing, you impressed all of us," Qi Ling said to Zhu Zoking. The other people from Shrek also gathered around at this time, and Xiao Wu said excitedly, "Zoking, you are so amazing. You can actually win against 2 soul lords, you are so strong." Zhu Zoking reluctantly moved her lips. She wanted to say something, but couldn't. In order to win this difficult victory, she had exhausted all her strength. "Okay, let's disperse first," Qi Ling said, slowly inputting his true dragon energy into Zhu Zoking's body to help her relieve her injuries. "What Zoking needs now is treatment and rest. If you have anything to say, we'll talk about it later." After Zhu Zoking was arranged, everyone in Shrek got together again. Due to Zhu Zoking's condition, he is no longer able to participate in today's game, and even subsequent games will be affected. However, Shrek still has a team battle to fight today. What should we do? If Zhu Zoking is not here, don't we have one less person? How can we fight? Ma Hongjun said with a sad face, "I have already lost one game today, can't I even win the team competition?" At this moment, Qi Ling said to the master, "Master, let me participate in today's team battle." The master thought for a moment, nodded and said, "Well, that's all." Ma Hongjun, who was originally looking sad, suddenly became happy after hearing the news. He hugged Oscar and cheered. "Great! We're saved now!" The two shouted happily. "Don't be too happy, fatty, Oscar," Qi Ling continued, "although I will participate in the competition with you, you must also fight hard. I will not take action unless it is absolutely necessary. Of course, if I feel that any of you are slacking off and not trying your best, then you are welcome to come back. After arriving at school, participate in the personal tutoring class held by teacher Qi Ling." Ma Hongjun and Oscar suddenly became excited and said passionately, "Boss Qi! Don't worry, we will go all out and fight to the end." "Okay, in that case, then you all go to the team battle lounge and prepare for the team battle," the master said, "because you signed up late, you are likely to be arranged at a later time." After a few people came to the lounge, they did not go to watch the game, because everyone had experienced at least one game, so everyone ate Oscar's sausage and recovered their soul power. At this time, everyone in Shrek all wore masks and sat quietly in a corner of the lounge, but even so, they attracted a lot of people's attention. And there is another strange situation. When all the soul masters passed by, they couldn't help but bypass Qi Ling's position, wishing to stay away from him. Qi Ling, who had always been kind and easygoing, could not tell from his expression at this time, but his whole body exuded an aura that made people stay away from him instinctively. "Hey, fatty, tell me. Boss Qi is not in a good mood because Zhu Zoking was injured?" Oscar asked Ma Hongjun in a low voice. Ma Hongjun said matter-of-factly, "That's for sure. Even a fool can see this. Those who compete with us today will be in trouble. If Boss Qi takes action, I won't beat them to death." Dai Mubai on the side and said, "You two should worry about yourselves. Since Qi Ling is in a bad mood, I don't need to tell you what the consequences will be if you accept Qi Ling's private tutoring today, right?" Oscar and Ma Hongjun looked at each other and saw the same message in each other's eyes, "If you don't want to die, just fight in the ring." While a few people were resting, a tall man over 2 meters tall and extremely muscular suddenly walked towards them, with a malicious smile on his face. It was obvious that he was not passing by chance. "Hey, you little brats who hide their heads and hide their tails, what are you doing hiding here? Are you scared? Don't you dare go out to watch the game," the big man said with a contemptuous smile. "Also, where is your little girl with big breasts? I think she has a good figure, so I asked her to come out and accompany me." Upon hearing this, everyone in Shrek realized that this man was clearly looking for trouble. The grumpy Daimyobai shouted angrily, "Get out! This is not the place for you to be arrogant. Seeking death." The big man's fierce eyes widened, and he suddenly struck out unexpectedly, slapping Daimyobai on the head with his right hand. Daimyobai was unprepared and did not expect that he would suddenly attack. In his hasty defense, he was naturally at a disadvantage. Not only was he hit his head with his hand, but he also took 2 steps back. Seeing that his attack was successful, the big man sneered. Just as he was about to take advantage of the victory, his whole body suddenly stagnated and he could not move. "If you dare to take another step forward, you will die." Qiling glanced at the big man coldly and said lightly. Chapter 94, I am watching the battle. The big man boasted that he had experienced hundreds of battles, and he did not look down upon even the most ferocious beasts. But when Qiling glanced at him coldly, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar and did not dare to move even half a step. At this moment, Director AO of the Great Soul Fighting Arena discovered what was going on here and stepped forward to stop the strong man. Everyone in Shrek also knew that this strong man was their opponent in the next match. The captain of the Mad Battle team was Kuang. Rhinoceros. Kuang Xi glanced at Qiling with great fear, and left without saying anything. Manager Ao, who came to dissuade him, was surprised that this mad rhinoceros had changed his temper today and left so obediently, but he still warned everyone in Shrek to be careful about this mad rhinoceros and their mad fighting team. Don't underestimate team madness. All of them are soul masters above level 35. They also have strong offensive capabilities, and they have won 7 consecutive victories as of today. Director AO said. Even among all Soul Lord level teams, the strength of the Crazy Battle team is outstanding. If you think you are not strong enough, you should admit defeat as soon as possible. If the Crazy Battle team takes action, you will either die or be injured. After Director AO said this, he turned around and left. At this time, Ma Hongjun said with disdain. What a crazy team, I want to see how powerful they are. Don't be careless. The Kuang Sentai is not weak and is a formidable enemy. Qiling said, you guys, just do your best. After the previous spirit battles were over, it was finally Shrek's team's turn to appear. After a long rest, everyone in Shrek had recovered their physical strength and looked high in fighting spirit. As the players from both sides entered the scene, everyone in Shrek also saw all the members of the Mad Battle team. Behind the muscular Mad Rhino, there were the 4 members of their team, the sheep and the monkey, as well as a charming woman, and an age-old rather large middle-aged man. Everyone in Shrek was sizing up Team Crazy, and Team Crazy was naturally sizing them up as well. When the woman saw Qiling walking in the front, her eyes lit up and she said to Kangzi, he is the person you were talking about. It doesn't look that scary. Kangzi glanced at Qiling, then immediately withdrew his gaze and said, don't be fooled by his appearance, this person will only be more terrifying than what I said. Haha, I think you were scared out of your wits? How could such a cute little brother be so powerful? The charming woman licked her lips, as if she had some special thoughts about Qiling. But after all, facing Shrek, the Mad Battle team still put on the most serious posture, with the charming woman in the middle and the Mad Rhino standing at the front, forming a formation that looked like a cone. After setting up their own formation, the Mad Fighting team began to wait for Shrek to set up his own formation to start the game. But what surprised them was that Qiling actually walked out of Shrek's formation and came to the side. Wow! Qiling took out a deck chair from somewhere and placed it on the edge of the ring. Then he drew a circle under his feet and lay down on the chair. According to the rules, any props are allowed to be used in the competition, so Qiling did not violate the rules of the Great Soul Fighting Arena. But from the opening of the Great Soul Fighting Arena until now, no one has ever lied down and rested during the game. Seeing Qiling's strange behavior, the members of the Mad Battle team were dumbfounded, but they also understood what Qiling meant. He was here to watch the battle this time, but as long as anyone dared to step into this circle, he would take action to deal with it. Others he won't care. Having one less enemy is naturally a good thing, but the existence of Qiling will undoubtedly cause huge psychological pressure on the Mad Sentai team. Guangxi and the charming woman are also wondering, could this be Qiling's purpose? But in any case, the battle between the Mad Battle team and Shrek began. With the blessing of Ningrongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower, Daimyo Bai stepped forward to withstand the Mad Rhino, and the two were evenly matched in terms of strength. But because there was one less person and Shrek had 2 auxiliary soul masters, they fell into a passive situation for a while and were completely suppressed by the Mad Warriors. If it weren't for Tang San's abnormal control ability and the Tang Sec's many methods, I'm afraid Shrek wouldn't have been able to hold on long ago, but even so, he could only maintain the situation and not lose. Seeing that the situation was great, the Mad Rangers couldn't help but feel happy. The charming woman immediately sent one of the 2 goats to sneak attack Ningrongrong and Oscar. Others wanted to support, but they were all tightly entangled by the other members of the Mad Battle team and could not escape. They could only watch one of the 2 sheep attack the 2 of them. We succeeded. The members of the Mad Fighting team couldn't help but cheer in their hearts. As long as they could get rid of Ningrongrong, the assistant, then the Shrek team would be vulnerable. They could easily repel several people. But just when the Sheep Soul Master launched the attack with a proud look on his face, there was a sudden bang and he was knocked far away. His whole body was embedded in the wall, unable to move. The members of the 2 teams who were fighting fiercely stopped at this time, maintaining a strange tacit understanding. They didn't know what happened. Why did the Sheep Soul Master suddenly fly out? It wasn't until Qiling patted his trouser legs and lay down again that they realized that it was Qiling who had taken action and killed the Sheep Soul Master. But isn't he not planning to take action? What are you looking at? Keep fighting. Seeing everyone staring at him, Qiling couldn't help but said, I don't want to take action either. But there is nothing I can do, this guy has crossed the line. Everyone looked at the place where Qiling said he crossed the line, and found that it was just the Sheep Soul Master who slightly stepped on the line drawn by Qiling, and was blown away by him. Guangxi and the charming woman looked ugly for a while, not only because of the fact that the Sheep Soul Master was killed by Qiling, but more importantly, Qiling showed amazing power, which was not at all what this level should have. Referee, I protest. Guangxi suddenly raised his hand and said, did this guy really not lie about his strength? Where can I find a soul master who just beats another soul master away without using his martial soul? The referee checked the information in his hand and said, the protest is invalid. The undefeated demon player of the Shrek 7 Monsters team is indeed a level 31 soul master. There is no doubt about it. Guangxi was suddenly speechless. Since the Great Soul Fighting Arena said this, it must be correct. In this case, there is only one explanation, this kid is too strong. The charming woman said calmly, Guangxi, don't worry, none of us can be his opponent one-on-one, but if we go crazy and besiege him together, then there is still a glimmer of hope. After Guangxi heard this, he nodded and said, it seems that's the only way. But before that, we must eliminate these people first. Chapter 95, The Mad Battle Team After Becoming Mad. Although the Shrek 7 Devils had gained a certain advantage under Tang San's tactics, the huge gap in soul power made it impossible for them to expand this advantage. More importantly, the Shrek 7 monsters are missing Zhuzuking, which means they are missing the sharpest knife, unable to deal a fatal blow to the opponent. But Tang San's Tang Sec stunt still worked wonders at this moment. He withstood the attack pressure of 3 opponents, and successfully used blue-silver grass to send Xiaowu to the opponent's rear position, directly targeting their auxiliary souls. Division. Hey, uncle, I'm sorry, you go down first. Xiaowu said, throwing the auxiliary soul master off the ring. But the soul master knew that he was not immune, so he released his soul skill at the last moment. A silver ripple came from his wishful disc and poured into the bodies of several other people. This is the most powerful skill of this auxiliary soul master, madness. After using it, everyone will enter the madness effect for 3 minutes, lose the feeling of pain, and enter a state of madness. For a time, the combat power of the maddened team increased greatly, making Shrek almost unable to withstand it. As soon as Tang San saw the opponent's state, he immediately judged that their state must not last long, so he gave everyone after eating Oscar's flying mushroom. He flew into the air, planning to wait until the Mad Sentai's madness was over before making any plans. Originally, Shrek could rely on his flying skills to successfully bring down the mad team, and Tang San would finally clean up the mess, but the situation was different now, because after everyone rose into the air, there was still one person left on the ground. Yes, Qiling, who was sitting there, naturally became the target of the mad battle team after everyone else took off. They roared crazily and surrounded Qiling. After seeing this scene, Ma Heng-jun, who was flying in the air, couldn't help but said, "Do you think they are so stubborn that they will go to trouble Boss Qi if they can't defeat us?" Tang San thought, it's very possible that they are in an extremely warlike state now, and they are irrational at all, so they don't care who is in front of them. I'm afraid even if they are imprisoned together, they will also fight against each other. Let's fight. Hey? Really? Ma Heng-jun said in surprise, doesn't that mean we can win without any effort? Well, that's the truth. Tang San said helplessly, but he always felt that something was wrong. After learning that they would be attacked crazily, everyone was not worried about Qiling. Instead, they felt that victory was in sight. Others would not dare to imagine it. I am afraid that only Qiling could be treated like this. Oh ho! You didn't choose to hide, but came towards me instead. Qiling, who was lying on the recliner, looked at the mad battle team that gradually surrounded him, and couldn't help but said, in that case, let's get closer. Dragon Emperor, possessed. The domineering Dragon Emperor came again, and faced with Qiling possessed by the martial spirit, the crazy team that had already lost their minds actually stopped and stood uneasy at the customs. The Berserker team, which entered a state of madness, actually stagnated when facing their opponents. This was something that was impossible to do in the past. When the referee saw this scene, he was so surprised that he was speechless. In the auditorium, many spectators came just to watch the Mad Sentai team go berserk. When they saw that they faced an enemy and did not dare to attack, they couldn't help but become furious. What's going on, Team Madness? Are you trying to fake the match? You don't even dare to hit the opponent alone, you're too cowardly. You didn't buy it and you lost, right? If not, it's not enough, what are you waiting for? What do you think we bought the tickets to see? Really, if you don't make it, just give up quickly. What kind of crazy team? I think it's the turtle team. Refund the ticket, refund it to me as soon as possible. Listening to the audience below booing Team Kuang, Ma Heng-jun couldn't help but said, these people are forcing Team Kuang to die. Under the encouragement of the audience, the Berserker team became even more irritable and restless. It was not that they did not want to attack, but when their instincts took over their brains, they could feel how invincible the enemy in front of them was. But Team Madness also knows that if they continue like this until the mad state ends, they will definitely lose, so they might as well give it a try now, maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. So Guangxi was the first to attack Qiling. After roaring, he flew up and rushed directly towards Qiling with his huge body. It seemed that he wanted to use this impact to knock Qiling out of the ring. Qiling smiled slightly, stretched out a hand, and blocked the violent impact of the rhinoceros without even moving his body. The huge body gap between the two parties caused a huge visual gap in this scene, and everyone onlookers were extremely surprised. Kangxi, do you think that such a level of impact can be regarded as a rhinoceros? Qiling smiled and stretched out his right fist, with a purple soul ring wrapped around it, then I will show you, what is Longxi. What kind of thing? Qiling's second soul ring is a one-horned dragon rhinoceros. Compared with the ordinary rhinoceros like Guangxi, it is naturally countless times more advanced. The second soul skill, Dragon Fist. A powerful and heavy punch hit Guangxi's strongest skull. This is where he is strongest and hardest, and where he can exert his martial soul's power. It is precisely because of this that after Guangxi was hit by Qiling's Tyrannosaurus fist, he was only knocked away and fell to the ground. He could even cover his head and scream twice. If it had been anyone else, his brain would have collapsed. The mad rhinoceros was repelled by a move, but it did not make the other members of the mad team hesitate. For them who are now mad, once activated, their bodies are no longer under their control, and they will only kill instinctively. As a control-type soul master, the charming woman naturally had to use her soul skills to control the field. Countless spider threads were sprayed from her body and wrapped around Qiling. Qiling did not avoid the obviously wrong spider silk, but obediently let her wrap herself up tightly, like a silkworm chrysalis. Then the remaining sheep soul master stepped on the ground with both feet, and a violent vibration came, shaking Qiling's body into the air. The two monkey soul masters took the opportunity to launch an attack, covering Qiling with their sharp claws. All spaces in the body. Bang! With a dull sound, Qiling, who was wrapped like a mummy, fell from the air and lay motionless on the ground. Have you succeeded? Seeing Qiling's lack of reaction, the charming woman thought with a sense of luck that although Qiling was powerful, it was not impossible to defeat him if he was careless. Seeing that Qiling fell to the ground without any reaction, everyone's eyes were attracted by the white figure like a silkworm chrysalis, even everyone in Shrek became nervous. But at this time, Qiling's voice sounded from behind the charming woman, "Where are you looking, little spider?" Chapter 96, True Dragon's Secret Skill, Kong Chan. Hearing Qiling's voice, the charming woman felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Her hands and feet felt cold. She wanted to activate her soul skills again to attack Qiling behind her, but was stopped by a cold touch on her neck. Qiling gently pressed her hand on the charming woman's neck and said, "You'd better not move, otherwise I can't guarantee what will happen." How did you escape?" The charming woman was the only one in the mad team who remained sane. She asked Qiling with difficulty. "Secret?" Qiling laughed. The reason why Qiling was able to escape from the coquettish woman's spider web was actually just using the latest ability he had mastered, called True Dragon's Secret Skill, Kong Chan. After using it, it can act like a substitute. Avoid harm. But in the eyes of others who don't know the truth, especially in the eyes of the Kuangzhan team who are fighting Qiling at this time, Qiling's move is undoubtedly as incomprehensible as that of a god, and people don't know how to deal with it. Without the control of the charming woman, the sheep soul master and the two monkey soul masters could only instinctively rush towards Qiling. Qiling smiled helplessly, stretched out his right fist and said, "Still fighting? Okay, just let me tell you, vibration is not used like this." Belong fist, sky shock. A strong shock enveloped the three people in an instant, causing them to stop in a state of madness. Although their consciousness is out of control and they cannot feel pain, their bodies are still theirs after all. As long as Qiling causes enough damage to them, of course he can still defeat them. Seeing all her companions fall down, the charming woman felt that her mad state was about to end prematurely, and only fear remained in her heart. "Are you going to give up on your own, or let me help you?" Qiling asked. "It seems that you still have a 1000-year soul skill that you haven't used, right? Do you want to use it and try again?" "No, no need, we admit defeat," the charming woman said helplessly. Although her third soul skill is powerful, it is only for ordinary people. In front of Qiling, I am afraid that tickling him is not enough. As the last member of the mad fighting team surrendered, the referee announced Team Shrek's victory. The 6 people flying in the air slowly landed at this time. "Brother Qi, you are so powerful. You defeated them all by yourself. Xiao Wu was like an octopus, her whole body wrapped around Qiling. I wonder if it was influenced by her martial spirit. Xiao Wu, it seems that he likes to hang around Qiling more and more. Okay, you girl, come down quickly. How can you behave in public? Qiling helplessly took Xiao Wu off him. Although he also enjoyed this kind of treatment, he saw the playful smiles of others. Even his face can't bear it. Qiling, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been injured by now. Ning Rongrong stepped forward and said that the other sheep soul master just now targeted Ning Rongrong. If Qiling hadn't taken action, sheep soul master will definitely seriously injure Ning Rongrong. Seeing this scene in the eyes of others, it was not so pleasant. Ma Hongjun said sourly, "Oh, this is really a drought, a flood. When will I, Ma Hongjun, be so lucky as Boss Qi? Ah! Fat man, how lucky do you think Brother Qi is?" Xiao Wu asked curiously. What else could it be? Boss Qi blessing is naturally the blessing of Qi people. The fat man smiled obscenely and told a riddle with a double entendre. Xiao Wu didn't quite understand this, but Ning Rongrong heard what he meant immediately, and couldn't help but blush, but she didn't deny anything. Qiling looked at Ma Hongjun and said, "Fat man, I think your skin is itchy again. Do you want to come and train alone? I just think everyone worked hard today, and you were the only one who was cheating and skating. When you go back today, you will come with me for special training." What? Boss Qi, don't do it. I don't want you to avenge yourself like this. Ma Hongjun shouted miserably. Oscar, who was on the side, gloated at this time and said, "You deserve it, you fat guy. If you can't speak, don't talk nonsense." What a blessing for Qi people. Have you forgotten that Boss Qi also has Zhuzuking? Oscar, I suddenly feel that your performance today is not very good. Qiling said, "When you go back, you and Ma Hongjun will receive training together." Then everyone ignored the wailing Oscar and Ma Hongjun, walked off the stage together, and came to the master and Flender. At this time, the audience who were originally shouting the name of the Mad Sentai also began to shout the title of Qiling's undefeated demon god. After the master highly praised everyone's performance today, he rarely said that today is a day worth celebrating and you should go have a drink. So everyone went to the hotel together. Except for the injured Zhu Zuking, everyone came and got drunk so much that the hotel almost ran out of stock. But drinking capacity cannot be trained, so the ones left in the end are still Ning Rongrong and Qiling, who have the best capacity for drinking. The first day of soul fighting ended like this. On the second day, under Qiling's careful care and treatment, Zhu Zuking had almost recovered, so she refused the master's request to let her rest for a day and chose to participate in the soul fighting. In that case, Zhu Zuking, please continue to participate in the soul fighting. The master said, "It's just that your team configuration needs to be adjusted. Oscar and Qiling are both soul masters, and Oscar is not suitable for the second team of 2 fighting souls, so Oscar and Qiling will form a team. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuking, you two have formed a new team. Your soul power is already considered top-notch in the realm of great soul masters. Even Zhu Zuking can handle it alone." So a new combination was born. After Oscar heard that he was going to team up with Qiling, he suddenly felt like his spring had come, and he was about to start the unlimited win mode. "Boss Qi, you must protect me," Oscar said with a wink at Qiling. With his pretty face, he really suits the preferences of some people. But for a straight man like Qiling, he wanted to spit out his last night's meal. He said viciously, "If you don't speak up, I will be the first one to beat you." So in the next month, everyone in Shrek began a crazy journey to increase points, and they basically won consecutively, and the points increased at an alarming rate. Especially for the team fighting spirit, although Qiling has not played again since then, the Shrek 7 monsters with a complete lineup are enough to deal with the opponents here, and have achieved an astonishing result of winning 27 games. In the 2-on-2 match, they also had an impressive record. The teams of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing, as well as Qiling and Oscar, all achieved complete victories. Chapter 97. Martial Soul Fusion Skill activated. As for the 3-5 combination of Tang San and Xiao Wu, it was a pity that they lost one game and achieved 26 wins and 1 loss. As for the match they lost, there was nothing they could do, because what they encountered was the combination of Qiling and Oscar. In the singles competition, everyone was even more popular. Tang San, Qiling, and Zhu Zuqing all achieved astonishing results of 27 consecutive victories. The emergence of so many super powerful players at the same time has never happened in the past history of the Great Soul Fighting Arena. In addition, they are from the same team, and the Shrek team suddenly became the hottest topic in the Great Soul Fighting Arena. In addition, the most important point is that perhaps the battles during this period of time have inspired everyone's potential. The soul power of Zhu Zuqing, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong has all risen by 1 level. The increase in soul power of the other 3 people is basically a matter of course, because after such a long period of practice, they should have upgraded long ago. But Zhu Zuqing actually improved to another level, which was extremely surprising. Calculating, she had improved her soul power by 3 levels in 4 months, and the speed of progress was incredible. Only Zhu Zuqing knows that this is all thanks to Qiling's guidance. After the soul fighting is over, Zhu Zuqing will go to Qiling to study. This has basically become a required course for her. It was like this every day. No matter how well Zhu Zuqing kept the secret, there were times when the fire could not be contained. Qiling had already felt that Ning Rongrong, the most sensitive one, seemed to have noticed the relationship between the two. In any case, now that Zhu Zuqing's level has reached level 30, what needs to be done is to find a suitable soul ring for her to allow her to break through to the Soul Master realm. Now Zhu Zuqing, because of her cultivation of 9 Nether Sacred Heart Technique and Xianming Divine Palm, her actual combat power is no weaker than that of ordinary Soul Masters. When she gets the soul ring again, she will definitely become the most powerful among Shrek. A sharp knife. Okay, since Zhu Zuqing needs to obtain the soul ring, then we will suspend the second stage of training and help Zhu Zuqing hunt for the soul ring first. In Shrek Academy, Xiaogang said to everyone. Ding dong! It is detected that Zhu Zuqing has reached soul power level 30, please host to choose from the following options. Option 1, go to the Stardow Forest with Shrek and others to choose a soul ring for Zhu Zuqing, and keep Zhu Zuqing's soul ring selection the same as before. Get the reward, Zhu Zuqing's soul power level +1, a level 4 soul guide, ordinary quality 1 herbal medicine. Option 2, go to the Star Forest with Zhu Zuqing, choose a soul ring for Zhu Zuqing, and change Zhu Zuqing's soul ring selection to choose a more suitable soul ring for her. Get rewards, Zhu Zuqing's favor ability +10%, martial soul affinity the speed increased to 100%, and Zhu Zuqing's martial soul fusion skill system was activated. Seeing the options given to him by the system, Qiling couldn't help but shout in his heart, finally waiting for Zhu Zuqing's martial soul fusion skill to be activated. Long before, when Qiling checked the attribute of martial soul affinity, he had speculated whether he would be able to activate the martial soul fusion skill with Zhu Zuqing when the affinity of the martial spirit reached a certain level. Now, Qiling finally confirmed his suspicion. With the help of the system, the affinity between Qiling's martial spirit and Zhu Zuqing's martial spirit has reached 100%. This means that the martial souls of the 2 people have reached a perfect level of compatibility. Not only can they complement each other, but they can also achieve barrier-free communication of soul power and meet the conditions for using martial soul fusion skills. Without hesitation, Qiling immediately chose the second option. Even if there were only 2 of him, he was confident that he could obtain a suitable soul ring for Zhu Zuqing. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 2, go to the Star Forest with Zhu Zuqing and choose a more suitable soul ring for her. Get the reward, Zhu Zuqing's favor ability +10%, martial soul affinity increased to 100%, Zhu Zuking's martial arts the soul fusion skill system is activated. Master, if we just want to obtain the soul ring for Zhu Zuking, we don't need all of you to go together. I can just take her with me. Qiling said at this time, everyone has been fighting for days. Do, we are already exhausted, so let everyone have a good rest. And if it's just Zhu Zuking and I, we can go faster and try to leave early and come back early so as not to delay your subsequent training, Master. When Flanders heard that only Qiling and Zhu Zuking were going, he couldn't help but worry, just the two of you. This is too dangerous. You should let me or teacher Zhao accompany you. No need, Dean, let us go hunting for the soul ring this time. Qiling refused, we won't be able to grow by hiding under your protection forever, so let us solve these problems on our own. Var. The master also nodded and said, Qiling, if you ask like this, you must have your own considerations, right? Anyway, with your knowledge, you can definitely help Zhu Zuking choose the most suitable soul ring for her. You can go without worry, but remember to go early. Come back early, the rest of the training won't be possible without you. No problem, don't worry, Master. Qiling promised, we promise to come back in 2 days at most. So Qiling and Zhu Zuking bid farewell to the Shrek people for the time being and prepared to go to the Stardo forest. When the two came to the school gate, Qiling said playfully, Zhu Qing, do you want to compete with me? Compared to what? Zhu Zuking asked curiously. It's very simple, just compare what you are best at. Qiling smiled, let's compare speed. It's a full 500 miles from here to the Stardo forest. How about we see who reaches the outskirts of the Stardo forest first? Zhu Zuking said calmly, okay, what do you want to bet on? If I lose, then I will teach you a very powerful skill, powerful enough for you to defeat that golden fighting spirit, Jinhe. Qiling said with a smile, how about it, is it a high-impact bet? Zhu Zuking's eyes widened when she heard Qiling's words. She naturally knew Jinhe's strength. If she wanted to catch up with him, she would probably have to work hard for at least a year. But Qiling actually said that he had a way to make himself stronger in a short time, even strong enough to defeat Jinhe. Isn't this what Zhu Zuking is pursuing? For her, the stakes couldn't be higher. Are you telling the truth? Do you really have a way for me to defeat Jinhe? Zhu Zuking was so excited that there was even a sense of anxiety in his tone. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Qiling said with a smile, it's just that, Zuking, you have to pay a bet of corresponding value. What kind of bet do you think is worthy of this? What about the conditions? Looking at Qiling, who was smiling like a fox, Zhu Zuking suddenly felt like he had been fooled, but he had to fall for this trick. Chapter 98, Return to the Star Forest. I. Zhu Zuking hesitated, not knowing what to do. He really couldn't come up with conditions of corresponding value to make this bet with Qiling. Ha, Zuking, if you really can't think of it, how about I help you think of it? Qiling suggested. Okay. Zhu Zuking said directly. In fact, she also planned to directly agree to any request from Qiling, which would be more convenient. Okay, if you lose, Zuking, how about you change into a maid outfit and be a maid for a week? Qiling took the opportunity to reveal his conspiracy. This was something he had planned in his mind for a long time. Upon hearing Qiling's request, Zhu Zuking's face immediately turned red. Only Qiling would make such an improper request. Yes. Zhu Zuking said silently, because the conditions Qiling mentioned were really attractive, and she wanted to achieve them no matter what. In order to become stronger, I am not even afraid of death. What is the point of just being a maid for a few days? What's more, if she works as a maid for Qiling, she doesn't feel disgusted at all. Okay, then you have to pay attention, the competition. Qiling smirked and suddenly started running without permission, it's begun. Zhu Zuqing was stunned when she saw Qiling running out. She didn't expect that Qiling would act like a child and act so shamelessly. If she told everyone in Shrek, who would believe that their boss Qi was such a person? Without any time to hesitate, Zhu Zuqing immediately chased after Qiling, running at full speed towards the star forest. The figures of the two people seemed to turn into two afterimages as they moved at high speed. Passers-by on the roadside only felt as if there were two gusts of wind blowing by, and could not see clearly the figures of the two people. Compared with when Shrek's group marched before, not only did the two of them make great progress in strength, but more importantly, they didn't have to consider the pace of others, especially Oscar and Ning Rongrong, who were auxiliary soul masters. How many times faster? In less than a morning, the two of them had traveled more than half the distance and were about to arrive at the town where they had stayed overnight. According to this estimate, after lunch, they can arrive at the Star Forest in the afternoon. If they are lucky, they can return to Shrek Academy tomorrow. Of course, these are all based on the fact that the two of them are lucky enough to quickly find a soul beast suitable for Zhu Zuqing. Otherwise, it may take 3 to 5 days. Let's get here first. Let's eat something here first and then compare in the afternoon. After arriving in the town, Qiling said with a smile, as of now, we can be considered a tie. Although Qiling said it was a tie, Zhu Zuqing actually knew full well that she lost this morning's match. Although the speed of the two people is indeed about the same, Zhu Zuqing is an agility attack type soul master, and he is the most outstanding speed type martial spirit. Even the soul master level agility attack type soul master, there are few agility attack type soul masters who can compare with her. And later on, Zhu Zuqing's soul power obviously couldn't keep up, because protracted fighting was not what she was good at. Even though she had a tenacious will, the reduction of soul power was not based on human will. When Qiling discovered this, she began to support Zhu Zuqing through her true dragon energy, which allowed her to persevere. It was only then that Zhu Zuqing discovered that Qiling had not used all his strength. The two of them came to the hotel where Shrek and everyone stayed last time. Although there were many people in the hotel at this time, luckily the table they used to eat last time happened to be still empty. Haha, this is really God's will. Zuqing, let's sit here. Qiling sat down on the table carelessly, and then ordered wine and food from the waiter. Zhu Zuqing didn't have any objections to this. For her, as long as she could fill her stomach, it didn't matter what she ate. After waiting for a while, a sumptuous meal was put on the table. Qiling was about to feast when 3 big men suddenly walked in from outside the door, making a lot of noise and looking around. Boss! Is there any room left? Hurry up and serve some good wine and food to my brothers. I'm almost starving, one of the bald men shouted. The shop owner came up to us with a smile and said, please come in, gentlemen. There are plenty of seats. Please come with me. No need. The other scarred face suddenly flashed in his eyes and said with a lewd smile, we will find a place by ourselves. Then the scarred face pointed at Zhu Zuqing towards the two of them, and the eyes of the 3 of them suddenly emitted the same light. When Qiling saw this scene, he smiled and said to Zhu Zuqing, look, here comes the troublemaker. Girl, it's all because you are so pretty. Zhu Zuqing looked confused, not knowing what Qiling meant, but then the 3 big men walked straight towards here and sat down unceremoniously. Hey! I've never seen such a hot girl. Come here, pour some wine for me, and play with the men. The bald man said while politely picking up a glass of wine. Zhu Zuqing frowned and was about to get angry. Qiling said first, guys, I'm sorry, we don't have the habit of sharing tables with others. You'd better find another place. Several big men looked at each other and suddenly laughed loudly. The scarred man said to Qiling with a look of disbelief, boy, do you know who you are talking to? Who doesn't know who we are on the outskirts of the Stardo forest? The name of the 3 Feng brothers. The bald man said with an air of dignity, I don't know the names of our 3 brothers, so I should die to apologize. But the three of us are kind-hearted, so I will spare you today. Put down all the valuable things you have on you, let this little lady accompany us gentlemen, and then get out." Qiling almost laughed out loud at the three of them. He had already seen with his fiery eyes that the bald man with the highest strength among the three was already at the 40-level soul sect level. The other two were only 3 levels. Just an 18th level soul master. This kind of strength may be enough to be seen outside the forest, and it can even bully the old, weak, sick, and disabled, but for Qiling, that is a completely different matter. The Bulletin Le trio he had solved before had no strength. Even stronger. "I really can't help it, just think of it as exercise before meals and move your body," Qiling said, standing up, intending to let these ungrateful big brothers enjoy the feeling of being a trapeze artist. But just when Qiling was about to take action, a Zhongzhang deep voice suddenly sounded, "Stop! You rogues, don't you see this girl is so unhappy?" The speaker was a young man dressed in white, holding a green sword in his hand, looking upright, like a righteous knight. Chapter 99, The Mysterious Man Li Xiaogang. The three big men obviously knew this young man. The bald man said with a fearful expression, "Li Xiaogang, please stop meddling in other people's business, otherwise we won't let you go." The man named Li Xiaogang said righteously, "Three Beifeng brothers, you guys who are full of evildoers, do you think that I will join in the evil with you? Today I will do justice for heaven and punish you evildoers." Not to be outdone, the bald man said, "Humph, okay, let us three brothers come and learn how powerful you, the knight in white, Li Xiaogang, is with this indestructible green sword in your hand." Seeing the two sides at war, Zhu Zuqing asked Qiling, "Qiling, do we need to help that person?" Qiling looked at Zhu Zuqing with interest and said, "What? Zuqing, you want to help that Li Xiaogang? Why?" "Because he helped us, and he was 1 against 3, so this is a bit unfair," Zhu Zuqing said matter-of-factly. "Haha, Zuqing, you are so innocent and cute." Qiling couldn't help but laugh, "I know that you hate evil by nature and can't stand any injustice, but you have to know that sometimes the truth of the matter is not you." As seen. The voices of Qiling and Zhu Zuqing were controlled so that only the two of them could hear them, so Qiling was not worried about being heard by those people. After Zhu Zuqing heard Qiling's words, he wondered, what does this mean? "It's nothing, you will know soon." Qiling said, "If you cannot see through the essence of things, you may often do bad things with good intentions, and even cause irreparable consequences. Moreover, how do you know that this Li Xiaogang can't win against 3 of them? I think he has extraordinary martial arts. Although he is just an ordinary level 44 soul sect, he might be able to defeat the 3 of them easily." The situation of the 4-person battle was as Qiling said. Li Xiaohang's martial spirit was just an ordinary green sword, but at this time it showed great power and easily defeated the 3 Beifeng brothers. "Remember, Li Xiaogang, we have written down today's grudge, and we will make you look good another day." The bald man ran away while saying harsh words to Li Xiaogang, "I will definitely come back." "Humph! You cowardly people are really vulnerable." Li Xiaogang posed and said sanctimoniously, "You must run fast, otherwise, Li will definitely cut off your heads." "Girl, are you not scared?" After driving away the 3 Beifeng brothers, Li Xiaogang immediately stepped forward to care about Zhu Zuqing Dao eagerly, as if he had been her good friend for many years. But his idea was miscalculated. Zhu Zuqing was not such an easy person to get along with. She rejected Li Xiaohang's concern very coldly. Li Xiaohang's hand stopped in the air, not knowing what to do. Fortunately, he found himself under the steps immediately. "Ha ha ha, it seems that this girl was frightened. It's no wonder. Everyone would be scared when something like this happens. By the way, I think you two came here alone to hunt for soul rings, right?" Li Xiaohang turned to say, "Li knows a little bit about the Stardo forest. Why don't we go together?" How about taking care of me? When Zhu Zuoqing faced Li Shuheng's invitation, he did not express his attitude. Instead, he looked at Qi Ling. The meaning was obvious that Qi Ling had the final say in everything about her. Seeing this scene, Li Shuheng's expression changed slightly, but he immediately returned to normal. He turned to Qi Ling and said what he just said again. Okay. It's what we asked for. We just need a guide like Brother Li who is loyal, courageous, and chivalrous. Qi Ling went against what he said just now and said to Li Shuheng enthusiastically, there are people like you, Brother Li. Now, we feel more at ease. Zhu Zuoqing felt extremely puzzled after hearing Qi Ling's words, but Qi Ling quietly made a gesture to her, indicating that she should not speak and do everything as Qi Ling said. So the two of them set off towards the Star Forest together with Li Shuheng. Along the way, Li Shuheng tried his best to tell Zhu Zuoqing what he had seen and heard, hoping to attract his attention. But what disappointed him was that Zhu Zuoqing ignored him again and was not very interested in what he said. Instead, Qi Ling complimented him from time to time so that he would not be so embarrassed. What's the use of talking to me? My target is not you. Li Shuheng said sadly in his heart, but on the surface he still pretended to be inscrutable. After arriving at the outskirts of the Stardo forest, Li Shuheng once again found an opportunity to show off. He used his King's E-sword to kill every soul beast he saw, regardless of whether they were a threat or not. How about it, Miss Zhu Zuoqing? With my protection, you will be much safer along the way, right? Li Shuheng said to Zhu Zuoqing, feeling good. Who knows? Zhu Zuoqing frowned and said, Master said that these soul beasts that are not old enough should not be killed easily, because if the killing is excessive, it will cause a fatal blow to the soul beast. Li Shuheng's proud look suddenly froze on his face. He didn't expect that he would do something unnecessary again and make himself miserable. Oh, Zuoqing, Brother Li also has good intentions. But Brother Li, these soul beasts are really not worth Brother Li's action. Let's not waste time because of them. Qi Ling smoothed things over again. Li Shuheng responded calmly, his face was uncertain, he didn't know what he was planning, and walked at the front without saying a word, but this time, he did not continue to kill those weak souls. Beast. Perhaps due to bad luck, the three of them could not find a suitable soul beast after searching for a long time. Seeing that night was about to fall, Li Shuheng suggested that it would be better to take a break first and wait until dawn before searching again. Qi Ling naturally had no reason to reject this suggestion. After all, searching at night was indeed much more dangerous and less efficient. Because the habits of spirit beasts were the same as those of humans, and most of them stayed at night and emerged during the day. The three of them worked hard for a while and gathered the bonfire. By this time, it was completely dark. Li Shuheng raised his head and looked around, as if he was looking for something. Suddenly his eyes fixed, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Brother Qi Ling, why don't we go ahead and look for anything that can be used as dinner? Li Shuheng suddenly suggested, as for Miss Zhu Zuoqing, just wait for us here. With this bonfire here, presumably ordinary wild beasts won't come close. Zhu Zuoqing frowned and was about to express his doubts, but Qi Ling took the initiative and said at this moment, okay, that's what I meant. Zuoqing, just wait for us here, Brother Li and I will come as soon as we go. Chapter 100, Plot Against Each Other. Although Zhu Zuoqing was confused, since Qi Ling's decision was made at this time, he must have his own plan, and all he needed to do was to believe in him. So Qi Ling and Li Shuheng walked towards the forest together, gradually moving away from the bonfire. And Zhu Zuoqing. As the two of them went deeper and deeper into the forest, Li Shuheng opened his mouth and said to Qi Ling, Brother Qi Ling, you know, I have a habit of getting what I like, no matter what means I use. What price to pay? Oh? I don't know what you are interested in, Brother Li. Is there anything I need help with? Qi Ling asked. When Li Shuheng heard Qi Ling's inquiry, he stopped and turned to face Qi Ling. On his face, those righteous expressions were gone, replaced by an evil and weird smile. What I'm interested in is that hot girl. Li Xiaogang said with a lewd smile, really, this is the first time I've seen such a top-notch product with such a great figure and such good looks. No matter what, I want to get her. But unfortunately, my tried and tested methods in the past didn't work. Even the classic plot of a hero saving a beauty couldn't win her heart, which gave me a headache. But then I discovered that this problem is actually easy to solve. Li Xiaogang stared at Qiling and said, as long as I solve you, then that chick will naturally not be able to escape from my grasp. So, little brother Qiling, for my happiness, please go to hell. Qiling was not surprised at all by Li Xiaohang's transformation. It would be better to say that this was exactly what he expected. So he said, well, since you plan to get rid of me, didn't you find some help? Are you so confident? He, of course I have found some helpers, and there are more than one. Li Xiaogang said, blowing a whistle into the sky, and then there was a noise, and the three Baifeng brothers who were previously hostile to him actually appeared together. Surrounded Qiling. Ha ha ha, kid, you didn't expect that we are actually in the same group. The bald man laughed proudly, we just acted in a show before, just to make you relax your vigilance, so that you brought me here, I didn't expect you. No, I knew it from the beginning. Qiling said at this time, after all, your acting skills are so bad, it's hard for me not to know. Several people suddenly felt speechless. Li Xiaogang frowned and said, you knew our purpose from the beginning? Then why did you still? It's very simple. You want to use me, and I also want to use you to achieve your goals. Qiling said with a smile. Remember what I said before, most of the spirit beasts are the same as humans, they stay at night and emerge by day. Li Xiaogang frowned and said, yes, so what? That's right, most of them. Qiling continued, that means that there is a small number of soul beasts that are on the contrary, they exist day and night. Many of these soul beasts are suitable for zhuzhuking, but it is difficult to find them unless they are foraging for food. Hearing this, Li Xiaogang understood what Qiling meant, his pupils gradually widened, and he said in disbelief, you mean? Yes, I have sprinkled a kind of spice on you, which can attract soul beasts to a great extent. Qiling said with a smile, I just want to use you as bait to attract those soul beasts. Damn it, you actually dare to use us. Li Xiaogang said angrily, you want to use us as bait? I think you'd better send you to hell first. With that said, Li Xiaogang waved the green sword in his hand, a purple thousand-year soul ring lit up, and then a green sword energy shot towards Qiling. This is Li Xiaohang's most proud soul skill, King Z Sword Qi, which turns the visible sword into invisible sword Qi, which is not only unstoppable, but also greatly increased in power. But when the green sword energy hit Qiling, the scene of flying flesh and blood that Li Xiaogang imagined did not happen. The green sword energy passed through Qiling's body without any hindrance, and then Qiling's the body also turned into a wisp of shadow and dissipated in the air. True Dragon's secret skill, Empty Cicada. After using secret techniques to escape, Li Xiaogang and others could no longer find Qiling, but more and more strange sounds gradually sounded in the forest around them, and it seemed that many soul beasts were beginning to gather. Several people felt the changes in the surrounding atmosphere and listened to the increasingly dense clattering of leaves. They all became frightened involuntarily. They also knew that Qiling was not alarmist. He really used these people as bait. Boss, what should I do? I don't want to be dinner for these beasts. Scarface said in horror. The bald man spat viciously and said to Li Xiaogang, what do you think we should do? We all listened to you, so we did these things. Li Xiaogang snorted coldly and said, don't even think about giving it all back to me. Aren't you also attracted to that girl? What you can do now is of course run away, or are you still waiting here to die? Altogether, the only method Li Xiaogang mentioned was the only one that could be used. Otherwise, if the delay continued, they would be killed. But a few people obviously underestimated the medicine Qiling gave them. Just when they were about to leave, several black shadows suddenly rushed toward them and launched a swift attack. Li Xiaogang and the others hurriedly blocked the attack, but as soon as they blocked this wave of attacks, the next wave of soul beasts pounced on them, attacking them regardless of life and death, as if they only wanted their lives. Although a few people are not weak enough to withstand the attacks of these soul beasts, no one dares to say that they can survive in the face of this seemingly endless tide of beasts. Damn it, if this continues, we will do they all have to die here? Li Xiaogang said, with a cold look in his eyes. He instantly turned the sword head and stabbed the last of the 3 Baifeng brothers. The third of the 3 Baifeng brothers was originally resisting the attacks of the spirit beasts with all his heart, but he didn't expect that the most deadly attack came from one of his own. He looked at Li Xiaogang in disbelief, but what he received in exchange was Li Xiaohang's fatal sword. When the bald man saw what Li Xiaogang did, he was shocked and said, "Li Xiaogang, you bastard! What are you doing? If we don't do this, we will all die here." Li Xiaogang shook the sword in his hand and shook off the blood. With him as food, these spirit beasts will not bother to attack us, and we can take the opportunity to escape. This is the only way. Although the big man was angry in his heart, he also knew that the current situation was just as Li Xiaogang said. Is this the only way for everyone to survive? So he could only endure it temporarily and sprinted outside with Li Xiaogang. If Qiling's medicine is not available, then Li Xiaohang's method may really be feasible. After all, food is the only pursuit of these soul beasts. But since Qiling is here, how can we let these people who are full of evil and can abandon their own companions at will get out alive?